Yo.
¿Qué pasó,
Can you hear me?
amigo? Sí.
Alright, give me
Very
one
good.
second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Yo, fam, what are you telling me?
Deaf, and what are you saying?
Oh, not too bad, man. Not too bad. Definitely feeling in one of my world against me moments, but it's alright. It's alright. It's how we
Nah,
live in it. How you doing,
that's
my
what it
brother?
is, fam. I'm alright, man, bro. Man's just here, do you know what I mean? Just fucking living daily life. Yeah, I'm saying.
Fair enough, man.
And
Fair enough.
everything's nice, fam.
Nah, I hear that. Well, let's intro this shit for the people, them. Listen, this is the OnlyMans
Yeah.
podcast, episode 63. Big up to everybody that checks in each and every week. We appreciate y'all. We appreciate y'all fucking with us through this, yeah, man, air horns and all of that. Air horns on all of that. Yeah, fam. Yeah, fam. We appreciate y'all just sticking with us through these transitional periods, man. You know what I mean? We're trying to get it right. Listen, you can go to the YouTube right now. Episode 62 is up. You know what I mean? We're going to try and keep the posts and stuff uploaded each and every week. We
Yeah.
appreciate y'all going to check for that as well. Do you get what I mean? But without any further ado, you know what I mean? Let me introduce my illustrious co-host. You know what I mean? The Rose Garden head honcho. You know what I mean? Before Rose Garden was WMW. He's been in so many different ties,
And
so many
all
different
that.
things. It's the general. You know what I mean? Let's make some noise for Secret Life of Will in this motherfucker. And of course, you know what I mean? We got myself, Drizz, just Francis, YM, Lord Smoke, Lord Poseidon,
Nah,
Elohim, whatever you want to call him, whatever you want to
understated,
call him.
fam. Understated, underrated, undefeated.
You know what I mean? Them ways there. And this is the Only Man's
Undefeated, fam.
Podcast, episode 63. So big up to yourself for tuning in, you know what I mean? And Mr. Sims, tell us what your thoughts have been this week, man.
It's been you know me, fam. I stay very disconnected. You know what I'm saying? My thoughts this week have been more so focused on, I guess, how I can develop myself. You know what I
Right.
mean? But then, you know, I seen things and things,
Yeah.
and I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
"Oh, that's crazy." I
Anything
feel
in
like,
particular stand out to you?
in particular, YG and Tiger stood out quite
Oh, shit.
standing out.
What's happened with them?
Oh, yo, them niggas. I
They
don't
wilding.
know. I guess. Oh, they mad wilding, fam. I mean, I don't know. Maybe this is just me and my point of view. You know, like everybody can do what they want. You know, just how they want or whatever. But then you can't expect everybody to bend and treat you differently from what you said that you were before. You know what I'm saying? If I show up in the room and I'm dressed as like a crocodile and I'm a crocodile and I'm biting motherfuckers, and then like an hour later I come back and I've got like jeans on and a wig and I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not even a crocodile anymore.
Yeah, I'm
No,
a
Charlie,
civilian now. Yeah.
we're still scared of you, fam, because you might still bite, man. You get me?
Yeah. Nah, I hear that.
So
It's like,
basically what had happened was with these men. So I guess they like had done like a record together or whatever. You know, Tiger's still trying to make that famed comeback.
right.
And YG, well, he's been silent for a sec. Do you know what I mean? So they done this record or whatever. And I guess they like shooting a music video or like some kind of promo for it or whatever. But
Right.
there's like in full on like white chicks like drag, fam, like full,
Okay.
yeah. And it's like, yeah, but you YG, fam,
Yeah.
bloody bougie and shit. And then Tiger, I mean, I don't know, maybe, I don't know, maybe it was his idea, probably, maybe, who knows. But yeah, now we know you as the Rack City guy. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You
The
Mr. Rack
stripper
City.
anthem guy, innit?
Yeah, do you know what I mean? And then
Yeah.
what? Wait, hold on a second. What? Oh, okay then. The shit,
Everyone trying to
the
get their
shit,
Nas
this
X on, innit?
the shit just caught me so off guard. Yeah, that I like read pretty much like the first couple lines, and I was like, oh yeah, nah, it's done out here for these niggas, fam. This what these niggas gotta do now. Oh yeah, nah,
Bro,
it's over for these
it's a
niggas out
different
here, fam.
world, man. Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
different
man.
world, bro. You gotta do some crazy shit to try and stand out, fam. And
Damn, homie, I
that's
said,
the mad thing, innit? That's the mad thing when people like are trying to stand out. Do you know what I
you
mean?
can see.
It's you get shit like this. Do you know what I mean? You get shit like that, bro. The
to
man are
be
doing the
fair,
white thing.
though, do you know, to them, it's like in this climate, you know, it's not the dumbest move of all time. Do you know what I mean? Probably a
I
smart
mean,
thing because it probably got the people all like talking, and it made the people all go check out the record and shit to be like, ah, look, these niggas in drag, ha. Meanwhile, that shit is racking up like hundreds of millions of views because people just want to see them niggas in drag, and then next thing you know, they're on the radio and they back, fam, and they lit.
hey man, listen. All of this, I call these Takashi rules, bro. What are you willing to give for this shit, fam? If you willing to give it, do what you gotta do, fam. Just know that not all attention is good attention in it. Like,
Nah, Hollywood would
but you know
disagree,
what? You know
fam.
what I realized though. You know what I realized, yeah. Like people are just different in it. Like some people just don't give a fuck. Like some people just. I don't want to say they don't have morals because that's a thing to
No,
say. But
they have different morals.
some people just have different morals, bro. And like all of that shit where some other person may think, nah, I'm not gonna do that just because that's not true to who I am in it. Like where some people think that, other people will be like, nah, bro, fuck that, fam. I'm trying to get this content off. You know what I mean? Like,
You get me? The fans, the viewers gonna love this shit.
you get me? And like to a certain degree, like I kind of understand that. To be fair, I
Yeah.
mean, there were plenty of times, obviously, with how the podcast was set up before, where me and man were like, "Yo, listen, let's try and not just get into arguments and stuff, but let's really have in depth conversations." Because you know what I mean, the people. So I do get it. I do get it. It's just you have to ask yourself, like, at what cost, And if these gentlemen don't mind doing the Wayans brothers white girl
Nah,
fucking
they
drag
look like
thing,
they
then
were having a great time, fam. They look like
there
they
you
was
go.
dancing in a foreign, fam.
That's it.
Oh,
And who am
wow.
I to tell them that they're wrong to do that? If that's what they want to do in it.
Hey, man, that's what I said. That's what I said. Like in the beginning, before I started saying, I was like, hey, man, everybody can do what they want or whatever, each to their own and shit.
Everybody can do what they want.
Yeah.
Everybody can do what they want. And what I can't do is that, like, what I mean, those gentlemen are
Yeah, but
doing anything.
you can do what you want, but you gotta realize that you're affecting the shit around you, and it might be a negative or a positive effect depending on how, which side of the poles that person is, or like that thing is that you're interacting with,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
let's say dogs, for instance. Yeah, a dog, beautiful, right? It's in the
Right.
house with the owners licking their face and like being all excited and happy and wagging its tail. Mischievous shit sometimes by a shoe, haha. Right? That's like the extent of like the what the dog does at the crib,
Right.
and then it goes outside. And then some stranger comes up to it and goes, "Oh, hey, beautiful poochie, can I just nyam?" Right, pinky
Yeah.
finger gone, fam.
Gone. Johnny Depp style.
See? Because you caught that dog when it was on its when it's not in a receptive mood to whatever it is that you're trying to give it.
Yeah.
You get me?
Yeah. That
So
doesn't
that's
necessarily mean
it.
that the dog is evil. It's just
The
you may
dog
have
is
not got it
good,
the best time.
but you
But the
just
thing
fucked
about
up
it,
because you
the thing
thought
about
that dog was like all the other dogs. Because you do this every week and you walk through the park and you pet dogs and be like, oh, hey, talk to the owners for a second and keep it moving. But this one time, that dog.
that's it. But again, even to further your example, yeah, with the dog thing, what's mad about that is we understand obviously dogs have different temperaments and you might go and pet a dog and it may not think, but the way the thing is set up now, as you said about like a knock-on effect, is these days, bro, if a dog go and like bite somebody you a certain fam, that dog might get put down fam, you know what I mean? And as the owner of the dog, you have to understand the temperament that of your dog may fluctuate, and you have to adjust accordingly in it. Because unfortunately, you can't tell somebody, oh nah, like he's a good, like you can't tell them that if the dog bit
Nah,
them. Do you get what I mean?
because
Like
they don't give a shit, fam.
that's not, yeah, and they don't
They
give a
don't
fuck
care
about
like
none of
that.
that. And it's the same with like all of this shit you're talking about, like say the YG thing. And I've not seen the video or the song or whatever it is. I've not seen it,
Nah, I
but
didn't need that. I didn't really further investigate. I was just like, that's crazy for y'all niggas.
it's like it's one of those, as you said, like man can do that, that's fine, but you have to
Oh,
acknowledge
get it
that
up,
this is
fam.
what you're doing. And if it's just a clout thing, which it probably more than likely is, then in some way, shape, or form, communicate that. Like, don't try and make it a bigger point than what it is. If it's just like, yo, we need something to get the people talking and shit, then
Yeah.
do your thing in it. But as you said, you have to understand the knock on effect. The knock on effect. But speaking of rappers from LA, what a segue. Speaking of rappers from LA, Kendrick at Glastonbury. Did you see any of the highlights? Did you see any of the clips or anything like that?
Didn't even know Glastonbury was happening, bro. If I'm being honest. I thought it was later, fam. I thought it was much later, fam. It's already done.
There you go. Yeah, Kendrick
When
had that
was
from
it? Huh?
like the weekend, maybe like last week or something like that.
Oh shit.
And to your point, I only know that because people were posting about Kendrick's performance at Glastonbury. Like to your
Oh.
exact point, I didn't even know it was going on either. Do you get what I mean? But it's like, oh shit, cool. But one thing I you know what? Let me go to the Kendrick thing first. You didn't see it, so I'll just talk about it.
Yeah.
It was a good performance. You know, Kendrick's live shows, like he never disappoints. Do you know what I mean? He had a like a iced out crown of thorns.
No.
Yes, it was like the crown, but it was like iced out and shit. Like it's a creative twist. It's a creative twist. Like this may be an unpopular opinion. I wasn't too keen on it myself, but I can respect the artistry that he's trying to go for. Like I just and this may be really like hypocritical coming from a guy whose brand is called Young Messiah. But like I think
You call it.
I think
It's like
huh?
my phone.
No, I was just saying I think it's a mistake for Kendrick to position himself as a savior. Like I get why he's doing it. I understand because obviously the people have kind of unofficially made him that. But what am I trying to say? What am I trying to say? I don't believe this about Kendrick, so I'm going to expand it past him. But I think artists should really be careful of believing their own hype. Charlemagne the God has this quote that he said like multiple times, but it's like you're never as good as they say you are, and you're never as bad as they say you are, and you have to continue with that mentality. Like when they're all praising you and shit, you can't get lost in that. In the same way, if they're like crucifying you, tearing you down, you can't get lost in that. You have to just be on what you're on. And I think the reason why Kendrick resonates so much, going back to him quickly, is because he's kind of been the guy who's given a voice to issues that other major artists aren't really speaking on. And that's why people have sort of positioned him as like this kind of savior type role. And I get that, and I'm not mad at that. The crown of thorns thing, like, I think the reason why I was just a bit like, is because, like, respectfully in it, but in terms of major world events or stuff like that, like, Kendrick hasn't really gone through anything in front of the masses where he could come.
It's symbolic in that, like, he himself feel like he reached a state in himself that is like Christ consciousness, or as close to.
And again,
he trying to like communicate that.
And
that
I
sounds
wouldn't be mad
interesting.
at
Like,
that.
why is he doing that?
I definitely wouldn't be mad at that. You know what I mean? Because we all try to get.
He's
to that
not a
Christ
simple guy, you know. He's not just like like, this is what I'm doing
nah,
now.
of course,
like, it's
of
always
course.
like something a bit more like deep.
There's
you know
always
what I mean?
depth to it in it, which is why I'm trying to like word what I'm saying carefully in it. I don't want to make it sound like, oh, what the fuck's this guy doing? Because it's not that. It's more so.
But what the fuck's this guy doing?
The crown of thorns thing is it's a symbolic thing in it. It only kind of represents one thing, which is essentially is like a savior or messiah type martyrdom. And again, I don't have an issue with him feeding into that. Okay, in the simplest way, and maybe this isn't the correct way to say it, but I'll just try and say it and then maybe explain from there. In the simplest way, like, Kendrick has never really faced massive public adversity to where he would be that type of role. Like, I think for me, my own personal opinion, for me, where Kendrick excels is essentially, again, giving a voice to the voiceless. Do you know what I mean? Like, even going back to the crown of thorns thing, like, it's only significant or like symbolic because of the Christ kind of thing to it. But if we go to the story that we're told, Christ didn't put on the crown of thorns because, oh, look at me, I'm like, it was thrust upon him. And I think the reason Kendrick has excelled so much is because a lot of that savior messiah thing is something that was thrust upon him. Like, the people looked at him like a savior. But if the savior starts calling himself the savior, I don't know, because I'm not mad at it. Like, I'm not mad at it. I just think Kendrick is never a guy where it's like a look at me thing. And it just, in my own, I could be wrong, but just for myself, the crown of thorns felt a little bit look at me. Which, again, he's allowed to do. He's fucking, if he wants to do that, he's allowed to do it. But I would rather he just do that rather, because it kind of feels like almost it's a flex, but I'm trying to make it look like it's not a flex, but it is a flex. And for me, again, I'm not saying he's done anything wrong, but I think it's just kind of like, if you want to flex, you're Kendrick, just flex. Because if you do that, we'll still fuck with you because you've given enough substance-wise that you've given. So if you just want to flex something, like, I don't know. I don't know. I just...
No, he's flexing it. Then you don't like it.
What was the last Kendrick Lamar song that you listened to that really touched your soul in, like, a different way? And I don't want to make this sound like I'm bashing Kendrick. I'm just asking you in it.
How much a dollar cost? The
right?
first time I heard that shit, I actually I kind of cried a little bit. I ain't gonna lie,
bro, because it's powerful shit.
Because I remember the scenario that's just like that.
Bro, it's
that
powerful shit. It's powerful shit, fam. And the reason stuff like that resonates is because Kendrick is speaking to you from the perspective that most people can speak from. He's like, yo, I'm just a guy, and I had this experience, and I didn't want to give the dollar because X, Y, Z. But then this whole like, and just the way that he tells that story, it's never the okay. I think as I'm talking, I'm figuring it out. The crown of thorns thing, it seems a bit pedestally. It just seems a bit like, yeah, I am the savior, which he can say, but I think for me, Kendrick's all, Thierry Henry, never won the Champions League, never won the Ballon d'Or, like never was officially officially titled the best player in the world. But the reason he's celebrated so much is because the people crowned him that. And he went out and did his fucking job. Henry never came back and said, you know what? Actually, yeah, I am the best striker in Arsenal's history. Like, I am and he could have done. And we would have probably loved it. Because, like, yeah, talk your shit, fam. But he never did that. And I feel the reason he was able to excel is because his goal was just, I'm going to be the greatest in terms of me shit. Whatever they say, whatever man win or don't win or whatever, I'm going to just go and do what I can do. Like, I feel it's problematic when the greats potentially put themselves on a pedestal. And I don't think Kendrick is doing that. I want to make it clear. I don't think Kendrick is doing that. It's just the crown of thorns thing is very symbolic. It's if I put on a crown of thorns and walk around, man are going to say, oh, you think you're Jesus in it? Like, it's very, you can't misinterpret it. You know what I mean? You can't be like, oh, well, maybe this or... And again, like you said, yeah, with Kendrick, it very well may have like a much deeper reference and, it's not cool in it, but we live in a world that's visual. We live in a world where we see with our eyes.
But we also live in a world where people do speak by imagery to other people that do understand, and it
legit
gets to them. Do you know what I mean? So it's like,
yeah.
Some people might look at him and be like, "Oh, you think he Jesus?" But other people, like from me, just hearing it, might start to get to thinking like, "Oh, Kenny's a deep guy. He's not gonna be like I'm Jesus." He might be like, "Oh, I'm like in the Christ state in my mind or whatever. I've reached this point where I feel like I need to like help the masses by being this or whatever. I don't know, whatever. It's like, that's the thing about the art. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's always it's subjective and it's supposed to make you think. So really, he's done his job in it. Like, I think again, the way I kind of look at it is, Kendrick has never, let me not say never because you can't say never, but in terms of, because like you said, we live in a world where people put out visual displays for a reason. Kenny and his team, like they're calculated in it. Everything they do has purpose behind it. In terms of the mass star Kendrick Lamar, there's never been a period where he's been a martyr. Do you get what I mean? Again, we'll go to the Bible really quick, yeah? There's a guy in the Bible called Paul. They call him Paul in it. His name was Saul. And then he saw the light on the road to Damascus and he changed his name to Paul and he wanted to spread the message. And I can't remember the exact verse, so don't think me like that. But one of the things it essentially says in there, he says like, yo, I was living my life, yeah, and then I came across this Christ guy. And this guy was so dope that I had to dedicate my life to spreading that message. I'm not Christ. And I'm not going to try to be Christ. Because when he would go around, the people would try to put that thing on him like, oh shit, this guy's like, and he's like, listen, I'm not him. I'm just here to tell y'all, da-da-da-da-da. And the reason why Paul was so significant was because of the work that he did, as opposed to, and he became a guy. He became like a guy, like, bro, he's got like shit in the Bible, innit? He became a guy, but his whole thing was like, I'm not a guy. I just need to spread this. But the thing that made him a guy was him saying that he's not a guy. If he ever leaned into that whole thing, like, actually, yeah, I'm a guy, it invalidates the message a little bit.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean? If you look at the whole thing with Jesus and shit, like he said plenty of times that, yo, I am not special. I am just the firstborn of many sons. I just came to show y'all how y'all are supposed to live. All of y'all can do this. It's not just a meeting. Like, don't praise me. I'm just here to show you. And the reason why, again, someone like Jesus is celebrated is because Jesus' whole thing was, it's not me, dog. And so I just kind of think the thorn thing, it's like, it feels a bit, yeah, that's me, dog. And the reason we love Kendrick is because he was always so selfless with his shit. He was always so, I just want to speak for the common man. I want to speak for the people of my, like, that's what made us fall in love with him. So again,
Yeah.
I'm not cussing it. It's just, when I saw it, it was a bit like, it would be, it would be an equivalent feeling for me is like, if he came out with a crown on his head. There's nothing wrong with him doing that. And there's nothing wrong with him calling himself a king. But to me, the greats, like, you don't need that. Like, Ronaldinho didn't need to fucking be called the greatest to be the greatest. He just was when he used to play, you get me? Like, I feel like the greats just do it. And to me, Kendrick is too great to do a crown of thorns thing. Like, let the people put that on you. Like, when you kind of lean into it, just a bit. I don't know. Just before you go, let me play
Yeah,
this
but
voice.
then again, do you
One
know
sec,
what I
one sec,
mean?
one
I
sec.
feel like
One sec, I want to let you go on it. One sec.
Don't take this personally, Romelo. It won't work. You do your thing, I do my thing. You know? It won't work. We can't work with Akata.
Akata. What is this Akata shit? Like American? Oh, shit. Cotton picker.
I'll be honest with you. I have no idea what just happened there, and I
okay,
apologize
bro.
for that.
But yo, I was
Yeah, but
saying,
go.
I
Say what you're
think,
saying. Say what you're saying.
I think like, again, you know, there's lots of ways to look at it. Him doing that and making that statement, of course, could be considered him coming out and being like, I'm the king of y'all, or like I'm the like messiah of y'all. Or again, it really could be the whole like, because how would you communicate it otherwise? You come out with like a big ass third eye like plastered on your forehead to be like, yeah, I reached it, or do you know what I mean? Because he already talking that shit like he reached it. Do you know what I mean? He talking like he like up watching the little ants moving around and shit. Like he already like is
And
there.
he may well be. You know what I mean? He may
So
well be with
how would you
it.
visually communicate that
You know what?
in a way that
Okay,
would like
that's a great
kind of
question.
make an
Yeah.
impact
Kanye West, the
and get
Yeezus
people
tour.
talking?
Kanye did a similar thing. But what he did, he basically had a guy on the stage who was the Jesus, and he was kind of Kanye talking to Jesus. I'm not saying Kendrick should have done that. I'm not saying he should have done that. But if Kanye had come out saying, I'm Jesus, even though he called himself Jesus, like, the
Already.
visual thing of that would have been different. I think the visual of seeing this guy, Ye, next to this Christ image, for me, if I saw Kendrick do something like that, where there's just another visual representation, and do you get what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to say he should have done that. Again, I'm not trying to say that he was wrong. Like, I don't think he was wrong for doing it. It's just being an artist who takes pride in like what they do and trying to put like a real message and energy that lives in the music.
Yeah.
I appreciate that Kendrick is one of those guys. Like, I appreciate that. Again, I'll even go back to the whole concept of YM in it. Like, the whole thing behind it, what I always say to people is like, the YM represents all of us. Like, we're all the young Messiah. Do you get what I mean? I'm the young Messiah. You're the young Messiah. She's like, we're all that. And when you wear this shit, it's to embody that feel. It's to embody that YM in you. It's not just me, Drizz alone. Me is YM, and you niggas follow me. Like, it's not that. It's like, I am as you are. And so when
Yeah.
you wear this shit, you're embodying that shit, because it's not me as an entity, bro. It's this energy that lives in man. And again, I think just as people who try to elevate their own thinking and, you know what I mean, just think broader, I guess. Like, one thing we always come to is like, none of this shit is about us as a single entity. Do you get what I mean? Like, none of this shit is just about what we are doing. We understand that it's part of a bigger play. That whole Christ conscious ethos is like, you reach this state where you understand that we're all interconnected, and we all
Yeah.
are supposed to live with one accord in it. So I just think embodying yourself in the visual representation of Christ, because again, unfortunately, as you said, we live in a visual world, and most people, when they see that, they're not going to think Christ conscious, or even if they think that, they're going to have like a westernized, interpreted version of what they think that is. And it's the same with like the Christ image in it. Like, for a lot of people, Christ is the reference that the Bible makes. Do you get what I mean? Like, that's, and everything that that guy did, that's what that image means. So again, the
Check it out. You know what's
go on.
sick about man, yeah? The very fact that most people won't get it, but they'll fuck with it anyways because there's like a level of complexity there that's just like baffling them. Or but it's so simple and all that shit. They won't get it, and that's cool. They'll still like the record and be like, yeah, he great. But then there's people in his fan base that they'll get that shit, fam. And those people are probably the ones that turn up to the shows in their thousands, buy all the merch that drops every time. You know what I'm saying? Like those people.
No, I hear that. I hear that, man. Like,
So
and
it's like,
again, I
yeah,
want to
there's, I
say,
don't know, yeah, I don't know. I don't, I don't like feel a way about it in either direction. I think
yeah,
interesting.
yeah, yeah, which makes sense in it, which makes absolute sense. And again, I want to say, I do think the creative aspect of it, because again, young black men, you know what I mean, going into like these uncharted territories, doing these great things, but we still come from the culture we come from, like, and so everyone's icing out chains and this and that. I'm gonna ice out a crown of thorns. Like, I think that's really cool. Like, I want to try and
Yeah.
like make sure it's clear for the people. Like, I think that's a really cool concept. I'm not mad at the
You say, oh, Jesus,
conceptualization of
peace.
that.
Hold on, dog. I got something for that.
Yeah, because no one's done that before. It's like, it's, well, I don't want to say no one's done it, but no one of Kendrick's level or anywhere near that has done anything like that. Like, I
No,
do
who else
like
has done a crown of thorns that's iced out?
like, I do think that's really innovative in it. Like, I fuck with that. The only thing, you know what? As you were talking, like, it made more sense to me. The greatest, the leaders that we look at through history, yeah, the people who have marked history just in the, you know, what they did, the Malcolm X's of the world, the Dr. Kings, like these guys. All the greatest messengers we've ever had, the message was never about them. Like, Malcolm never got on the stage and said, "Yeah, it's me, bro." Like,
Yeah.
Malcolm, I'm really him, bro. Like, it was never that. Do you get what I mean? It was always about the message, and I just feel Kendrick is too great to ever need to say to us, "Yeah, I'm that." But I understand, in terms of, again, we have to understand, it's the music business, in it. It's entertainment, bro. Like, I get you do certain things for certain. Like, again, I'm not mad at it. I just feel like Kendrick is too great to need to do that. I feel. Do you get what
But
I'm
you
trying to
know
say?
what the problem
Does
is?
it make sense what
I
I'm
get
saying?
you.
Like,
I get you.
yeah.
But I've also noticed something in these last few months, yeah. All these artists drop, yeah. In fact, when Drake and them dropped the first time around and they did like 200 or whatever it was, 210, 20, 50 or whatever it was, like Ye and him, it's like,
Yeah.
blood, they usually would have been hitting like the fives and shit, fam.
Bro.
And then you have other artists dropping that are like hitting like 30, 40, 50, 80. Like that's like good now. That's like decent now. If you hit like 80, you like up
Yeah. Yeah.
first week. Yeah. It's like, but it wasn't like that before. You know why? Because these labels don't realize, damn, we can't be pumping all these monies into this shit. This shit about to get fucked up. We gotta diversify real quick.
Yeah,
So
fam.
they're pulling their monies out of him. All that money that they used to do the promotion. Why do you think all these niggas just keep doing surprise album? Because there's shit happening in the wider economy that's deeper than in the game. So it
No,
now looks like these artists aren't really selling like that. But they haven't been selling like that for the last like 10 years. They haven't. They just can't. Because how do you sell it when it's free? Effectively. I pay like 7, 8 quid or whatever it is a month, 9, 10 quid to listen to 1,000 songs 1,000 times over again. It's nobody's really selling like that, bro.
Nah, for
That's
real.
why they were doing that whole like merch bundle thing. Like Travis Scott and Nicki Minaj, you remember they got in trouble about that shit, where they was basically like selling their merch and then like bundling the album with it and being like, oh yeah, you get a free like a digital copy of the album or whatever, and then that would like count as a sale of the album.
Yeah. Nah, I remember.
But all that shit got scrapped. They can't do that no more, fam.
Yeah, because the artists were figuring out ways to finesse it, innit?
Exactly. And the companies are like, nah, hold on. Nah, fuck that.
Nah, to be fair, bro, like you called it, fam, like it's legit. Like we are witnessing the demise of hip hop music, and I don't mean that like when Nas said hip hop is dead. But then, if we think about it, that's maybe what he was talking about, like in terms of the way that this thing is funded, the way that, as you said, the money funnels through, and obviously how that results in terms of the content that's made and shit, and the sales and all that sort of stuff. We have seen and gone through a period of hip hop where we've gone through the SoundCloud rapper stage, where it was the ultimate version of the prostitution of hip hop. Like it was the ultimate version of just
Yeah.
get a catchy beat.
In
You can say any kind
no
of dumb
uncertain
shit.
terms.
It don't give a fuck. It's just stupid and wild and irresponsible and fuck everything. And you can look as dumb as you want, and fucking the dumber
No
you
one
look,
will
the
say
better.
anything.
It's the ultimate version of the minstrel show, in it. And essentially, you know what? You know what's a great example? I'll try and be brief with this. Royce the 5'9" and Joe Budden, they were in a group called Slaughterhouse, and they recently went through a thing where them and their other bandmates, Crooked Eye and Joel Ortiz, were like in a bit of a back and forth in it. And basically, the Joel Ortiz and Crooked Eye made an album called like The Rise and Fall of Slaughterhouse, and basically the whole like promo campaign behind it was like they're killing off Slaughterhouse in it, like it's done now.
Okay.
And they had their own reasons and whatever. But one, obviously, Royce wasn't happy about it, and Joe Budden wasn't happy about it. And one of the points that Royce made in it was like, yo, like at the end of the day, and it's funny, it sounds like the pod, but at the end of the day, like this was a thing we started, and we all agreed that this was split equally 4 ways. Now, if you two are done with it and don't want to do it anymore, that's absolutely fine. But that doesn't diminish the part of this that I own, because it's supposed to be split equally. And it's like, yo, if you're saying that you're killing this brand that I still have some sort of thing in, how can I come back 2-3 years down the line and try and sell somebody a Slaughterhouse t-shirt? Because it'd be like, nah, like you lot dead off the thing. Do you get what I mean? Like you lot killed off the brand. Like, how am I supposed to come behind that and try and sell this to people now? Like, if we want to do something with it, like, because even if you man didn't want to do it, you man could have just not done it. But down the line, we could have figured, like, man could have figured out a way to do this Slaughterhouse thing different. Do you get what I mean? And it's the same thing with like the music industry, where it's like we've seen hip hop and rap prostituted to like the highest degree in it. And it's like, now how do you think you can come back and sell people this at the rate you were selling it? Because so much has been invested into prostituting it and making it a mockery and a minstrel show. How can I turn around now and expect someone to really pay their hard-earned money for this shit, where when we've been giving this shit away for, like, as you said, the last 10 years, we've been dashing this shit at people, SoundCloud or this or that or whatever. Like, do you get what I mean? And it's the same sort of thing. Like, I think a lot of the labels and stuff, they're seeing, right, you know what? Music ain't selling how it used to. People are streaming shit. Like, we can only really get so much of that, because how much is a stream worth, really? Do you get what I mean?
As soon as that 360 happened, because they knew, fam, they can see, yeah, fam, they got
All the
motherfuckers that
metrics.
be projecting their profits like well into the future, fam, and they knew what was coming, fam. After that Napster shit and shit, they knew what time it was with LimeWire and all that, how hard they were hit. They were like, somebody gonna definitely figure out how to do this shit. and then
And they
it's
have
gonna
to
be like legit.
diversify in it. They gotta diversify their shit, man.
So
Yeah,
hey, every artist that we get, you know how we used to be like, oh yeah, you know, you keep your tour and merchandise money or whatever, all the other deals that you get on the side, that's yours. Whatever we get from the music, that's ours. Nah,
that's
fam.
gone, fam. That's
Every
gone,
time
bro.
you make money, fam, you breathe and make a low dollar, fam. Yeah,
Run it.
85%, my nigga.
Yeah, run it,
Need
fam.
that.
And then we're gonna come and look at that 15 as well to see if we can get, you know what I mean, if there's
Yeah,
anything that
because
you
out of
use
that
from it.
15, you
Yeah,
still gotta pay us back.
yeah, exactly.
Because we put the bread up for you to go on tour and sell this record, fam.
And again, it's like having a low credit score and trying to get a loan with the bank. The bank will be like, all right, bro, like we give you this money, fam, but the interest on this shit, dog, like, and you're gonna need to put this
Lurch.
deposit down too. Like, we're gonna need this bread from you because we don't know you. We don't know if you're gonna pay this back. You probably not, bro. So we gotta cover our side. You get what I mean? And you either
One
take
time,
it
fam.
or you don't. Let me just run
Or
these
you
voice
don't.
notes.
Yo, you talking about Royce the 5'9"? Yo, man, this guy got wild. I don't even listen to him. I'm sure he's a good rapper, whatever, but dude, in that battle, or that diss battle he had with Lupe, yo, Lupe cleaned him up. He can't contend. He ain't really got it in him like that.
Damn, son.
Yo, for real, that's why I rock with the Zelda, because they know how to market and move their music where it retains its value. If you take a look at Bandcamp, they don't even sell any digital copies of their music unless you buy like any of the merchandise or physical albums. That's the only way you could download the music. They got some of their stuff on streaming sites, but they move differently. Also, Mac Hami, like, you can't even look up his lyrics on Genius because, you know, he's like an author. You know, he has copyright. They can't even distribute his lyrics. Think about that. So yeah, they're like 10 steps ahead of the game with extreme ownership.
Nah, for real, man. Yeah, for real, man. Like, even Griselda, like man said, like, even them, they've come out and said how their first contract with Shady, like, they got fucked, bro. Like, they haven't split up, but they're now doing their independent thing because the way they wanted to do the group, they couldn't, bro, because the label locked them into a contract that wasn't favorable to them. Do you get what I mean? And it's just, yeah, I think you hit it on the head, bro. Like, I think we really are seeing the
It's a dying
real
business,
money.
bro. And when man's thing's not going good, fam. You know what I'm saying? There's people panicking and people doing all sorts, fam. Look,
Legit.
all right. These men could have made. These men could have survived much longer if they just had less of an eye for the. I'll take the whole percent. And if they just weren't like, oh yeah, we're gonna put 100 mil into these 10 artists and then see how that goes. One of them gonna come out on top. Vet them like you used to do back in the day. Vet them, fam. Choose them properly. Build them properly, fam. Like you
But
used
you,
to do back in the day, fam.
but you know
But
what the
then,
difference is, though?
make,
Oh, go on,
no,
sorry.
no, no,
Go on,
no,
bro.
but check it. You can, like, instead of this deal that they have where they're trying to, like, put the streaming services in their pocket so they can eat the whole thing, let that be part of the ecosystem. Do a partnership with them, like a fucking, you take, like, maybe, like, 30% or whatever. Let that grow, because that's the main outlet where the people are rushing to get their shit. Why would you try and chokehold strangle that shit?
Do you know what it is, G? You know, well, what I think it is. It's not even so much the money aspect, bro. It's control, fam. It's control, bro. Because again, the thing about streaming, what streaming opened up was a whole new gateway and revenue for not only like content and music and shit, but like actual monetary gain. Do you get what I mean? And the thing about control is it's not always about the money because there are artists who can go to labels and the label has more money, but because the artist is what they are, like the label can't talk to them any kind of way. Like the label can't give them no stupid contract. Like when Nip did his like collaboration with I want to say Atlantic, but I can't remember. Like
Yeah.
they couldn't deal with him a certain way because he is what he is already. Like I don't need your don't matter how much money you can throw at me, like you can't buy what I have. And I think the thing about the control element is like they're gonna put the streaming services in their pocket, because fuck the money, we have all the money in the world, but if we let them get more control than we have, then 10, 20 years down the line we're irrelevant, bro. And remember that SoundCloud era,
Yeah,
although
but if you
it's like smeared with all those, you know, those silly rappers and shit. But that was a period where a lot of independent rappers were eating food as well, you know, bro. That was like a
yeah,
time where a lot of
but
indie rappers were eating, bro. And they saw that
yeah,
shit and they were like, nah, fam, fuck this. Like, no way, bro. Like, Spotify back pocket. Apple is what they are already. So let's go to the table with them and figure something out. Anybody, YouTube is what YouTube is, so let's figure, you know what I mean? Because even again, you look at the Apple Music shit, they're by default, they're a tech company that's one of the biggest players in the music industry, just because of how big their company is. Do you get what I mean?
yeah,
Like Spotify is a tech company. It's not a
yeah,
music company, it's a tech company. And that's what these guys are looking at. They're not just looking at fucking the music shit. They're like, rah, there are other industries due to innovation in technology that are now becoming players in this game. Do you know what I mean? So now we don't have to worry about music labels. We have to worry about a fucking phone company paying artists more than we're going to pay them. Let's go and sit at the table. Do you know what I mean? It's control,
yeah.
bro. All this shit is based on control, fam. Like it's control, man. And as long as people keep signing them
And
contracts,
if
it's gonna be what it's gonna be. You know what I mean? And the
you know what
predatory
it
nature
is,
of this shit, like,
I
go
was
on, bro.
just about to say, motherfuckers ain't gonna never stop signing them contracts because you know what it
Yeah.
is. As much as you know all the information, right? If somebody right now came up to you and say, "Hey, Drizz, man, we really like what you've been doing. You know, we really like what you've been building. We can help you like develop it. We'll give you like 50 mil right now for you to give us like 3 albums." But then in that space where you guess 3 albums, like because we getting you 50 mil, you know what I'm saying? We just
We're
gonna
gonna
need
need
like a little 80%.
we're gonna need yeah, an 85, a 90.
Yeah.
Like, nah, for real,
Yeah,
bro.
right.
For real,
It's
bro.
like that amount of money, and I guess the long term of it. Again, somebody said something very smart to me one time. I can't remember who said this to me or where I heard the shit, but it was somebody talking about selling a business, and they were like, "Check it out. If I'm coming to you, let's say you have like a lemonade business, right? If I come to you and say, hey man, I'll give you $1,000 for your lemonade stand, right? That lemonade stand didn't cost you anything. You make like, a couple hundred maybe every week or whatever, it's, and you're like, or maybe like a couple hundred every month, all right, let's say. And you're like, yeah, fuck it, I'll like buy that. I mean, I'll sell that shit because, grand, it never cost me anything. I'll just make another one or whatever. But it's like, you could have made well more than 1,000. That's what that
Yeah,
person that's offering you 1,000 is extremely aware of. Because they're
yeah,
not trying to pay the uppest price, man. They trying to pay a price where they gonna return their shit.
yeah. Nah, for real. For real, they're
And
trying to
they
get it
know
as
that
low
if
as
I give
possible.
this
And
man, if I give this man this 1,000 now, in like 3 months' time, man will be like 10 racks up, fam.
fam, to exactly what you're saying, yeah. Like Master P, in a
Mm,
documentary about him, he said like a
mm.
similar thing in it. And for anyone who don't know, go and do your research on Master P. Like he's been really about his shit for years, bro. Like, you know what? Round of applause, bro. Like he's because it's to exactly to what you're saying, yeah. To exactly to what you're saying. Like one thing that he clocked early was and he said this in the doc. He was like, "Yo, we were selling CDs out the back of our car, and we had people round the corner every week. Do you get what I mean? Like we was on that." And when they saw, oh yo, Reefer, respect for the follow as well. Make sure you follow Will too, man. If you got YouTube, make sure you follow the YouTube. Hit the link, man. Like subscribe and follow the man them. But yeah, Master P was saying, yo, we've been in the hood our whole lives, yeah. And I'm not making it racial. Master P said this. Master P said it. But it was like, yo, we've been in the hood our whole lives, yeah. And these white people ain't never come and try and help us for no reason, bro. So I'm doing this thing, and a white man want to come give me $1 million. How much do you think he thinks I'm worth? If he's giving me $1 million, how much do you think I can make him, bro? Because this white man ain't gonna give me $1 million for no reason. So if he's offering me $1 million, fam, I'm on at least 10 with what I'm doing. And that was like his whole thing going forward is like, I have everything I need to self-sustain. And they understand that they can make money by working with me. But the difference is I understand it too. Listen, Master P to this day is the only rapper that's ever been a platinum selling rapper, a basketball player. He was a movie star. Like he has done so much shit because of his understanding, bro. Like, bro, because of his understanding of this shit from an early time, fam, back when the labels weren't even too clued up with certain shit. Like, someone like that, he's and it's to exactly what you're saying, bro. It's like, if this person's willing to give me this money, that must mean they can see something that I can't see. Do you know what I mean? Now, unfortunately, a lot of creatives, a lot of the people that create this amazing content that they may not be aware of, they're usually in let's say, a less desirable situation. You know what I mean? Because usually the best art comes from those sort of places. Like the best art comes from pain or comes from, you know what I mean, strife or whatever it may be. Like it comes from difficult places and that sort of shit. And what happens is there are people who have money and all this sort of lavish stuff, and because they're so removed from certain aspects of life, like they're able to live vicariously through these certain parts of art, which if you have all the money in the world, you'll spend as much money as necessary to feel something. That's why, or one of the reasons why, like the actual art industry, like paintings and shit, is so illustrious. Because the thing behind it is there's people in the world who are willing to pay an amount of money because there's a picture that makes them feel certain, or a painting that makes them feel certain.
No, but let me educate you real quick about that painting shit, my boy.
No, listen, I know it's money laundering as well. Like I know it's a money laundering thing. Like I get how they sort of hide their assets within. Like I get that in it. I'm speaking more to the art side of it in it. I'm just saying like, with artists, a lot of times the people that create the art aren't in the best situation, and somebody who knows how to monetize their art will come to them, see they're not in a great situation, and be like, "Yo, let me give you 100,000." To somebody who's living on the poverty line, 100,000 pounds, dollars, yen, euro, whatever you want to call it, 100,000 is a lot of money for a lot of people. Do you get what I mean? And to them, they're giving you that 100,000 knowing that this is £1 million or $1 million thing that's going on, but you don't know that. But if I can give you this 100 and get it from you, you sold it, bro. It's not my fault that you don't know. Like,
listen,
that's what the labels are. They're predatory in it. And they will always go for, and this ties into so many different things, but again, even like the era of like the gangster rap era that's come back recently, and how like the people that are really about the shit. That's on the way out of here, dog. No, it will, because it went before. Like it will go again. It's just
now we're seeing the decline of it now. It's getting out of here, dog.
No, of course, but I'm saying we saw it before in terms of like, remember when fucking like 50 and Jada Kiss and like the late 90s type of like, that was a gangster era of hip hop in it. Like, and then Soulja Boy came and Kanye came and like, and I'm just saying in terms of like the gangster thing that's in right now, like a lot of those people in them situations are coming from deprived areas, which is why they result into this gangsterism. And there's a conscious effort to try and like, yo, let's take that, let's promote that, let's push that, let's put peas into that, And if these people don't know that, like, if you go to the hood and give any nigga in the hood 100 racks, bro, he'll sign whatever piece of paperwork you put in front of him, fam. 100 racks, bro. You don't give a fuck. Yeah, bro. All I gotta do is sign this paper. You take it, fam, because they don't live in a world where contracts. They're on the block, fam.
My
Like, what you
fault.
mean contracts, bro? Like, what's he gonna do? Pull up on me, fam? Like, I'll go fuck, fam. I'll shoot, man. I'll go fuck. Fuck that, man, nigga. 100 racks. I'm taking it. Like, that's how people think. You get what I mean? But it's like the labels that see the millions that can be generated from that shit, they're not trying to share that shit with you because it's control,
Hell
bro.
no, dog.
Because as
Hell
long as
no,
we
dog.
own the revenue, we own you, fam. Because if you realize that you own yourself and it's your talent that's doing this, you're gonna realize that we don't actually matter that much, and we can't have that.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
So 85% all the way around.
But
And they
then
put it in their
again,
jargon
like
and all that. And bro, all you gotta do
it's
is
like
sign this paper. You and your little
but
drill
it's
niggas,
like
all you man are lit right now. All you gotta do is sign this, bro, and you on, fam.
but it's like you said before. It's a loan. Alright, so check it out. I'm an investor, right? And I come to you, Drizz, and I'd be like, you know, I'll give you like, I'll give you 150,000 right now. You know what I'm saying? And then I explain to you like, this is what's going to happen until you give me back the 150,000 or like we make it back or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Man's gonna like hold this piece of the equity. I'm gonna take like a little 60% or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Until like you thinged it off.
Yeah.
But then what they do is they keep being like, oh yeah, nah. But then you know, we went out for dinner that time. I paid for that, so you know, that's on you. Also, on top of that 150,000. Oh, that time when we took you to the Seychelles to that place, that was like 30K a night. Oh yeah, that was also on you. Another 30K on top of that 150. The time
Yeah.
when we went on tour and we did all them tours and we made like a little, you know, couple of little 50,000. Yeah, all right, we split that. I took the 40, but you still ain't paid back none of that 150.
Trust me. And every time you
It's
call your agent, that's a business meeting and you're also expensed for that.
yeah,
You know what
you
I mean?
get charged for that too, fam. And then
Every
you're like,
time,
oh,
like,
let me get my lawyer to see about this and shit.
you get an
Yeah, you
expense for
getting
that
billed
too.
for that too, fam. Oh, let me get some people to audit the thing. That's why niggas don't audit the thing, fam. It costs
It's
fucking,
expensive, bro. It's
it's,
expensive, fam.
it costs a fucking lot, fam.
Yeah, bro. Like,
Yeah,
to
niggas
to
saying,
be
oh, I
able to audit
audited the
somebody,
label,
like a
fam.
label of that entity, bro, you have to at least be like 10 milli kind of deep, bro. Like, you have to audit Universal, fam. You can't audit
Man,
Universal for no $1 million, fam. They'll
wow.
laugh you out the building. Like, that's like a multi-million-dollar thing to do, bro. Like, yeah, it's
It's
wild, fam.
yeah, it's it's much like the world, fam. It's not black and white. It is black and white in the sense that it's fucked and like they do the shit, but it's like it's also kind of grey because like them people do accept. They don't fully know, but they kind of know. And in this day and age, if you not heard that labels are taking advantage of people, where have you been for the last like 8 years, bro? If you sign in a contract today now with them people, yeah, even if they, let's say you read it or whatever, yeah, like you know what time it is, fam. So there's a little bit of like, do you know what I mean? Niggas like Prince was saying that shit, like, yo, don't sign to these niggas, fam. He
Word.
explained, like, yo, they be eating all the peas off the top, fam. And then they want you to, like, he explained it all, fam.
Yeah, fam.
For them
You
niggas
telling me,
wasn't paying
bro?
attention and shit, that's, yeah, man, that's, that's for your own.
Listen,
So
Capricorn
it's not
season 2,
black and
track
white.
2, fam. Yeah, fam.
You get me?
Shit's on there, bro.
It's not black and white like that, fam. It is in the sense that like it's really not cool what they're doing to them people. But then at the same time it's like, yeah, nah, they also them people got a little responsibility in there also. Cause like they enter in these agreements. Do you know what I mean?
Willing participants.
hmm
You know what I mean?
It's not like a motherfucker's like in the office with a gun to his head, like, yo, take this 500 million right now, or else
Exactly.
we're gonna shoot
Exactly.
you, and then we're gonna find your ma and your kids. And no, that's not happening. They're just showing these people this like paper that say, "Oh, you're gonna get this money. Sign here."
And a
The
lot of
motherfuckers
people are
like, "Oh
happy to
shit,
sign it, bro.
let me sign that
Eager, fam. I'll sign anything you want me to sign, bro. Because
right
if you give
now.
me this
It's
money
here
right
right
now,
now."
I'm gonna go crazy, fam. These
Yeah,
man go
fam.
crazy
He like,
buying
"Yo,
clothes and
the
jewels and shit.
contract's here right now. The paper here right now for me to sign. You got a pen?" Nah, don't worry.
Yeah,
Actually, I brought my own. I knew this was gonna happen.
no kind of duress, bro. No kind of
Hell
duress. They were
no.
forced to do
I
nothing,
brought my
fam.
own pen.
Trust me.
How's you
Just in
gonna be
case you
like
didn't
they
have one.
forced me to sign it when you brought your own shit pen? How,
And
fam?
that's why this shit can keep happening, bro. Because unfortunately, in the whole contract world, the legal world and shit, it's like, yo, if you willingly sign this, fam, like, what do you want
Yeah,
us to do
fam.
about it? Like,
Niggas can't say nothing. What they gonna say? Oh, bad luck next time.
bro, do you remember? In fact, hold on. Before I go, let me just play these one sec.
Yo, we also, speaking about tech companies, I'd figured Kanye West would want to venture in that, especially given his tech hardware STEM player. And I feel like this will open up the doors for, more importantly, producers more than anything, because now, just a regular consumer could have more of appreciation for, the instrumentals and the beats that go behind it. So this will be like a new avenue for people to really get into the craft and try to showcase their talent a bit more
You know,
and really try to spread their growth that way.
the thing about that little STEM player is that like, all right, let's say I'm a casual listener. I'm just like a Kanye fan or whatever. Yeah, I'll buy the thingy, play with it for a little bit. Oh, it's cool, and then I'll put it away, fam. I got lots of shit like that, fam. I'll buy this. This will be cool. Oh yeah, it's cool, and I'll put it away, fam. Let's say a producer get it, and he like, oh yeah, this is cool, and he like use it all the time or whatever. It's like the percentage of people that are the say producers, let's say. I don't know, like it's it's an interesting point that like it does definitely open some kind of like thing, but like I yeah, it just doesn't seem very functional, that little thing. It's like a brilliant little idea, and it's like at the seed stage, I guess. And it's probably
Yeah,
going to get developed and be better and shit. In which case, like it will start to like do something. That's if he takes it on and develops it, but it doesn't seem like anything's happening with that. It's just like it's done. It's out.
I think what it is, yeah. Again, we speak about this a lot. The thing with a lot of these artists, it's perception's like a heavy thing in it, and the reason a lot of them are able to maintain their success is because they look successful. So every time they do something, it looks successful, so people continue to buy into it, type of thing. And I
Yeah.
think the reason why we won't really see Ye do anything innovative with it in terms of marketing or just how it looks and shit is because, as you rightfully said, like ultimately people would get it for Kanye and then after that they won't really give a fuck about it. Whereas Ye's shit is he does things where he wants you to give a fuck about this years down the line. Like people still talk
Yeah.
about college dropout and the Nike Yeezys and like these are all things that like still matter in culture. And I think to the point that is it Reefer that Reefer
Reaper.
Rifer sorry Reefer in it, like to the point that man was making about the producers
I
and
mean,
shit.
I
I
get
think
confused.
yeah, we can call you Reefer, bro, because you know what I mean, big Reefer smoke in the air. You get me.
Yeah,
But like to the point he was making though, like with producers, I think something like the STEM player could be really innovative for a producer that wants to be more than a producer, in a sense of
yeah,
what will make the STEM player catch on is if you make other people want to get it and continue to use it. That's what it comes down to. So say let's just pick a producer out of thin air, Boy Wonder, let's say. Boy Wonder gets the stem player, and he starts his, because it's all campaigns, it's all marketing and stuff in it. But he starts his thing where he's
Yeah.
like, "Yo, I'm gonna take you all through these beats I'm making, da 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 da," and then some of these beats going to be like the biggest hits of the summer or whatever. But like his built-in fan base and the built-in people that fuck with him will see, oh shit, he's making these things for the stem player. Like, rah, he made this, and now Lil Baby's on it, and Drake's on it, and this guy's on it, and oh shit, he made a Kendrick beat, and like, but they're seeing the genesis of the beats being made through the stem player, and he's using that as promo to say like, yeah, this, like, yo, only the top producers produce with a stem player in it. Like, if you really want to be a guy in this thing, you gotta produce with a stem player.
You
Like,
gotta have one of these.
listen to all these tracks that man are making. Like, this is the big boy thing, because what that does, that incentivizes his fan base and his audience to be like, rah, wait, I want to be a real producer, fam. Fuck that, I'm gonna go get my shit. And then the other
I'm gonna get
producers in
my
the
shit real
industry,
quick.
you know what I mean, once the rappers start dapping it up and that, the other producers start like, yeah, you know what, I got my stem player too. Yeah, boy, what do you want your shit, boy? Like, I got my shit too, you know what I mean? Fucking like, and then before you know it, bro, it becomes a thing.
Everybody got that.
That's what this shit is. It's like somebody has to do something so much that it makes people change how they behave. Do you get what I mean? Where
But
people just want to be a part of that
there
shit.
hasn't been enough attention in the aftermath of that thing dropping. It seemed like it was like a quirky thing that came with the album,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
as
yeah,
opposed
yeah.
to like a thing that he's pursuing to develop and be like, oh yeah, this is gonna
Exactly.
be cool for like the
Exactly.
producers.
Which is why I don't think we're going to see him do much with it, really. Like, again, unless, say, someone else makes it like a thing, then he'll pick it back up and he'll be like, yeah, fam, like, yeah. But
Even that same company that he did it with.
it was just too specific to, like, his album. Do you know what I mean? It was too specific to that release. And it's like we said about, like, the CLB and the Donda thing, is like, the thing about them is they built up the anticipation for the releases so much that when they dropped, a lot of people were very underwhelmed, because you lot have built this thing up and there's a rivalry and he's dissing him and he's doing this and oh, he posted this about it. Like, they're doing this whole thing. Then the music drops and everyone's like, like, this is kind of what we're waiting for, type of thing. And once people get past that moment,
No.
they're kind of past that moment. And I think, again, someone as smart as Ye, like, you don't get to 9 Billy by not being smart. Like, someone who understands
Yeah.
the pulse of kind of, again, culture and, you know, things like that.
How to move things.
Yeah, thank you. The with an understanding of how to move things. Like, he wouldn't attach his name to this in that kind of way because he's not 100% sure that it will move things. Do you know what I mean? Because even whatever you say about how he went on, like, in the Donda release and the him and the Drake shit, whatever you say about it, like, there are people that do say that his Donda album is like the first time that gospel and drill has been mixed in that kind of way, and how he's made gospel music like secular, but there's still an innovation to what he did. Ultimately, is what I'm trying to say. Like, there's still a level of innovation, which is why a lot of people didn't like CLB, because they were like, there's nothing innovative here. It's the same thing. Which is why when we had the episodes before, when I was talking about it and you man were killing it and shit, I was like, I get that in it. Like, I get why man are killing it, but the music
Nah, it's
isn't
still
bad.
trash.
It's just that.
Nah, he 2-0 right now, dog. He 2-0. What the fuck is going on, my boy? He was the motherfucker. Oh man. Damn, homie. In high school, you was the man, homie. Fuck happened to you, my boy?
Jeez.
2-0 from.
Again, man, you know what's mad? I would almost want to join in just for the sake of the pettiness, but like I don't think it's bad music. I just don't think it's great. I think that's the problem with him.
It's not.
I just don't think it's great.
It's not bad. It's just not good.
Jesus Christ.
Bro, like, man, I was like watching something, like one of them like shorts, and somebody was talking about it, and I was like, that's perfectly the way to describe it. It's not like terrible music, it's just not good.
And I think, again, an artist like him who innovated so much in his career, who was kind of like, he really broke down a lot of barriers just in terms of what a rapper could look like. Because again, the thing I always say to people is that when he first came out, bro, like he got clowned for like the first maybe 4 or 5 years of his career. Like
Oh
people
yeah, for some
clowned
time.
him, bro, because he was a light-skinned actor called Drake from Canada, who was half Jewish. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
he
who used to
talked
sing
about
about
crying
who
over
used to sing
bitches
about girls that
into
didn't
his
want him.
pillow and shit.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he got clowned for time, but in that he innovated what a rapper or a rap superstar could be, and a lot of people followed that same sort of thing. And I think when you do that for a lot of your career, if you start to release what could be considered subpar music, like it's taken that much worse because it's like, dog, like you're the innovative guy, like you're the guy that, even though you can make the argument that he jumps on waves and he steals, and I'm not thinking that. I'm just saying, in terms of perception, you're perceived as a guy who is supposed to move the envelope forward in it, and there's no. It seems like there's no progression, which is back to the dance album you put out. Yeah, this is why I even said with that, like, I don't think it's bad music, but I get why people don't like it. But I'm impressed that he even just put a full dance album out, like as an artist
Yeah,
who
but
studied this guy and how he does his shit. And we could speculate as to the reasons why he did it. Like, I don't, whatever. I'm just saying the public entity that is Drake, really, for the first time in his career since maybe 2008, released an album that was one genre specific. Like, he's not done that for like 11, 12 years, maybe longer.
true.
Like, and
But
for
then
me,
the
sorry, go on.
problem with that, yeah, the problem with that is like I like a bit of house. Do you know what I mean? I'm not
Yeah.
like into the culture of it, but like I know some things.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
know
yeah,
what's
yeah,
good and what's not.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, nah, that sound like it's almost like he found a bunch of people that were like, let's say, really good at like, I don't know, like playing like hip hop live instrumentation, was just like, yeah, now we need your skill level, but to do this. But it's like, this is a different thing. It's got a
Yeah.
different feel. It's got like, there's a different, it's different from. See, if he'd have got like a bunch of geezers like from South Africa or like from like the Swedens and all them like fucking my producers and shit, the shit might have been different. It might have been lit fam. But it's like,
Yeah.
nah, it didn't do it fam. Nah, other
No, and
people are like,
again,
oh
I
yeah, there's
hear
some
that,
that
bro.
creep up on you. Nah, fam. Like
And I
with
hear
that
that,
shit.
bro. I hear that. I
Yeah,
hear that.
nah, I know what's lit when I hear it the first time, and none of those songs did that.
No, and that's fair, and that's fair. Do you know what I mean? Again, when, like, I've only listened to it one time. I've not come back to it. Like, I have no interest in going back to it. But when I listened to it, at no point did I think this is shit. It was just like, oh, okay, oh, all right, oh,
I
okay,
skipped
okay,
I
okay.
skipped the I skipped the majority of them, fam.
There
I
you
was
go.
like
There you
30
go.
seconds in, and nah, this ain't it, fam. Because like I know the vibe that he trying to like catch or whatever. He tried to do like a bit of
And you just
Amapiano,
don't think he did a good
but it
job
was
with that.
pants, fam. No, it was terrible. It
No,
was a
fair play, fair
terrible
play.
attempt.
And that's why I said before, that I'm not mad at somebody saying that. Like, I'm not mad at that take. Do you get what I mean? Like, again, especially if you said, like, I know the lit shit, because I don't really listen to house like that. Like, I'll hear it if I'm somewhere, but I can't say that I really
Again,
listen to
yeah,
house like that. You get what I mean?
I'm not like a deep into house
No, I
guy, but
know, I
like,
know, I know, I
yeah,
know.
it.
But I think
I
even
got
you,
some in my rotation.
I was
You know
gonna say,
what I mean?
even you, because like you've done like a couple little DJ sets and stuff. Like, you kind of have just been around that music a bit more, where you just have a
Yeah.
bit more understanding about it. Do you get what I mean? Like, what I'm saying is, for me, I very seldom listen to house music in it. Like I said, if I go somewhere or so and it's on, yeah, it's a vibe, but I'm not even really listening to the music. It's just the vibe, really. So
Yeah.
again, even me listening to it, I'm also listening to it on a tip of, let me listen to this to hear what it's about. Not even that I didn't want to skip, because there were a few points where I'm like, is this song not finished yet? But it's like, let me just listen to it. Let me listen to it so I can have like so I can have a fair opinion. Do you get
Just
what I mean?
It's only been 30 seconds. Oh, hell no.
Nah, and I don't even mean it in a shady way, bro. That's the mad thing. I don't even mean it in a shady way, but like there were just
No,
certain
no, it's
points
not
where
a
it was just
shady
like,
thing, fam.
rah, like, is this song not finished yet type of thing. But it was like, nah, let me just listen to it so I can have like a fair opinion about it. You know what I mean? So that's why I say like I don't think it's terrible, but I'm not mad at somebody saying that it is. Do you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
I'm
it's
not
like
mad at that. I wouldn't
I
defend it.
get
I
that
wouldn't be like,
I
nah,
get
but
that
this
he's
or you know what I mean? Like
I get that he's like done tracks before. Do you know what I mean? Different genres and that. But then imagine if I was just like, oh yeah, I'm doing like an Afrobeats album. I'm not an Afrobeats artist, fam.
mm,
Because I'm be talking about the same shit that I'll be talking about in my rap shit, just over an Afrobeats thing.
yeah,
Like, yeah, but it's not. That shit ain't about that shit, bro. All that
yeah,
house shit. It ain't about no like, oh
yeah,
yeah, I'm so
yeah,
sad and lonely. My bitch won't hold me. Nah, dog. Them niggas is like, yeah, we getting drunk up in this bitch, fam.
yeah,
Pass
yeah,
me another shot, fam. Yeah, let
yeah,
me smoke, but yeah,
yeah.
girl, come here.
Which again, like I'm not. All right, let me
Yeah.
change what I say. It's more so I'm not mad at him for trying to make a dance album. Now, if he didn't hit that mark, he just didn't hit the mark, and it's simple. Like you said, it's just it is what it is. Do you know what I mean? What it more so the thing I more so think about with this, and maybe it kind of skews my opinion on it. But for me, it's like okay, now there's a potential that we may one day just get a full rap album from this guy. One day, maybe, because the whole thing with him was he'll never do that because he never does a full album of anything. That's not what he does. So for me, it's like, oh shit, you did like a full dance album, like top to bottom. Whatever people think about it, oh shit, you did that. Which means that one day you might entertain this. Do you get what I mean? And for me, that's the last bastion. Like if he does a full rap album and that's subpar, I'm ready to wash my hands of it. Because like I said, for me, the way that I try to like rate artists isn't so much about just what you've done for me lately, but in terms of
But he gonna be.
the quality and quantity that you've given over the course of your career. So even take someone like Pop Smoke, right? Like you know that I have like a real fucking affinity for Man in it, and he wasn't
Yeah.
around for a long time. He wasn't, but for me,
No.
the way that I saw him move culture and essentially introduce a genre that people said would never be commercial into a commercial world. Not that he was the first or anything like that, but a real like, oh shit, bro, he crossed this sound over and people are now doing this fucking dance and everyone like I saw how he shifted culture in an 11-month fucking span, bro. Like he was only active for 11 months, Maggie. 20 years old. Like anyway, like
Yeah.
it's for me, I never judge it against like particularly anybody else. It's like what have you offered in your time that you've been offering us stuff? Do you get what I mean? Which is why even back when Kanye was, you know, carrying on with his shit, as many sort of harsh words as I had for Kanye, I always said like he's not a dumb guy, he's not a thin guy, and like we shouldn't try to marginalize him because we don't agree with his opinion. We can disagree and call him a
No.
fucking idiot if we want, but we can't pretend like he don't have sense or he hasn't done what he's
Nah.
done in terms of what he's provided, because he's another one that moves the needle. And again, the thing
For
for me
real.
with Drake is like the thing that back when we used to get into like these back and forths and shit, and like the thing I'd always say would be like, yo, listen, I hear all of that in it and all of that is true, but when that boy rapped, he rap, fam, because I heard him
Oh
do
yeah,
it
he be
before any
rapping,
of this
dog.
shit. I heard him do it before
Yeah,
any of
no,
this
he
shit,
be
fam.
rapping like a
And when the shit
motherfucker.
came and
That's
he became him, I heard him still do it, fam. And I know, for me, it's like when he do that, he really do it. And I just need to
you know
see
what
him
I
just do
think.
it once in his career, like just really,
My
really do
my
it.
my honest opinion on getting a full rap album from Man as like maybe like he's not gonna do that as the next thing.
Oh
That's definitely out of the question for him.
no, maybe not the next. Maybe not the next. I'm
But
just saying one day in it,
and
just one day.
also like I don't know fam. I don't know fam. It's because the house thing is easy. Do you know what I mean? It's just the beat is a vibe. You know what I'm saying? You say some things, it's easy. Rapping, Nah, dog. That's something else, fam. Especially when you're trying to redeem from 2 losses from your last 3 in the last 5 matches, fam. Like, nah,
But
yeah,
that's
nah.
kind of what I'm saying though, because to your point of what you said about the last album, you were like, bro, nah, that wasn't it. Even with all the shit I was just talking, you were like, nah, bro, like I've heard the lit house music and that wasn't it. He's an artist that exists on perception in it. He can't keep doing this house thing and people saying this is not it, bro. Like his equity goes down, and he's too
Nah,
big a part
maybe
of the
not
market
house,
share
but
to
maybe
keep.
he might like move over to like, the Latinos again and do that whole like Bad Bunny experience and shit.
But Will, to your point though, fam, if he crosses over to anything and he doesn't hit it out of the park, it's a flop. That's the situation
Mm-hmm.
he's in now, fam. Any sound he moves to, if he don't knock that bitch out of the stands, it's shit, bro. Because why are you doing this? Because I've heard the lit version of this. Do you get what I mean? Any genre of music, if you go to the Latin thing, Bad Bunny is already badding it up, fam. And you need to do as good as or better than him. And if you
No,
don't,
you gotta
it's
do
shit,
better
bro.
than him. Not as good as. You
Yeah,
gotta
yeah,
do
yeah,
better
yeah,
than him, fam.
exactly.
Cause you
And if
Drake,
you
bro.
don't,
Fuck.
say Bad Bunny is like a 10 out of 10 for like a Latin album. If Drake makes a Latin album that's a 9 out of 10, it's shit because it wasn't as good as Bad Bunny's. And if it wasn't going to be as good at it, then why would you do it? Like, just stop being a
Why?
culture vulture, stop trying to jump on people. Like, all of that would start. Do you get what I mean?
But
And
you
that's why
know,
I'm saying why I'm hopeful for the rap album is because, like I keep saying, bro, one thing I know that light skinned nigga can do when he fucking decides to do it is fucking rap, bro. Like that's one thing I've heard him
nah,
do at
for
multiple
real,
times in
fam.
his career. I have been ready multiple times to throw this nigga in the trash for just other situations that we'll know about that I won't speak about on the podcast. But one thing I've always had to say is that listen, when he decided to put his big boy pants on and fucking talk to niggas, he can really talk to niggas like he can in it. And if the dance shit don't work, and if you try and go Latin and that don't work, and if these things don't work, the one thing he'll have to try and fall back on is raps, bro. Chris Brown, fam, they
Yeah.
tried to get him out of the paint years ago, fam, and all he could do
And he
was just
came
rely
back with
on
the
them.
raps, fam. No, he did. He actually came back with raps, fam. He came back with
No,
like
he
3
did.
mixtapes back to back with Tiger. One of them was with Tiger. 2 of them actually, because they're the little series.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Fam,
Which were
because
good to be fair. They were good to be fair.
blood, I had all of them, fam. I
Yeah,
had
they were
Boy
good.
in Detention 1, 2. Had what was the thing? I forgot what it was called. The thing with Tiger, fam. There was like
I can
2 of
see it
those.
in my head, but I can't remember what it was
Yeah,
from.
nah. I had all that shit, fam, and I was like, how are they gonna cancel this nigga? This nigga's amazing. I can't believe it. This nigga be singing. How do he rap like that, fam? I can't.
But you
How
see,
do you
even
rap
with the
like that?
rapping, yeah, after the rapping was
Nigga,
done, that nigga went back to singing and dancing because that's what he do.
he
You know what I
made
mean?
Justin Bieber rap like that, fam. And I
Yeah,
was
fam.
like, Justin Bieber be rapping like this now? I ain't even know what. Yeah.
Bro.
Are
And
you?
that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. Like,
he stays, fam.
when your back is against the wall, when public perception is against you, the one thing that you have to try and rely on is what you're gifted at doing. You know what I mean? Like,
Nah,
if
nigga,
Chris
you
Brown
tell
just
them the
kept
life,
rapping,
fam.
fam, if
They
he
got
just
to
kept
rap,
rapping,
fam. If they fucked up, they just got to come back with like 4 mixtapes back to back, fam. Rapping,
but
rap
they got,
hard, fam.
but they got to be good though, fam. That's the thing. Like the thing
Yeah,
about the
that's the
thing why you're
thing.
impressed by Chris Brown is because he's recently done a Drink Champs interview, which is like quite good as well. Like you should watch that if you get a
Oh
chance.
yeah, I saw
But
like a couple
he
clips and
makes
shit. I'm gonna check it
the
out.
thing he makes the point a lot. Like like they were talking about the Drake beef he had, and he was like, the reason a lot of people don't want to get into it with him is because like nobody ever wants to be the guy who was fucked up by the singing nigga, like the light skinned singing guy. Like you don't want to be that guy in it. So a lot of people don't really get in because he'll really put hands on man. But it's like a similar sort of thing. It's just like if a man like Drake go and do anything and it's not fucking Thriller, you know what I mean? It's not the Thriller album, bro. Then it's washed because you're Drake, fam. Like you can't be putting out mediocre shit. We don't want no 7 out of 10 shit from you. Do you get what I mean? Like that's,
Hell no, dog.
and I think that's where the thing comes in, which you could call unfair, but it's one of those. If you get all of the good things of your success, you have to get all the bad things of your success too. Do you get what I mean? And the bad part of his success, again, it was revealed. Obviously, he used to use ghostwriters and shit, which a lot of rappers do, but he really kind of took
Okay, my
the shit for
my
that, innit?
take,
Like,
but my take on that ghostwriter thing.
mm,
Okay, uh, at a certain level as an artist, yeah, there comes a point where like your whole life is scheduled, fam. Like
yeah,
you
yeah,
you like let's say like you on tour or whatever, yeah, like you like traveling to Germany to do a show in Germany. Like you're not gonna like go to Germany and chill out for a bit and like wander around and see the sights and be like, oh, this is cool. Buy some like merchandise and be like, oh, I'm bring this back as like a souvenir, whatever, whatever. Like that's not happening. You're gonna
you're there
land
to work,
at
innit?
the airport. Yeah, you're gonna land at the airport. They're gonna take you to the hotel so you can check your bags. You're gonna go to like some kind of fucking like a interview or something, like a radio thing there. You're gonna like fucking go there over there to like speak to this magazine publication people. Before you know it, blood, it's like an hour before, 2 hours before you gotta go back to like do sound check and shit. Boom, you do sound check. That's like a little 30 minutes, 40 minutes. It's like you don't, it's not what you think. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's like there's so much shit that these people have to do to keep this image of being like this almost like omnipresent, like, I don't know, like a deity for less, for lack of a better term. It's like these people ain't got time to be locking themselves away for 6 months of the year to write an album, bro.
yeah,
Nigga, because when you done that tour, you probably gonna sleep for a couple hours in the hotel. You gonna wake up early. They're gonna bring you breakfast or whatever. Then it's go time again, fam. You got
yeah,
another radio interview. You got another show like later that evening. So you got this radio interview you gonna do in the morning, and then you gonna catch a flight, and you get to the hotel. You gonna sleep for an hour. Like man, like they don't have time for that shit, bro. They don't have time for that shit.
yeah, legit, legit. And that's
So
like,
of course they have 100 writers that are just
yeah.
working in the background making music. Of course they do, fam.
And all of
Because
your
I'm
favorite
touring
artists,
and
all of your
yeah,
favorite artists, yeah,
yeah. If you see somebody that does like a tour that's like that's a big tour. When I say like that's a big tour, it's at least got like let's say 8, 9, 10 different dates in a country, but then it also has other countries like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 countries.
yeah, 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 yeah,
That
yeah,
nigga
yeah,
ain't
yeah.
got no time to be fucking around and no goddamn man. He got about he got about 2 hours once every like 2 weeks to go to the studio, hear the beats, hear what the writers came up with, and fucking finesse that shit so it sound like him, and then run it, fam.
And lay it, bro, because it's business, fam. It's a
It's
business, bro.
business, bro.
Yeah, it's not just fun and
Niggas don't
games,
get
innit?
it, fam.
Yeah,
So I'm not mad at man for getting ghostwriters and shit, cause like man, everybody got fucking ghostwriters, bro. Like fucking everybody, fam, and
yeah,
everybody that has ever done it at that like if you understand what it takes to be a business, not even just an artist, if you understand what it takes to be, let's say, a business owner that functions at that high level like that, fam. You ain't got time to be standing around asking people how their day
yeah,
was and shit, fam.
yeah, for real.
You got engagements and shit. You got people to see, deals to make and whatnot. And that's not like, oh yeah, Monday to Friday and then I chill out. Blood,
You're
that's
working
like
all the time,
the
bro. It's your life.
whole time, fam.
Yeah,
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 because you might not be in work on a Friday to Sunday or whatever, but like if some shit go down in your business, you're not gonna be like, I'll deal with that on Monday.
you gotta handle it, bro.
Especially, especially when even like losing 1% means like you just lost 100,000.
You're gonna handle it,
You
bro.
nigga, sorry, baby, hold on. Let me just put my dick away. I know I was about to give it to you, but goddamn, the company said we lost 5%. She gonna be like, oh my God, 5%? You better get over there.
Trust me.
My
Trust me.
nigga. Man,
Trust me.
it's a different, they need that. They have to have that.
Hmm.
They need every one of them artists that are top level like that are still actively doing it, like doing big tours and shit.
And I've been doing it, fam.
Yeah,
And I've been
nah,
doing it.
they got help from
Again,
all of them.
The thing with Drake is like he really took the public brunt of that whole
Mm,
ghostwriting thing, though, because in a weird way, it's almost kind of accepted as a thing that happens now. Like people know that it's a thing. Like no one
mm.
celebrates it, but people know that's a thing now, and no one
He
really cusses artists the same way. But like he really, in
he
terms of the
handled it quite honorably though, to be fair, because he left it for other people to be like, oh yeah, but what about Nicki Minaj? But oh yeah, what about Lil Wayne? Oh yeah, what about this and that? What about Heedy? What about blah 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 blah?
I mean, yeah, you are right. In terms of just himself, he
Mm,
handled it well.
mm.
I didn't like how it kind of, to me, it came across like he threw not Bryson Tiller,
Quinn.
Quinton. It's like I feel he kind of threw Quinton Miller under the bus a little bit. Like he
Oh, that
kind
was
of let,
fucked up. Yeah,
yeah,
that was fucked up. I forgot about that
like
aspect of it. That's fucked up.
and again, imagine someone like Quinton, yeah, who was just doing his fucking job, bro. Do you know what I mean? He was just doing what
Mm,
he's done for artists before, just doing his job and what he gets paid for. And
mm,
essentially, he was kind of sacrificed to save face for man. Do you know what I
mm.
mean? Like, which I didn't really like that aspect of it because you
I mean,
like you let this nigga really get his name dragged through the dirt, kind of to protect your own
I'm
shit.
still
Do you
kind
know
of
what I mean?
fucked up over that shit, man, because I felt like Quentin could have been like, because I heard about Quentin
I remember you saying,
before
bro.
that
Nah, I remember
whole,
you said,
like,
fam.
all that shit. Do you know what I mean? And I was like, nah, this nigga's lit, fam. This nigga, but like, I'll play it for man, and they'll be like, nah, that's whack, bro. Nah, that's whack. And then that summer when Drake came out with the thing, what was it? Remind me
If you're
when there
reading
was a
this in it,
Regal and all that shit, all that
yeah,
yeah, right. It's like this the album, and then like a couple months later it comes out like, oh yeah, this same geezer I've been telling you niggas like, yo, this nigga lit, fam. He the one that wrote all them records. Here, the fucking the reference records to prove it, fam. Listen.
yeah.
And he on that, oh, women knew money gotta keep it balanced. I said, my nigga.
Well, you remember how all that came out,
But it
innit?
still didn't even cross though, fam. Like, bro, this nigga wrote the songs that you like. What? I don't. What? This nigga dope as fuck. Where your niggas sleeping at, fam?
Yo, listen, man, that's the stock that he has with the public in it, Drake. That's the stock he's got, bro. Like, it was literally people liked it better when Drake did it. Like,
You know,
they did it. You know what I mean?
you
Like,
know what I think is happening to man? His karma is coming to roost because realistically, Drake could have done a Jay-Z and just like been about for ages and ages and ages and ages. But Kanye been moving around the industry doing all this kind of madness and shit. Like his like the end of his thing is not gonna be like, oh yeah,
he
yeah.
did that.
It's gonna
Yeah.
be like, oh, you remember when Drake used to be. It's not gonna be like, oh yeah,
Right.
Drake is, and Drake, but it's gonna be, oh, do you remember when Drake? You can't move like that in life, yeah, and expect for everything to be alright, fam. You can't be telling niggas, oh yeah, if I do a remix on your shit, like that's my shit now. I own that.
I mean, the just to be fair,
No,
just
Drake,
because you
no,
said it. Hold on,
Drake,
hold on,
no,
hold on.
stop it.
Just no, hold on. Just because you said it, yeah. Just because you said it, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm saying you said he could have been like Jay Z, but Jay Z did a lot of that shit too. Like, you know what
No,
I mean?
nigga, nigga. I mean, like, not in the sense of like that he could have been like a Jay Z, but he could have tried to play it the same way and just like not. I don't know, like, yeah, he could have like tried to kind of finesse it in the same kind of way of like, oh yeah, nah, I'm like past this music shit now, you know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
we up now, we
Right.
moguls and we business owners and we, you know what I'm saying, bringing up artists and blah blah. But he didn't do that. He spent his whole career being like, oh, I'll do that record with you because I really like that record. I like that vibe. I feel like it will help me out. But once I do that record with you, that's my record now. You get your
Yeah.
publishing monies from me once we do that record.
Yeah. Yeah. It's wild, isn't it?
Hell no, dog. Man, you ain't gonna last long, fam.
Yeah. And
I
again,
mean, you might
the thing with someone like
in
that
it.
as well is the lyrics are so powerful in it. Like he said this
Mm,
shit in a bar on that 5 a.m. in Toronto song. And
mm,
he was talking and he said like, I'm the only one who's still known for the music. Like that's been a thing that he's leaned on a lot. It's like
mm,
these men are doing all this other shit, bro. I'm the only nigga who's really hot just because of my music, bro. But the
mm,
thing about that, the flip side of that is that if the music starts to flop, then what are you, bro? Do you get what I mean? And it's yeah,
mm-hmm,
man. It's like you said, you know. I don't want to say it's man's karma because that sounds like hate, but
mm.
you
No.
reap what you sow in it. Like whatever energy you give
Mm-hmm.
out to the universe, it comes
If you
back.
go around fucking people over, and it seems like to you in your reality you're getting away with it, I can almost guarantee you at some point when you're chilling, you're not even thinking about it, you forgot about all that madness that you did. Bah! There it will come and it will collect right there, fam. That's how it goes, fam. That's
So
it, fam. Because you're going to be sitting there, you know what I'm saying, chilling or whatever. Let's say, like, you know, you drink, yeah. And now, like you, I don't know, like you, like an 80-year-old man or something, like you decided I'm gonna go to the beach. Ain't nobody gonna like trouble me these days because you know it's been fucking ages now. I'm not like that like thing anymore. The bitches ain't gonna rush at me. The people ain't gonna run up to me talking about yeah, let me like this. I'm just chilling. Couple people gonna be like, oh hey Drake, oh I can't believe it. Oh hey man, hey let me take a picture. Yeah, cool, right? But the majority of the time I'm gonna just be chilling.
right.
Yeah. Oh shit, I forgot where I was gonna go with this shit.
Alright, let me play a voice note while you think about it.
And to add on to that last comment about if, let's say, Kanye does potentially partner up with one of these streaming services, these streaming services have connections to the record labels as well, so they're able to apply whatever technology it is that they're researching, most likely something with AI, where they're trying to figure out what it is, what's the sound that's popping, right? And since they're able to collect all this data from the hardware, as far as like the beat selection for the instruments and just any metadata beyond it, they're able to replicate that with whatever artificial intelligence they got going. So this way they could simply cut out all the, you know, human producers and just do it on their own. The record label's pretty much producing everything. All they got to do is just find an industry plan to fit the mold.
You see to the
That's
point.
a thing that's also happening right now, fam. As much as as much as as much as we might think like, oh yeah, you know, everybody like all these artists are organic and shit. It's like, look, there's there's oh my fault, dog, my fault. There's like singers here that literally their whole only job is to just show up at the studio, sing the song, and then fuck off. They'll show up for the video shoot.
Bro,
Yeah, they'll.
you see what's wrong with music, and I think you were gonna make like a similar point. You see where the reason why we're seeing the music industry slowly dying, like we're seeing it kind of in real time, is you see back when like Marvin Gaye and them were singing their shit,
Mm,
it was coming from a different part of the soul, bro. Like we live in a time now where technology is being used to replicate human experience and human feelings. Like they're trying
yeah,
to AI their way to our hearts in it. But what people don't realize is that kindred spirit, that thing that makes us human, that thing, like you can't. as much as AI can replicate it and analyze it, and you can't create that thing. When Prince sang Purple Rain, like AI could never make Purple Rain. Do you get what I mean? Like, no matter how big
Nah,
a hard drive, how deep the technology go, AI could not create Purple Rain because shit like that comes
no,
from a different part of your soul, and that's why
not
we're
the
seeing the
whole.
music industry die, bro. It's because like it's the majority or the
There's
percentage of
no
artists.
passion in it. There's no
There's
creation anymore. It's
Bro,
like a
there's no
template.
soul, fam. There's no soul in
That's
this
what I'm
shit, bro.
saying.
Everything's about
That's what I'm
streams
saying.
and views and likes and
And for you to
follows
get
and
the most streams, you gotta have. There's a template. Do you know what I
yeah,
mean? Your
yeah,
song can't be longer than 3 minutes. It gotta be in like C major or whatever. It gotta have like these four chords. You gotta like mention colors. Like there's a formula, bro.
yeah,
Bro,
yeah,
there's a thing that I read that's like in the last like 50 years, like a lot of the number one songs have had colors in the like hooks or chorus.
right, right,
And it's like, that's just a simple thing. Oh, I'm smoking on green, having a great day, blah, blah, blah. That's your like hook or whatever, yeah. Like, you've just done you've just hacked basically somebody's psychology when they're listening to that shit. Do you know what I
yeah,
mean? Like there's so much of this shit in this formula that's there because there's a formula to make a fucking like one of those like radio hits. There's like a way of doing it
yeah, bro.
precisely,
Yeah,
like
fam.
a science experiment, fam.
I was literally gonna say, bro, like all of this shit, just because it sounds nice, it's all science, bro. Like all of it is science,
Mm-hmm.
fam. It's, you remember that conversation we had when you were telling me about like you of you just go and shoot some hoops sometimes and it just, you know what I mean, just the feeling it gives. And I
Mm-hmm.
was saying it's just mad how much science and geometry you're actually doing and you don't even realize it because you're
Right
just in the
there and
element.
yeah,
Like that element that you in, that's the human thing I'm talking about, where you
mm,
just coexist with your external reality, where you have this ball and the hoop is there and you
mm.
didn't fucking get a tape measure out and measure it and then do the maths as to what angle you got. You didn't do all of that. You looked at it
Nah,
and you
the
were
wrist
one with
just
your
knew, fam.
environment and you just shot that shit and understood what you needed to do. Like that's the
Mm.
soul that music comes from. That's the soul that art comes from. That thing
Fam,
where you're just
this
one with your environment or whatever the fuck it is and you
this
are able to manifest that. Do you know what I mean?
this how powerful music is. Yeah, like you say, I'll be out there on the course and I'll be like shooting my little shots and shit. You know what I'm saying? Be doing my little thing and shit. And like I noticed that when there's like a certain song that's like real like vibey and groovy and shit,
Mm,
it's like blood. I can do no wrong, fam.
right.
I'll like boom, send it over here, boom, step back, post it, and it's just like swish, fam. It's quick.
Yeah.
When that good vibey song's playing, it's like every shot that goes up while that song's playing, it's like quick, quick,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
close. Do you know what I mean?
No,
But
and
then
that's
when
it,
the
bro.
song's playing and I'm like, yeah, this is cool or whatever, I like it, but then it's not really like this groove or like this vibe. Yeah, it's not as like automatic. Like there's a song that I always listen to when I'm out there called Woodlawn by Amine. Do you know
Okay.
Amine?
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yeah. That song, yeah, there's something about the the bounce of it. There's something about the way that like man attacks the beat and like goes around it and shit. Yeah, that shit just like activates all the shooting, fam.
Yeah, and it's mad, bro. It's mad, like you said.
Mm,
Like it's not like you're actively like, all right, this is playing, so let me, like the sound, the sonics of that shit
mm,
react with like the chemicals and shit in your brain, bro, and like it puts you in a state of oneness where, like you said, you just shoot that shit and you know it's gonna go in, fam. Like you don't even second guess it. Do you get what I mean? You just know this is what I gotta do, and if I do this,
Yep.
that's gonna do that. You know what I mean? And like you just do it. And like you said, the fact that music has the power to do shit like that, music has the power, like, if you listen to a song fucking 10, 15 years ago at some juncture in your life, bro, and there was a one song that hit you, fam, no matter how much time passed, fam, every time you hear that song, it'll take you right back to that place, fam. Like
Right back
music,
to that moment,
like
like,
music is
rah,
like
I
a
remember
time
when.
machine, bro. You feel
Yeah.
everything you felt in that moment, fam. Like, what else kind of does that the way music does? Do you get what I mean? Whether it's good or bad or whatever, it's like music is such a powerful thing. And like I said, there was somebody one day who saw somebody singing and said, "Rah, motherfuckers would pay to hear this nigga sing, fam. Fuck that. Aye, brother, come here. Yo, listen, I know you ain't got shit yet, but yo, hold this bread, fam. Let me manage you, fam. Let me, you know what I mean? Because he knew, listen,
You know
the
what? Yeah,
thing that you
I'll put it
have,
like
bro,
this, fam.
is so valuable. The thing that you have is so
That
valuable that
that
it's like a gold
that
mine, bro.
first moving man, yeah, he was he was simultaneously the most daredevilist and the most like precise thinkingest motherfucker that there ever was, fam. Right? Because you, think about the time, right? Because in general, it's accepted in history that like the music industry as we know it now kind of like started in the 30s, 40s, right? 40s. And then,
30s,
you
but
know,
yeah, 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 yeah.
there was things like happening, and then the Motown era came, and that's where like they started bringing in like you know the jazz guys and the blues guys and all that shit. And it's like those people that did that shit that were like, oh yeah, we'll bring in these guys. The risk that they took in doing that is it's immense, fam. Because at that you gotta think at that time, motherfuckers wasn't trying to hear no jazz or no blues, fam. They wasn't trying to hear no like no soul music and shit, dog. They was like, yo, where the folk music at, dog? Where the you know what I'm saying? Where the country at
Yeah,
or whatever.
yeah. But
You
that's
know what I
like
mean?
these same people, though, like to what you're saying, because you're right, mass wise, people were trying to hear that shit. But we see these people that saw that because they would see every time that these jazz artists would play somewhere, place would be packed out. People always come and want to see this shit, and it's like rah, like people always come here, but no one's listening to this shit. Why don't I sell them it? Like, you know what I mean? It's a deeper level of thinking, man. It's like the business
Yeah,
acumen is
man.
crazy. You know what I mean? It's
It's like I watched this movie, Ma Rainey's Black Bottom. You ever seen that shit?
nah.
It was like a Netflix thing. It had a fucking hell, Viola Davis,
What do you say it was called?
uh, Rainey, something Queen Rainey's Black Bottom or something like that.
Nah, 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 nah.
But basically, yeah, it was the story of how they got this lady called like Queen Rainey. I think it was Queen Rainey. It was something Black Bottom, but they got this lady called Queen Sane. So I'm gonna
Right.
call her Queen. And she's this black lady, you know what I'm saying? She used to like sing at this like burlesque club or something like that. So she was like real like super provocative and like she
All
just
of that.
said
Yeah.
shit. Yeah, she didn't give a fuck about all that standards. Like she was telling niggas like, oh yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm out here just the same as you, like
Was she the
back in
one that
them
was
days.
saying like "suck my pussy" and like all that wild shit back then? I know there was one female artist who was like
Yeah,
saying
yeah,
wild shit back then.
all that fam.
Right, right,
Blood,
right.
like the song that like proper blew her up, yeah, was the one where she's singing about how she came from the black bottom, but because she got this black bottom, you can all kiss this black bottom. Basically, kind of was the gist of the song.
Right, right, right.
And
Okay.
she came from the black bottom. and then she rose up. She got this black bottom. It was something. So you can like it. The basically was the gist like yeah. I came from the bottom. I'm up now. Kiss my ass, basically.
Okay,
And the
okay,
blood
okay.
in them days, that was a black person saying kiss my ass. Are you
Yeah, yeah,
fucking
yeah,
mad? I can't be hearing no niggas telling me about no kiss my ass. What the fuck?
yeah. Legit,
Hell no. But
legit.
the record, the geezer that like wanted to like sell her music, yeah. Blood, she was ruthless as well, fam. Cause she knew like, oh yeah, if you gonna be offering me this, that mean you gonna make this. So like, let's really talk in it.
Yeah,
Like she
yeah.
was on it like that, fam.
Right.
So like she basically had an agreement with this man where she kind of like had him by the balls, basically. You know what I'm saying? So like the demand got so high that like, yeah, nah, she had him by the balls, fam. She was like he'll book like the studio for her, yeah, and then like she'll just like show up whenever she feel like, and she got like a fucking her little girlfriend, and then she got like another guy that she fucking and he like chilling over there somewhere, and like yeah, whatever. Before they start recording this shit, she'll be like, somebody get me a coke. I ain't gonna record if I ain't got no coke. Like blood, like she
It was on
yeah,
her diva thing, like.
yeah on her thing, fam. And like basically, yeah, the whole thing like was this like a biface between like this black woman just like controlling this thing and like the demand for her, right? But then on the other side, it's like there's this white geezer that's trying to like sell it to the masses, as it were. And it's
Yeah.
like blood. He he didn't have an easy time, fam, on either side. Do you know what I mean? Between this black lady telling him to kiss his ass, and then the fucking market telling him to kiss their ass as well, fam, because like we're not going, like, yeah, he had a hard time, fam. And it's like the risk that them man took here to bring that, it's like everything happens for a reason. Yes, they wanted to take advantage, but now that is here and it's ours and we have the power to control the shit. Now that we're realizing, oh shit, we got the power to control the shit. Yeah, nah, like, red. Yeah, we got to salute that one time, fam.
Nah, I hear that, man.
Of course, cause again, it's like, a powerful weapon is a powerful weapon. You know what I mean? If if you have you ever seen Guns Akimbo?
Nah,
The thing
nah.
with Harry Potter where he got guns strapped to his hands. Call him Harry
Blood
Potter, but I'm
clot.
gonna write
Nah.
this.
I've definitely I've definitely heard that.
Yeah, nah, he like it's this film where he just like wake up and he got like guns strapped to his arms and he trying to like do normal shit, but he
What
got
so
guns strapped to his
he's
arms.
Edward Blicky hands, like.
Yeah, basically, fam. Yeah,
Edward Glizzy
and
hands, fam.
like
Fuck it all.
yeah.
That's wild.
But like, it's like he. Wait, what was the reason why I brought that up again? Fuck. Power Rangers Black Bomb.
You were talking about the lady before and how the people obviously took the chance because, you know what I mean, it was hard to market and stuff. He then went on to say, like, have you seen this film? He's like, he wakes up with the gun strapped to his hands.
Uh, fuck. Yeah, there was like a whole like thread there. Now just fucking
Think about it.
I fell
I'll
out of it.
play through some of these. You think about it.
But yeah, for real, bro. Not to take anything from, the organic process that goes into creating music. Of course, nothing will ever be able to replicate that, right? It'll never be able to get to that level, but you could certainly emulate that or try to make something that tries to get as close to that feeling as possible based off the data that you do have, right? Because it all breaks down the science, as you guys said, right? The chords, there's colors to it. there's a whole process to it. Well, what if Apple, they have access to so much data beyond just the music itself, right? That you got your Apple Watch, it's able to track your health, see how people are feeling, right? Just based off of those vitals. So they could go ahead further, try to mold the certain music for whatever that listener might want to hear. It might not work, forever, but certainly temporarily, fast paced for whatever short-term goals these companies have.
Nah, you're definitely right in terms of
Nah,
like
for real.
technology advancing the thing. Like, I definitely hear that. I think the fine line with it is it's like the self checkout machine in supermarkets, right? Like,
Yeah.
conceptually, it's a good idea. Like, you get your shit, you have to talk to nobody, you can remove the human element. But the problem is, if there's a problem with that, and if they just put self checkouts everywhere and there's no staff helping, if this thing is scanned something wrong or something goes wrong and you look around, there's no help, it's fucked in it because there's no human element to deal with the ambiguity of certain things. And similar in music, I think what happens is, and Reefer sounds like a producer, just the way he's kind of talking. Like,
Yeah.
I'm making an assumption, but it
Or at
sounds like
least
you produce
somebody that's
music.
very clued up in this music business. Hey, if you
Yeah.
know some shit about some music business, let's talk, my G. You know what I'm saying?
Now, for
We
real,
need
man,
to
he
be we
followed
need
us,
to be
so yeah,
informing each other. You know what I'm
we'll
saying?
we'll follow you back, bro. Definitely. You know what I mean? Because you sound,
In fact,
if you're
I'm gonna
not a
follow you
producer,
right
you
now,
sound like
dog.
you compose music to some degree in it. But I agree with
Yeah.
using technology to, because again, bro, like, I'm a recording artist, Will's a record, like, we do this shit. You know what I mean? So I fully hear that. I think what happens in a lot of cases though is people become too dependent on the technologies when it comes to a lot of this shit. Do you get what I mean? And I mean that in the sense of, say, you couldn't use any fucking like DAW, like any digital, analog workshop sort of thing. Like,
Alright, come see
would
me,
you
fam. I got you,
would you
my
still
boy.
be an
Yeah.
artist? You know what I mean? Would you
Hell
still be a
yeah.
musician?
Hell
Like,
yeah.
would that
Hell
that's what I'm also
yeah.
speaking about. There are people who are producers because, and I'm not speaking about Reefer particularly. I don't know, man, in it. Like, I'm just speaking generally now. But there are people who are producers because they love music, because they play instruments and they've always been musical, and this is a way for them to channel that love of this thing, and it's just a new way to create music. And then there are some people who are producers because they see the profitable ability of being a producer, where there's not really so much a love for music, but like Will said, you know what? I can figure out the science of how to make a fire beat. If I just keep practicing, I can figure out how to
Oh,
do that.
it's a book, nigga. You ain't gotta figure that shit out. It's a book, dog.
And that's what I'm saying. And there's a lot of people who produce on that side of thing. They're more so called beat makers, but like they it's not about the love of the shit. It's like, all right, let me just do a shit that does this because
Right.
somebody will buy it, or somebody will think it, or somebody will this, or somebody will that.
Well,
And I think again,
certain will happen with it.
if you remove like the technology element, they wouldn't still be artists. You know what I mean? And I'm definitely not a good bro. Like, technology is a very vital part in how I create my shit. So I'm definitely not against that. And technology, like,
Oh no,
advancing the
we
shit,
need
like, I'm
that.
for that 10,000%. I just think it's really important to, in any aspect really, to always in some way ensure that human element, like, bro, you know it, fam. There are some producers, when they play some shit, you can feel the soul in the shit that they're playing, even if all the instruments are like automated and all of them are like digital instruments
Like
and shit.
ninth wonder, fam.
Like, knife, like, you can
All
hear
he
the
do is
soul in the
chop up
shit,
records, fam. But it's like,
bro.
nah, that shit. I know that record that you chopped up, but that shit is that's its own thing. It's got its own spirit, fam.
Yeah, legit. Like, even someone like Ye, you know what I mean? Like, going back to him quickly, like, when he chops these things up, a lot of the time, not all the time, but you hear the soul in the shit. You hear like, oh shit, I hear how your brain, or even, bro, the fact that your brain found this beat out of this sample is crazy. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of that. Like, there's still soul in it. You know what I mean? And I think there's just a lot of people in this shit that just, it's not about the soul, man. Like, this shit's not about the soul of it, man.
Yeah, because niggas out here selling their whole life for 150 racks, fam. How they gonna be sold in that shit, fam?
Shaking their ass for 150 racks in it.
Man,
Stripper mentality,
Shaking
bro.
their nah, nigga, they shaking their ass for 10, fam. They selling their whole life for 150 racks, fam.
But you see why I rate the strippers over these sort of niggas, yeah? Because at least the strippers just do it with chest in it. No pun
And they're
intended, bro.
just like, yeah, nah, we just out here, fam. This is
We
what
just,
we doing.
this is what it is, from. Like, this is what it is. Dash the money in the air. We're gonna pick it up, bro. They at least just do it with
And then
chest.
later, yeah, we gonna
But like,
pick it up while we shaking our ass, fam.
mm, but a lot of these rappers, bro. Listen, fam. Bobby
Yeah, they
Schmurder
doing
was.
the same shit, fam.
In fact, let me just play this voice note before I go. Actually,
Oh yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I do dabble in music production here and there. I'm not really an expert on the music theory side of it, but I try to manage around it with whatever sounds good to me, right? Kind of like self-taught in that process. And yeah, I see you guys' point. I agree with that. Like even today, music production has been made so much easier than when I first started. Like when I first started, I still use FL Studio. I've been using FL Studio, a couple other DAWs here and there. But now you could just go to Splice or any of these websites, right? And you can just drag loops, and it has everything in key for you, right? It's already set up for you. Not to take away from those producers, because it still takes some certain skill to do that as well. Just that you don't need to go through that whole another process to get to that point. So yeah, everything's being made much more easier now. I see that for sure. But
nah, legit, man. It's right.
what you take away from that is your own input to really be creative.
Nah, he's right, man. Because you see, even back in the day when you hear, like, again, you said Knife Wonder before, how they talk about how they used to go through the crates to find records and shit. Obviously, because of just the age that, say, you and myself find ourselves in, that's not really something that exists in the same way. But that same feeling, same where, like, looking like, yo, let's find some shit that we can sample. Like, that same thing of going through that process. You use the technology to do that, but there's still the soul there in it. And, like, I think any technology that comes out, someone who really gives a fuck will always find a way to bring their soul through that. So even the Splice thing he said, someone who really cares will like, yo, this is a great tool to use. I'm going to use this to create something really dope. But unfortunately, there's a lot of people, it's just a cash grab, man. Like a lot of people, it's just, we in the age of cash grabs, bro, in the age of cryptocurrency and stock, and like everyone's just trying to get a quick flip, fam. Everyone's trying to come up, bro. And any way they can do it. And music now is just, well, the music industry for a lot of people is it's similar to stock or crypto, bro. People are, all right, let me just put some money into this. Let me just see if this develops over time. You know what I mean? See what we can do with this. If this goes up, you can put more money into it. You know what I mean? And if not, then fuck it. And
we just do something else.
As innovative as this guy is, yeah, and I'm saying this jestfully, like, but this is all Soulja Boy's fault.
Do you reckon? Nah, it's Collie Park's
I'm
fault.
obviously
fault
joking, innit? I'm obviously joking, but the reason I say that, yeah, the reason I say that
that's why
is
I ran
because
it back with the Collie Park and
is is because Soulja Boy was really the first major instance of somebody who was clearly just a kid that grew up in this new hip hop era that almost made like meme music, where it's like, again, you have to remember that time, like to be a rapper them times there, you had to have some sort of street cred. You had to really,
you
you know
got
what I
that
mean, you had
piece
to
of
have
body you're
something.
saying.
Like you couldn't just be a civilian, bro. That's not how that shit worked. And Soulja Boy was like the first guy who was just like, nah, I'm just a normal kid, bro. Do this dance, you know what I mean? We're gonna party it. And like,
I got glasses with some Tipex on. It's cool.
you know what I mean? Like,
You
yeah, I got
don't
this
need
tiny
this
little
also.
chain. You know, because you remember that the Crank It video, fam. Like, he wasn't dripped out or nothing, fam. Big baggy
Nah,
red tee, fam. You know what I mean?
but the outfit was the latest, fam.
But it was iconic, bro,
Bro,
because
bro, at that time there, that was the latest outfit that man had seen, fam. My little 14, 15-year-old brain was just like, Ross Cleat, fam. What kind of, where you get an outfit like that, fam? He had the
and again,
babes, the
even
Superman babes and shit, like,
fam,
dog.
even you see the
He's
Soldier
killing
Boy
it,
thing,
dog.
yeah. Even whatever people think about him, like, there's soul in that. Like, there's something about him that makes him him. That's why we love Soldier Boy to this day, because that's the thing that he
Dre?
does, bro. Like AI can't do that. Do you get what I mean? AI can't do that Drake in that moment. Like Drake, AI
Drake,
can't do that. Like there's a human
Drake.
thing about him which makes us love him. You know what I mean? Even if he's just being a clown or whatever, it's like there's something real about that. And so when I say soul, I
Yeah,
know often people think about like the soul singers and like conscious and this.
yeah, nah,
Like
nah, nah,
I just
nah,
mean
nah,
like that
not that.
human thing that just makes it like, oh shit, like that. Bro, that nigga
The
was in the
little
interview with a
mistakes and
Gucci
shit.
headband on. I'm all like, what about Drake? He went, Drake?
Drake,
Drake?
Drake. The
Fam.
nigga didn't get
Hilarious,
banned
bro.
by Pusha T.
Fam.
The
Now, if
nigga
I,
was hiding his kid from the world, but his kid wasn't half from the world.
fam, hilarious.
Drake.
Hilarious, bro.
And
Hilarious,
then they
fam.
said, "Oh, what about Tiger?" They said, "Tiger, Tiger."
Bro, and the world that they want to get to, yeah, is they want AI to be able to do that. That's what they're trying to get this shit to. They want AI to be intelligent enough to
They
be able to
cannot.
do shit like that.
Maybe
But it
you know
can't, bro.
what? Hey man, hey listen, man. I saw this video, and it was like obviously, it was previously thought that AI couldn't like draw or like make sense of images and shit. Nah, they done built an AI that makes images from. You tell it a word, red ball, and it will make you a red ball on the screen.
Aye, bro. It's as simple as this,
They
yeah.
got that, fam.
Fam, it's as simple as this, bro, yeah. If God made humans and humans were able to do all of this shit, what makes us think that the thing that humans make won't be able to do mad shit too? You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
it's true.
Tiger will do some ill shit, bro.
It's
Trust
true.
me.
It's true. It's true. It's
We,
true.
the thing about us is like we so blinded by knowing things.
Yeah. Blinded by knowledge.
Yeah, we so blinded by knowing things that like we forget. Like, oh yeah, nah, it's a bunch of shit that you got no idea from. Like right now, you can only see like a small percent of what's actually happening in whatever environment that you're in. Like
Yeah.
literally like a small percent, like up to 5%. The
Literally.
rest of that space that you can't see, there's shit happening there, bro.
Yeah.
You think that the shit is just there for you? Oh, Charlie, you're gonna be here and gone from the other 95%, whatever it is, it's still going to be there.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
It's like,
It's like
man,
it's like they say about like knowledge and wisdom in it. What there's like a saying, something like knowledge is knowing what to say and wisdom is knowing when to say it. It's like we're so blinded by like the fact and the not this and again, I'm somewhat like, bro, I operate on like, I try to live my life like as logically as I can in it, as I make sense of the world. I try to just move logically, so I get it in it. But the deeper soul, the deeper spirit to that whole shit is the intangible shit. Like go back to basketball, bro. When they talk about certain players like Mike Jordan and all this sort of shit, it's like they
and
had
slow.
the
You think?
intangibles and slow, fam, and secret life, fam. What do you mean, bro?
Hey, listen,
But it's like you
they had
take
the intangibles.
you take a player like Michael Jordan, yeah, who wasn't the most fit. Like compare him to LeBron James, for example. Like LeBron James is physically superior to him. Is like has so many in terms of stats and shit, so much superior. But Mike had that thing where it was like he would just manifest shit into life. Like fourth quarter, they down, and he's like, "Bro, we just not gonna lose this game." Like when someone's able to connect to that part of self, where it's just like, "Bro, I believe so much that I'm going to win, that I will sacrifice my entire body to win this game." Like that sort of shit, you can't teach per se. You can mentor it, but you can't teach that. If someone either has to have that or they don't, you know what I mean?
No, I believe that everybody, uh, everybody is born the same, but the conditions that we under and the shit that we see and the things that we're exposed to is the difference. You know what I mean? Especially like the ideologies. Like as a baby, you know nothing, fam. But your parents have ideologies that they teach you. They say, oh, as a black boy in growing up in England, you gotta like, stand out and work twice as hard as everyone else. That's like a common ideology. That's like, which
Mm.
there is much truth to that. But again, when you're speaking from an analog reality terms, it's like, blood, if you have shelter and you have food and you have a way of uh, chasing your aspirations, nigga, you lit. You lit as fuck. And we all have that every day, fam. It's just we have this other noise to say, I gotta pay my bills, I gotta do this, oh yeah, shit, I gotta go and meet, blah, blah, and oh man, I gotta chill with these people because they're gonna think like, oh, blah, blah, and then I gotta do this because they're gonna think, oh, and then like, oh, I can't step out of my house looking like this because they're gonna think, oh, nigga, all that noise, it's just distracting you. What's real is that, like, you're there right now, you're sitting in that room, yeah, that's you're talking to me. We talking, having a conversation. That's real, fam.
Mm. Nah, I
All
hear
the other shit,
you.
all the other shit. Yeah, nah, that's something else, bro. It's like this. It's like a. It's like a parasite. It's like a parasitic, fucking, like a demonic entity that, like, just as soon as you enter this living space that is like the earth and this reality, it gives you no straight away, bah, bopping you over the head with ideologies and shit. It's not like the people that are teaching you all this shit don't love you. They love you to the ultimate, but they just got the same. So like they telling you all the stuff out of love, but it's like you don't stand. It's gonna fuck me up.
Yeah, yeah.
And then I'm gonna be fucked up and not even know that I'm fucked up, just like you be fucked up and not even know that I'm fucked up. And then I'm gonna teach my kids to do the same shit, and we're gonna be doing the same. Round, 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 round. I'm gonna teach. They're gonna teach. They're gonna teach. They're gonna teach. It's like this thing that straight away, fam. As soon as a little baby Drizz is born, it's like, oh, a baby Drizz is born. I'm gonna go over there and like attach myself straight away. Bah, like, because again, like I say, the people around you as you growing up, they inform how you interact with the world, how you see the world, how you think about it. You know what I'm saying? Because they're giving you the initial ideas that lay down the blueprint that make you.
Mm.
So now you go out into the world with this blueprint and you find out it's a bit different. All right, I'll adjust it. And now you've made your own blueprint. But it's still based on this parasitic demon entity telling you that, like, uh, you know, you gotta learn spelling. You gotta
Mm.
write your own sentences. You know what a right is? Not like, oh, I have the right to do this, but like a right as in like, it's a ritual. Like, as in like a rite of passage. It's like a ritual. This is
Mm.
what all of this shit is. We born, straight away, they start teaching us, as early as they can, they start teaching us about the rituals and how things are done here. Under the spell of this demon entity that's telling you, like, oh yeah, now you should go to work every day for 40 years and then, like, retire with fuck all because, yeah. Don't worry about those people that figured out that you don't gotta listen to that little demonic entity and fucking make billions. Those tyrants Horrible people, disgusting. They do all kinds of dirty, disgusting. But don't you do some dirty, disgusting shit in your own life too? Not you personally, Drizz, but I'm just, the listeners out
Yeah,
there in general.
yeah.
Some shit that make you feel like, oh, I'm a despicable human being. You do that shit. So how do you go and look out in the world and see these people that's doing whatever, they prospering or whatever? Yeah, something come out about like, oh, they done this. So now you sitting there in your crib feeling bad about like, oh yeah, this person didn't really deserve that. They just done some dirty shit to get where they at. Okay, fine, they did. Maybe they did some dirty shit. But the fucked up thing is, you also did some dirty shit. But you're just that going to work in your 9 to 5 every day, doing the same shit. Even the nicest motherfuckers, bro. Even the nicest person in all the world, fam. You've hurt someone. Profoundly enough that it hurt you that you hurt someone that deeply. Everybody has got that shit, bro. So it's like, man, you know,
Nah, I hear that, fam. I hear that. It's like, even to what obviously we were saying, and with that point as well, the intangible shit, even if you want to take it to that
mm,
level, is the difference between, like, you said Jay-Z before, and this another nigga from Brooklyn who didn't, like, even if you want to take it to that thing where, I mean, the rite of passage and the ritualistic side of it, like that intangible thing, that thing that all human beings are blessed with. There are people who go through different means to get that. Again, I'll go back to Michael Jordan quickly. Like, I mean, the documentary on him that's on Netflix and shit. And, I mean, a lot of
yeah.
the people there are saying, like, listen, Mike was brilliant, fam. Like, we saw Mike do things that we've never seen people do, but he was kind of an asshole, bro. Like, you know what I mean? He was a bit of a dick, bro. Like, and I say that to your same point, is to say, in the pursuit of happiness, I guess we call it, in this life, a lot of times in our pursuit of happiness, we will usually cause someone else some form of unhappiness along the way, in whatever
Yeah.
way that may be, in whatever extreme or whatever it might be. But it's important to understand that that is a part of the human experience. Like, it is a part of what happens, and the best thing you can try to do is not move with malice in your heart. Again, unfortunately, we live in a world where usually people that are able to prosper to a high financial state, if you do a personal profile on them, like, a lot of these people are psychopaths, bro, like, and sociopaths, fam. And they, like, I
It's
was saying
very
this on the
true.
last week podcast, in it, I was saying,
But then,
with someone who is a billionaire, just one sec, bro, like, with someone who's a billionaire, like, the concept of being a billionaire, in order to get to that level of wealth, you have to be okay with human suffering on some level. Because in order for any kind of industry to generate that kind of fund where it gets to those levels, means that you're depleting something from somewhere. Like, nothing sells like that don't take. That's why it sells so much, because it's valuable. Whether that's
but
like
then
nutrients from the earth, whether
when the
that's like,
money, but when the money print is infinite, is that really the case? Because
say
they
that one
don't
more time,
stop
sorry.
printing that. I said, when the money print is infinite, is that really the case? Does somebody gotta lose for me to be a billionaire? Not really,
Absolutely, bro.
because they keep
Because
pressing the
I
button
hear
every
what
day,
you're
fam.
saying about the money printer, but even with that, it's not printed to where it's socially acceptable that money's printed. Like, they do their things behind the board, but ultimately,
My
in
nigga, they've
terms
been
of
doing
just
that shit
how,
for the last 3 years.
no, I hear you, bro. I'm not
And telling
disputing it.
us,
Like,
like, yo,
it,
we've been
it's
pressing this button like a motherfucker.
no, listen, I'm not debating that. If you really want to get to it, bro, like, all of this shit has been broke since, like, the 20s. Like, no, the late 1800s, bro. Whenever that American Revolutionary War thing was, like, everyone went broke then. No one's got their money back since then. All of this shit has been debt since then, in it. So, like, I hear that. But what I'm saying is, in terms of just how the construct of money works, Amazon, for example, For my man to get to that level, he has to be okay with understanding that we're going to destroy parts of nature to build these factories. We're going to do things to put other companies out of business so that we can take over their... Like, there are things that we will have to do that will cause destruction and pain to other people for us to get to this level of money. And we have to be okay with that. It has to be numbers on the board. Again, when these, like, world leaders... Well, okay, we know it's not the world leaders, but for the sake of people listening, when these world leaders and shit are making these moves and doing these things and putting troops on the ground and sending people to war, like, they don't give a fuck about nobody's who's in the army. You know what I mean? They don't give a fuck about no civilians that get killed on the way. Like, bro, there's a term that exists, yeah, called collateral damage.
Collateral damage.
The fact that there's a term that exists that basically means innocent people die for shit that has nothing to do with them is what I'm talking about. Like, you have to be okay with that as a concept that exists to get to that
But
point
then
of
the
being a
fucked up
billionaire.
part is
Yeah.
that exists anyways, fam. Do you know what I mean? That, like, in reality, as like I say, in the analog reality, that exists anyways. Do you know what I mean? Gazelle just chilling there doing his thing, having a peaceful lunchtime or whatever. Lion come round and say, I'm hungry too, fam.
But you see, this is where the difference is. I don't want to interrupt you, but this is where the difference is, because that's a point that people make. You see the difference with nature, yeah? Animals don't kill for sport. Animals kill as a part of the cycle of life, meaning they're pre-wired. I eat this thing because I need to eat. The animal doesn't hate the thing that is chasing or eating. It doesn't hate
Yeah.
it. It doesn't have any malice towards it. This is a natural
But
part of
then
the cycle of what we do. What I'm saying is the billionaire
But
thing.
then they
It's not
also
like
fight
it.
for territory. They like that. In the same way, they also fight for territory, and it's very important where you mark your markings of like how big your territory is. Because like you know what I'm saying, you're trying to get bitches and shit. Like if you got a low ass territory, ain't no bitches gonna be fucking with you. They gonna be fucking with Simba up
I,
the
I
road
hear
because
what
he
you're
got like
saying, but
big
you're
territory. You
getting
get
away
like
from
so
the
it's
point that
the
I'm saying. You, like, because you're right in it. Like, you're right. But what I'm saying is the difference with
my
that
fault.
is that that's nature, meaning there's no malice that exists in the animal's heart as to why it does these things. It protects its territory because ultimately it's trying to pass on its DNA to move forward. That's what it's pre-wired to do. And I understand that element also exists in humans. But what I'm saying is when two alpha males are fighting over shit, it's not like I hate this motherfucker, I'm gonna kill him, it's like I have to eradicate this in order for me to survive. I don't have any personal feel. That's why, bro, certain times you'll see them document animals at the waterhole, and there'll be a lion there thing, and there'll be deers over there and this there, and everyone's chilling because everyone's got what they need. And the lions won't just kill this thing because we hate them. We only kill y'all because we need to eat. If we good and we got our shit, y'all can chill, do whatever the fuck you want, bro. Like, you know, do you know what I mean? I'm saying in human beings, we don't exist in a world where like in nature like that. We exist in
Yeah,
this thing, that same demonic energy you were talking about.
that
We
demon
exist in that.
parasite thing,
Do you get
as
what I
I was
mean?
telling you.
And in order for people to ascend within that structure and system, again, money isn't something that exists in nature, bro. It's something that has been created to, again, control, bro. Like, control. And it's like, for someone to ascend to that level of money, you have to be okay with, we gonna knock down this entire rainforest and put factories here, bro. We're gonna destroy like all of this shit over here so we can put this here, and yeah, all these animals will die and shit. And yeah, there's a couple like indigenous people and yeah, whatever. Or fucking people who
Fucking,
build
we'll
buildings
just
and
put
like,
them in
yo, yeah,
houses.
we're gonna evict all of the people out of this area. We're gonna knock this whole shit down, and they don't give a fuck about these people, their lives, or if someone's sick, or they don't really give a fuck. Really, if they could get away with it, they would just come and knock the shit down with the people in it. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. Like, to get to that level where all you see in the world is just money and money, to get to 1 billion,
but
bro,
that's the
it's a
curse of
different thing.
reasoning, isn't it? That's the curse
Yeah,
of reasoning,
yeah.
fam. It's like we've got this gift of like reasoning, but then it can also turn on us because we can start to reason against ourselves, i.e., oh yeah, I'll just like build this one factory here and knock down this little acre of trees, it'll be alright. Ah shit, I made so much money. I can go plant other trees elsewhere. You start to reason the shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'll just cut these ones down You know what I'm saying? And then we'll do our thing here and expand our shit. And then we'll plant other trees like we reasoning. It's like this. See, because that demon parasite thing, it uses your reasoning against you.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
Because
yeah,
it's literally the basis of how you understand like this reality. Like I'm walking in my kitchen right now, and there's like there's a cup here, there's a plate there, uh, there's like a bottle of oil there. But like all these things are like words. Like those words are not what that thing is. That thing is a thing of its own. We just use cup or plate or bottle of oil
yeah,
or whatever.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
But that demon entity parasite thing, that noise, it took what is the cup, like the actual object itself, and called it cup. The fucked up part is we so rely on that shit because that's how now we share ideas and shit. That like cup is cup, bro. I can't come to you and be like, here, um, I got this cup here, and put some dinner in there for you. Because you're gonna be like, nah, dinner go on a plate.
Well, you know what they say, G, in it. They say, to that point you're making, how everything is actually its own thing. When, and I've never done it. To be fair, I'm not against it, but I've never done it. But they say like people that do like acid or LSD or shit like that. Like if they take like strong dosages, people are like, oh shit, I'm one with everything and everything's alive, and
Mm-hmm.
like they
Mm-hmm.
say that's what that whole concept is in it. It's like it awakens a part of your like your pineal glands and shit, where you're able to, bro. You said it before, fam. Like we see like 5% of the things in the air that are actually in the air in it, and
Yep.
it's like we're so conditioned to this that we think that this is like normal. It's it's
This all
the,
there is.
it's the same concept as like if there's someone who's just had bad eyesight from when they were born, and like they've just always not been able to see, and they just grow up like that, and they just think that's what it is. If you put like glasses on them and they can see perfectly, bro, like that shit
They're
can
gonna
fuck
be
with you, fam. It's
baffled
like,
for a
oh
sec. Like,
shit,
how
bro,
do you
like
mean? So you mean it
I
was
can
like
see
this the whole
everything,
time?
bro. Like it's a whole new world, you know what I mean? It's like, wait, this was here the whole time, like, and it's that same sort of concept. It's like there are things that exist, but because we're only tapped into like 5% of this shit, we don't even see that shit. Do you get what I mean? And people that are able, this is what I'm
You
saying,
know
bro. A
what's
lot of
even?
people that tap into that different part of the brain, fam, like unfortunately we live in a world where people go through negative means to do that. That's where that like sociopath and psychopath shit comes from, where it's like certain
You
people
know,
just have certain levels of chemicals in their brain where like empathy and shit, it just don't matter. Like you don't care how many people died. It's okay, like cool,
but you know
keep it
what's
going. Like
you
you know
know
what I mean?
you know what's ill, yeah. Those psychopath motherfuckers, yeah. Those people that give no fucks about the whole rest, the fuck the whole rest of the world. We're still making money, right? Today, aye, good, good. Those people, yeah.
Mm.
They got wives and kids and shit. You know what I'm saying? They have times where they're like tender and loving and oh hey kid, it's your birthday, come here. You want a car for your 16th birthday? The kid is, oh my god, I can't believe it. That shit melt man's heart, fam. But then you go to work and he'll fuck everyone over, fam. And then he'll come home and be like, oh honey, you won't believe it. The day I had today fucking over all these people, it was insane. Mwah. I love you so much. I do all
It's
this for you, my love.
it's like they, it's like they used to say about like the some of the like the Nazi soldiers and shit. Like they would do all this terrible shit and then go home to their like wife and kids and shit, and like kiss their
Yeah,
kids
the
and tuck their kids in and shit, and then go back
yeah,
to work
because
the next day and continue doing
them
atrocious
kids
things. You
still
know what I mean?
exist. Yeah, them
Yeah,
kids still exist. That wife is
yeah,
still there. The love that you have for those people is still there. It's just you're doing this thing. And then again, like I said, that demon thingy, it uses your reasoning against you. It says, oh, these people said that these people are bad, and they might try and like come after my wife and children. So
Yeah.
instead of them coming after my wife and children, I'm gonna go get them instead. Oh shit. And there's hundreds and thousands of us going over there to get them instead. Yeah, let's do that. Reasoning.
Yeah. Yeah. Nah, it's true, man.
But at
It's
the
very.
same time, reasoning could bring peace. Do you know what I mean? Because the two generals could be standing there on the battlefield and then, you know what I'm saying, send a message or whatever, however they like do the whole like messaging each other or whatever. Boom, they come together in the middle of the thing, they have a negotiate, I shake hands, boom, everyone goes home from it. They came to some kind of like agreement or a deal or something. Reasoning. Double-edged
And
sword,
that's
fam.
yeah, I was gonna say that's the double-edged sword of it, innit? It is the thing that will elevate us to the next place, but it's also the thing that can destroy us, innit? Masters of your own
Uh-huh.
destiny. You know what I mean? Like,
Word.
and you know what I mean? It will take that thing to make things better, but it's the same thing that'll make it worse, and it's just what it is, man. It's just what it is, man. But nah, I
We're
like
just
that. You,
people, you know. You know what
we
it
just
is? It's like
ordinary
people,
people.
yeah, exactly. People forget that, fam. It's like you
Yeah,
have all these expectations of the outside world. Oh, like you shouldn't be this, or you shouldn't wear a dress, you shouldn't be this, you shouldn't like blah blah blah. But it's like, man, that motherfucker, just you within yourself, you know, like, you got shit that you be battling and dealing with and shit. And you know what I'm saying? You growing from that shit as a person or whatever. So what makes you think that the next person that you see down the road, they ain't got their own shit they battling and their own shit they dealing with? Yeah, they might treat you a bit shitty, but they might not be at the point where you at where you realize like, oh, ain't no point in being shit to the outside world. They might
yeah,
not
yeah,
be
yeah.
there yet. You know what I mean? Everybody like is
And a
doing the
lot of
same
people
thing.
aren't,
We're
fam.
all
A lot of people aren't, man.
blood. It's
Yeah,
it's cause the noise, fam. The noise is so loud in their head. They haven't
yeah,
figured out how to turn it down a little bit every once in a while. You know what I'm saying? Can't turn it completely down because that shit just doesn't go away. You know, no matter how like, unless like I don't know, you fucking go to like live in the mountains or like you go and like just be a hermit somewhere and like
yeah.
you can't turn the noise up, but you gotta have a way to like turn it down so you can speak to you.
You know what, Will? Let me ask you something. It's so interesting you say that. And big up to Ultra Melanin in the building as well. Like big up
Hey,
to
my G.
Ultra.
I'm away from the buttons at the moment, but yeah, just do that one more time for me, and run that one more time for me, fam. Yeah.
But let me say this to you because again, one thing that I've found has been like a constant pattern in my life in it is I've always had like an affinity for not just words but like the ability to communicate and try to understand and comprehend and you know what I mean because even though we're well let me not say we because you know Sean in it but someone like myself I'm cursed with the fact that really the only language I speak is this one and I understand that this is a coded
True.
language. This is like a spell, like
True.
it's a witchcraft language. But anyway, like what I've always tried to do is try to use this language to communicate a very powerful message in it, a positive message, a good message. Like, and I have the ability to comprehend not just like the things that people say, but the subtext of what people say.
Yeah.
And one thing I find happens a lot, and I mean, hell, we won't even get into it like that today, but even with the pod and with Johnny and stuff, and you know, just kind of how all of that went, I feel as though I don't want to say misunderstood, but I feel like something that happens to me a lot in life is that people communicate through the trauma of their own experience a lot of time. And so, like you just said, the people that are shitty to you in the outside world and stuff, that shittiness really doesn't have anything to do with you. It's more to do with
No.
their own life and how they feel. And one thing I've always kind of been able to sort of tell, I guess, is when someone's, I guess, if I'm having a conversation with someone, when someone's responding to what I'm saying, or if they're responding to their own triggers and their own traumas. And I find that in life, a lot of time for myself, I've been in situations where, say, I'll be having a conversation about something, and I'll just speak to the fact of what is, kind of, even if I do it in a passionate way or whatever, like devoid of necessarily the emotion side of it. It's just like, this is kind of what it is in it. And a lot of people, because of their own experience, interpret that almost like an attack or a thing or a this and a that. And I find in a lot of ways, like, people get combative with me when, like, in conversations and shit.
But
Not because they don't like me.
You challenging the perspective.
Yeah,
That's an automatic defense. Do you know what I mean? So anytime you enter a thingy, even just like a normal conversation with someone, and you try to like challenge their perception, they're gonna be like a little fight back. Do you know what I mean? They're gonna be like a little pushback over that shit, because it's not something to be taken lightly. You shaking the paradigm.
Right. You're mute, bro.
My fault, if that makes sense. You shaking the paradigm. Hold on one sec. Give me a sec. Hold on.
Yeah. Do you think? Yeah, no, I hear that, to be fair. Because that's like one thing that does happen a lot. Like, I find people almost, they get combative out of like a defensive thing. You know what I mean? And I'll be speaking to them like, yo, like, I'm not.
Look,
Oh, now you back. Go on, sorry.
yeah, no, I'm back. I was gonna say, like when it's like, man, I'll tell you like this. It happens to me sometimes. People tell me things, and I'm like, oh yeah, but then, but most times people don't notice that, oh yeah, but then, in themselves. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They only notice it in other people. It's like, yeah, but now I'm trying to teach you this real, but you just butting me. But it's like, yeah, no, you don't understand, fam. Like, there's everybody got like a perspective, and like your perspective is your perspective, right?
Yeah.
And you've like reached where you've reached through being exposed to whatever you exposed to. But at the time when you were exposed to it, you were receptive to that shit.
Not always. Like,
I mean,
that's
not
the point I
always,
wanted to
but
make
like,
to you. Like, that's the point I wanted to make to you just before you carry on. Like,
but
the
when
the the
the time when you do like start taking that on and let it change how you see shit, like now
right.
you're receptive to it. But like the first time when you hear it, maybe you might be like, "Oh, fuck out of here," or you might be like a nigga that like was out here searching for the shit, and you like googling it, like you're receptive to the shit, you're looking for the shit.
I
You know what
think,
I mean?
yeah.
But if a
I think
motherfucker just like come up to you on the street and just be like, "Oh yeah, you know that like Jesus wasn't even real, because like you know if really he was real, he'd be a black guy and blah blah blah, all sorts." Like, and I'm a Christian. I'm telling you, get the fuck out of here. Fuck out of my face. I don't know what you're talking about, demon. Get out of here. Because you
But
shaking
see,
my
this is what
shit.
I'm trying to say to you, though, bro. This is what I'm trying to say to you. Like, I'm the nigga that, from like a kid that grew up in church, who used to read the Bible and would pray that God would give man like understanding. Like, one thing I used to always say is like, I want to understand. I want to really get it. I want to really
Yeah,
just
you got it
understand
now.
what you're trying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you
Who
got
would
it now.
go to like the elders and the priests and all them sort of man and be like, yo, listen, like, this says this, but then why this? or like if we're supposed to do this, then why this? Like why that? Why? And like I've told this story plenty of times in it, but like, bro, like they used to call man a demon, bro. Like they used to say like, nah, fam, that's a demon spirit. That's a,
See?
and it's like I've
That's
always
what
been
I'm
the nigga
saying,
who's
fam.
just like,
Because you shaking the paradigm, fam. Because it's like, if you if you if you yourself know, like, what I'm saying is like, it's like a dead to rights, fam. As far as like my experience, right? It's like that's what I've seen, and I'm just trying to like transmit to you, like, boom, like it is what it is. Like a lot of times, it's like that's not an easy thing for somebody to hear because like they already have figured out how the thing works in their head. You get me? They
okay.
already have figured out like how everything goes. So now you coming around here telling me, oh yeah, everything different. That means all the time that I learned, the time that I spent learning this or how to like do this or how to maneuver this and that. Toilet, fam. Toilet. Toilet, all that shit, fam. So yeah, I'm going to
And
fight you and be like, nah, you wrong, fam. You a demon,
And
fam.
see, I've always understood that about people, yeah. But like, what I'm trying to say is like, I don't want to say I've never been like that. You can never say never. But for as long as I like can remember, bro, I've always been a nigga. My thing has always been, yo, just make it make sense. Like, if it makes sense, it makes sense in it. Like, I'm always open. The one criticism I always get from people think that I have this thing where I have to always be right. Like, I don't know why that seems to be like a common theme that people get from speaking to me sometimes. But like, I always say I like when I'm wrong, because when I'm wrong, I can learn something. Like, if I don't know something or you know something better than me, like, tell me, fam. Tell me, bro. Like, I want
Yeah, for
to,
sure.
bro. Like the conversation I was having with you earlier on the phone when I was talking about like feedback, and I was talking on the pod and shit, and I was saying, bro,
Yeah,
listen, like, if there's certain where I'm fucking up, but like, tell me, bro, because I just want to be the greatest version of
yeah, for
myself I
sure.
can be, and I
Yeah, for
understand that
sure.
it's not
And
just
how
my
else would you
perspective.
do that? Yeah, how
Do
else
you get
would you
what I
do
mean?
that if you didn't get a feedback mirror image of the reality, which is
But
what you have all the time? But
I
then
think
you
again
get a better, my fault.
no no
I was
no
gonna
no
say
no
you get a
sorry.
better, yeah, you get that better from other people. Like, because
No,
you
bro.
can echo chamber yourself to death and say you the greatest, but then like you bring it to like 10 other people, and like three of them say it's yeah, you right, you the greatest, and then seven of them say nah, that's trash. Hey man, it might be something you gotta work on, fam. Maybe you gotta
Not for
like
real.
change the people you showing, or like you gotta change the what you doing. If it is the fact that you're trying to like appeal to everyone, like you know what I mean, like yeah, it's one of them, fam. And like again, like I say, when you it's like being an artist, right? When you're trying to like do something like be a nice, you're trying to like be a musician, right? You have all this stuff, all these ideas, all these great talents and what, and you all you do is do your thing, fam. That's all that's ever in your control is you doing your thing, fam. Can do extra things, start pay for marketing, pay for music video, blah blah blah. But really, what it is in them in that session where you made that song, that's like everything that you gave it from.
Yeah, no, I get what you
You know
mean.
what I mean?
I get what you mean. Like, I think really like because I get obviously the point you made about like the artists and shit. I think the thing that I usually find, I don't want to say gets me in trouble, but can make people defensive sometimes is I don't mind if someone comes and says something to me, but I like to challenge that. Like, if I have like, say, hypothetically, fucking you come to me and you be like, you know what, G, fucking the sky is purple, and I'm like, nah, the sky is blue, bro. I'm open to you telling me the sky is purple, but you just need to make it make sense to me in it. So if you give me an
Okay,
explanation and I'm
I'll say
like,
it like this.
alright,
You
but
wanna,
how about
you wanna,
this? Or what about this? Or what about that? and you can't explain that to me, if I then say, well, all right, bro, like I hear what you're saying, but you haven't really been able to make me think differently because you've not given me any reason to think X, Y, Z. Like I hear what you're saying, but that doesn't really respond to this point or that point or that point. And because that's not really been responded to, like there's not enough for me to kind of change my perception that I think the sky is blue. It doesn't take away that you think it's purple. It's just you've not given me enough info for me to be like, oh, you know what, actually it's purple. Now, if you come and I say, all right, what about this or what about this? And you say, all right, well, with this it's this, and with that it's that, and with that it's that. And I'm like, oh shit, like, okay. Like then I'd be like, right, you know what, bro? Like, yeah, shit, the sky is purple. Because you've made it make sense. You've answered any sort of, because I understand not everybody knows everything, and like I get that in it. Like I give people that leeway. But it's just like communicate effectively, and because I'm always open. Sorry, I'm gonna let you go, and I am gonna let you go. But because I'm always open to being challenged about shit, like I'm always open to like, now tell me something different. Like I'll hear that, but if it's not actually responding to what I'm saying, I find usually when I try to point that out to people, that's when people get a bit like, you know what I mean? But it's like, nah, I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just saying, like, what you're saying isn't really. Yeah, go on.
You want people to understand you. You read the Prince, right? Machiavelli.
Yes. But I've read
people
bits.
To get you. It's like, all right, the way that you would approach somebody or like be having a conversation or approach the conversation like this with somebody, it's like you'd have to change it. Do you know what I mean? Because like you can't talk to everyone like they a monk.
Nah, for real, bro. Nah,
do you know
for
what I
real,
mean? You
bro.
can't talk to everyone like they like out in the streets. You can't talk to everyone like they out here with like kids and shit. Do you know what I mean? It's like
you see what happens when I do that though. When I do that, you know what happens? People say that I speak to them like they're stupid. People think I'm being condescending when I try to do that. Because here's what I'll say, yeah, and I'm not trying to catch you out.
Change the approach. Again, it's like because there's a certain way that you've learned how to like deal with these things. So maybe change the way that you go about it.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because it's like you want change to happen. Can't wait for no other motherfucker to change the shit.
Right.
Change. Yeah, start here now. Right here inside you yourself, and then you'll start to see, oh shit, everything's different. Fucking hell, yeah, shit been changed all of a sudden.
Right.
It's like, yeah, you can't speak to everyone like they out the matrix. How you start talking to most people about out the matrix shit, they gonna be like, blood, listen, I go to work. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, and again, like
it's like the thing of like you try like basically the information that you bringing to them most times is so like it's so earth shattering that the ego has to go into defense mode. It gotta protect itself because the ego is built on all these ideas that you like had about yourself, like I'm this or I'm that, and I'm great, and I'm this, and I'm a Christian, or I'm that, and I'm a Muslim, or I'm this. Like the identity. When you start attacking that shit, blood, the first thing that happens is like, yo, fuck out of here, fam.
Nah, legit.
Fuck out of here. I ain't even trying to hear all that right now, fam.
And even with that, yeah, the thing for me is like I'm cool with that. Like that in itself doesn't bother me. Like I'm not the type of like I said, bro. When I first left like church and shit and like all that fuck shit happened and stuff, I was Mr. like it's not real and they use Christianity to enslave. I was Mr. like I was doing all that. I realized at a point like listen, even if the message is right, like how the message delivered is it does matter. Do you know what I mean? And not everyone is ready to hear that. or is ready to hear certain truths. Like, I'm cool with that. But the thing that bothers me sometimes is like, just because you're not ready to hear a truth, that shouldn't diminish my ability to see a truth for what it is. Do you get what I mean? And I feel like that's
No,
where things
but
can
that's
kind
the
of go.
thing, because
You know what I mean?
it's like the thing that I was telling you, the demon parasite thing, that's just there all the time. Yeah,
Hmm.
it's reasoning with you that because this person like just won't like accept what you're saying, or like, oh, because this person is saying this thing that's challenging you, you gotta battle them. It's a battle of wits now. Who's the smarter? Who got the better argument to try and like lock the other one into submission? When it's like, no, but we just can share our truth. We don't have to lock battle each other. We can just be like, I feel like it's this. And then you be like, I feel like it's this. And it's like, oh shit. You know, one of the similarities between this and that is this. But then, like, you know, there's differences, obvious differences, blah, blah. It's like there's a whole discussion that can then be had. But
No,
then if you
I
leave them,
understand.
yeah,
I
do you know what I mean?
understand.
It's like, yeah,
But
that
but what
that
what
demon parasite noise shit thing that I was telling you about, fam, is, yeah,
okay, but
when
what
that's
I'm saying
happening,
is
you
like
gotta like,
the concept of that, yeah, the concept of that, where it's like, you know what, cool. Like, I think the thing that I don't want to say it bothers me, but the thing that could potentially bother me is like, I feel like in a lot of times people will attack me when they get into that ego defense mode. And like the thing that I try to always make it clear with these things is that I'm never attacking people. Do you get what I mean? Bro, again,
no.
we won't even
It's a
think like that.
subconscious thing.
All but
Yeah, it's not a conscious,
but
it's not a
hold on,
conscious thing.
hold on. Like, I'm
Sorry,
saying,
my
I'm not
fault, dog. I
saying,
keep doing that.
it's that.
My
I'm
fault,
just
dog.
saying that no, it's all right, bro. Like the concept of we having conversations about shit, and you know, someone may not like those conversations or things that happen in that, and I go out of my way to communicate and just be like, you know what I mean, is everything cool? Like, is everything, and people say, yeah, everything's cool, and then something happens, and then I'm attacked on the base of that, and you're this, and you're a this, and you're a this. It's like the thing that kind of bothers me is like I never attack people in these conversations. Like, I don't mind having, like, you know, we can get into some shit, we can get into the minutia. Like, I don't mind doing all that, because to me it's a mental exercise. It's never like a you versus me. It's like, yo,
But
like,
then you seeing from your own perspective of being like, this is a mental exercise. Because you've passed the point where, like, oh, yeah, this person is trying to attack my identity subconsciously.
but if
You
I
get me?
check with
But
you and I say, yo, like, are you cool doing this? Like, because we don't
yeah,
have to
but
do this,
man,
and you're like,
listen,
nah, bro, like, we can
that's
do
the
that.
thing about that's the thing about the ego, fam. The ego always gonna be like, yeah, we lit, fam.
Not mine, bro. Like, I'll tell you the truth. And
No, but
again,
that's what I mean.
I can't put everyone
That's the
there.
perspective
It's
point.
just,
That's what I mean. That's
yeah, I
exactly
can't
what I mean.
say.
It's the
Yeah,
point.
I
It's
can't put
the
everyone
point
there.
of perspective, because you've passed the point where the ego is the thing. Like, you've passed
Yeah,
the point where you like running everything past the ego and being like, oh, is this cool? Nah. Is that disrespect? Oh, nah. Alright, bet. Alright. Like you've bypassed that whole thing. You like instrumentalizing your ego now. You using that shit instead of it
right,
using you.
right.
But man, like I
But
said,
what I'm asking
not
though,
everybody's there, fam. Not
what I'm
everybody's
asking
there.
though is, do you, because again, for me, it's never a problem having a conversation about anything. Like, I never, like I said, bro, I'm always open to hear where I may be wrong and shit. But if you're gonna tell me, say I'm wrong about something, and it's not about right or wrong or whatever, but if you're gonna say something I say or do or whatever is incorrect, like, I feel like the minimum courtesy is to kind of really explain the shit to me, and like, if I have questions about it and you have a genuine feeling about something, like, just if you answer honestly. Like, again, the thing I always say is like, if someone says to me like, yo, I felt a way about this or I felt a way about that, I'll never say like, oh, well, you're wrong for feeling that way. I always say,
You
however
know,
you feel is right to you, because that's how you feel. No one can ever tell you that it's wrong. Now, that feeling can come from a misguided place, and I don't think it's wrong to point out if that feeling potentially comes from a misguided place. But in the same way, where someone else doesn't want to have their feelings invalidated, I feel like a lot of times in a lot of interactions I have, somebody will invalidate my feelings based on their feelings. And I don't feel like I do that to people. But I just find that's a pattern of like something that
but
keeps
again,
happening. Do you get what I mean?
man, you want some shit to change, you better start changing you, fam. Because you're not going to change like, bro. Out of 100 people that you gonna meet here, you're not gonna change nobody's mind more than they already were about to accept being their mind changed. If they just not about the mind change, then it is what it is. Like you can't, like
But the
you
difference of
tell
what
them,
I'm
you tell
saying
them,
though
but
is
then
like,
they
for
not. Like
me,
it's what it is.
honest
But
communication
but
is
I'm
just
saying,
you saying, you know what, I'm
right,
not gonna change my mind. If
the
someone says
the
that to me,
reason,
I'm like, cool. I have no problem
okay,
with that. What I don't like is the dishonesty or the inability for people to
but like
honestly
I'm saying to
communicate.
you,
Do you get
but
what I
like
mean?
I'm
Like, that's
saying to
what I
you,
don't like.
every, think about how many people there are. There's like 8 billion people now in the world, or something like that, right? All those people do not see the world exactly the same. There's shared commonalities in how things are and like how like we perceive things, like, oh yeah, that's a chair or that's a carpet or like whatever, sofa. But like somebody might see a sofa and just immediately have a traumatic thought in their head. Somebody might see a fucking transit van and immediately be like, oh my gosh, I don't even know what to do. Like, but you walk into a living room, you see a sofa, it's a minor. It's a minor thing. Oh yeah, I'll just sit on that real quick. Boom, they sit. You walking down the street, you see a transit van, you're like, oh shit, I wonder what them man, like, what kind of work them man do. Like, you're not, like, it's not done the same thing to you. So I'm saying sometimes it's a consideration of perspective. I know you're saying that you do that already, but like
I,
sometimes that really does remove a lot of like the the like the sharpness of the interaction.
oh, okay. Because what I don't want to do, I don't want to like
Cause
keep
then you
interrupting
see,
you and
cause
shit in it. But like, let me see again. Maybe it's me, bro. Maybe I'm not communicating effectively, because what you're saying, I understand that. What I'm trying to say is this: the consideration you said of perspective. I'm saying what I tend to find a lot is I do try to give consideration to the fact that people don't see the world the way that I
but
see it.
are
People
you
have different
considering
perspectives.
the perspective that those people are not considering that perspective because they're only considering their own? Just the same way that your perspective is an open one, where you consider everybody's. Most people are not like that. Have you
So
considered that?
okay, we're cooking with fire now. We're cooking with gas. Okay, so my question then, my question is, do you feel that it's potentially worth changing my perspective, or no, changing maybe the way I communicate that, to
Yes.
maybe try and be more effective in communicating? Or
If you,
do you
if
think
you,
it's
all right.
maybe, let me give you the or do you think it's just a thing of accepting that other people may not consider you the way you consider them, and it's just what it is, and that's just like, it's just what it is type of thing?
I'll say more so the latter thing, because like you, you can do everything in your power to make your perception be like this, but one thing about you can make everybody look at you the other way. One single scenario that you get into can change everything. So it's like, yeah, everybody. I, the way I think about it is like, man, I'm here, right, and I think about like lots of shit. I contemplate the nature of that demon parasite entity thingy a lot. I think to myself like, wow, like how are we all under a magic spell and we have all no idea? You know what I mean? But other people are just like, oh yeah, we're talking English. I'm going to work. We're doing our thing. It's lit, fam. Magic. That's Harry Potter movie shit, fam. You get me? And most times when I'm like going to speak to people, like the first maybe like couple 5, 10 minutes of like us talking will inform me to be like, oh, I can't even tell you about like I can't even tell you about magic and all them things there. Because when I start talking, it's either you're gonna shut down or you're gonna be like, ah, that's bullshit. And now we like I'm trying to like defend this truth to you, but because you're in this
I
place of
will.
like
From
not
that same
knowing.
point, yeah, because I'm going to give the scenario to you because I like this. So from that point, yeah, say that's the thing where you just like, you know what, I can't even talk about this shit with you because whatever. And the person's like, nah, bro, I'm like, I can have that convo, fam. Like, nah, let's talk about it, fam. And you're like,
No, but okay,
bro, cool. And then let me give
that's
you the
like if you're
scenario.
a kid.
Let me give
That's
you the
no, that's
scenario.
like if you're baby. Okay.
Let me give you the scenario, fam. I'm saying, so say that kind of happens and you'll start to get into the shit. And there's a point where maybe you're trying to communicate something and it's taken away or whatever. Now, if you're attacked on the basis of that, or essentially that person gets defensive and then they lash out at you, I'm saying, is it wrong for you to be able to identify that and be like, yo, you know what? You just kind of lashed out at me,
No,
but
no,
like, and they're
yes,
just
of
like,
course.
nah, you deserved it. You like, if someone's basically telling you that you deserve the foul treatment that you give them when you try to give them the consideration of knowing they don't want to have this conversation in the first place, I'm saying, do you think it's right for people, or no? Do you think it's okay to just be like, well, fuck it, then I'll just let you lash out on me, like?
You know why I
Because to
think it's
me, I
okay.
like, for me, from
You know
just
what?
my
You know
own
what?
self like care and shit, like I don't really like that for myself.
Yeah.
The thing
See.
I always say,
Okay.
yeah,
We got right into the thing. Yeah, I was going. Ah, listen. It's
mm,
self care. It's not everybody else care. It's self care. My bro, listen, sometimes obviously, yeah, you're gonna butt heads with people or whatever, but it's like, man, if I feel like if I feel like I can't have certain conversations, we just won't talk about that shit.
now, man, because again,
No,
everything's
because
about
bro, it's
elevating,
a
bro.
waste
Like,
of your own energy. Listen, you can take the horse to the water, but you can't make the horse drink the water, fam.
but if the horse tells
Oh,
me
and
it's thirsty and I say there's water over
that
here, and the horse tell me there's not water over there, and then the horse kick me because they think I'm coming at them because I say there's no water over there, like, that's the difference in it. Like, I don't mind not taking the horse to water. I have no problem with that. I'll never try and force a horse to drink. But don't keep telling me you thirsty, and I keep telling you they water. You know what I mean? Like, and then you attacking me because you think I'm somehow attacking you because I'm telling you that you're wrong and there's water over there. Like, that's where I kind of, I don't even know if Will can hear me, to be fair. Maybe the people them can hear me still. But like, that's what it is for me. It's like, I don't mind people having their own perspective. I don't mind people living in their own truth. I don't mind people seeing things differently, like that's never a problem for me. Whenever I open discourse, like I pick my words carefully. I always try to go into conversation like in terms of this is my perspective, this is what I believe, this is how I see things. I understand things could be different. Like I try to give all of those considerations to people. I feel as though I consider people a lot more than I consider my own understanding when trying to interact with them and understanding the place that they're coming from and shit. But if they start to get in their defensive bag, like I don't think it's wrong for me to be like, yo, like you're being defensive. And I don't try to do it in an attacking way. But it's like, yo, like if you don't realize that you
Yeah.
being that, can you hear me now?
Okay, my phone died. My phone died for a quick sec, fam.
Oh,
I
mad thing.
thought, dog, I didn't realize I was on minimal battery like that, fam. I didn't even look at this shit.
Talking in the room, fam.
No, it's calm, it's calm, it's calm, it's calm, it's calm. Like I was just talking while you were thinking anyways, I didn't know what happened. But nah, I was just saying the point that you made about taking the horse to water, yeah, I think is a great point. Because my whole thing is I'm never gonna try and force a horse to drink water. Like I'm never gonna try and force it to the water. I don't do that. I understand that everyone's different, but my whole thing is if the horse tell me it's thirsty and I tell the horse there's water over there and the horse tell me there's no water there and I'm like, nah, there's water there, and the horse attack me because I'm disagreeing with the horse. I'm just saying I don't think it's wrong to point out that the horse has their own issue as to
Yeah,
why they
no,
did that. Like that's
it's
my whole
it's
thing.
not it's not, but
Because my
then
whole thing
it's
is
like,
never about no, I'm right, the water's over there. Like fuck being right. My thing's like, nah, bro, like I'm telling you there's water there. Like you don't
yeah,
have to believe me.
but
I'm
then
telling you that's what it is. Do you get
all
what I
right,
mean?
if you tell a motherfucker it's $1 million over there right now for you to collect right now, it's for you, it's got your name on it right now,
Yeah.
and they don't believe you,
Yeah.
what difference does it make to you, fam?
The difference it makes is if someone else goes and picks that million up, and then that first person's like, "Oh fuck, Drizzy man, because they robbed man out
But
of a
that's the
million. Like
thing, you
he's a
see,
no, he's a cunt fam. He
that
did
million,
it. Like that's what I'm
that
saying. It's
that
like just
that
because you
million there,
didn't hear the
that
message, I don't feel like I should be
see,
attacked
yeah,
because you didn't
exactly.
hear the message.
That million can't be collected by anyone else. That's why I said it's got your name on it. And if they just don't go and collect it, you can't do anything about that. You can't stress yourself about like, oh, trying to teach a nigga and they ain't trying to hear you and shit.
But
You can't
okay, but
stress
you're
yourself about
speaking
trying
to
to
a
tell a
different part
nigga
of what I'm
like,
saying though.
cause
Like
no, cause
you're
cause
right,
if
but
you,
I'm saying with that, if they don't pick up the million, I have no problem with that. You don't have to pick it up. But if you keep telling me you broke, and I'm telling you that's your million right there, and you don't pick it up, and then it disappear for whatever reason, and then you
you know
attack
what,
me because you think that I somehow fucked up your million, I'm just
you know
saying,
what is, you know what it is that you should say in them situations right there? Dog, that's crazy.
no, because people then think I'm
Dog, that's
speaking down.
crazy.
Like people think I'm speaking down to that. This is
No,
what I'm saying, bro.
because it's not.
These are the things that
Yo,
like
listen,
I'm
Drizz,
just telling you
it's
that I've
about
experienced.
protecting your own
Like
energy, fam. It's about protecting your own energy, fam. Like, blood, if somebody ain't trying to hear you, you can't, like, spend your whole life trying to make somebody hear you.
cool,
And you can't
but
spend your whole life worrying about how many people didn't hear you. Because, like, when you speak, people like me, I listen, I hear, fam. You know what I
I'm not
mean?
laughing at you. I promise, bro. It's just
I know.
you're not speaking to the part that I'm. Okay, maybe I'm not hearing it right. Let me not say it's you. Let me try to take accountability. What I feel like you're saying is you can't waste your energy on people who ain't trying to hear what you're trying. Cool. And what I'm saying is I understand that, and I'm cool to not waste my energy. The issue I have is when said people then expel negative energy to me as though I've done something
Yeah.
ill-mannered to them
Okay.
because they didn't want. That's what I'm
But
trying to like. I don't mind
I did,
about whether they
I did
believe
try
it or
to, I
don't
did
believe
try
it.
to
Like,
address that part in my answer, and I feel like maybe I lost my in the translation. Okay, fine. You trying to tell somebody something. You battle them. Yeah. You realize, oh, I'm not even gonna get anywhere with this person. I'm trying to tell them this, they ain't trying to hear it. I've been trying to tell them like a different way, try to restructure my shit like the 100 ways. Like I can't do anything. So now you're stuck in this place where you're either gonna keep replaying those interactions in your head and be like, oh, I gotta do something different, or like, oh, maybe it was me that did this, or like maybe it was them, and like you like doing all this shit is eating energy that you could be using to do some shit. You feel me?
So essentially, just fuck it. Basically, just fuck it.
No, okay. Look, I'm not just saying fuck it, okay, but like, all right, let's say if it's your brethren and maybe I don't know, they like take drugs too much on the weekend or something. But
Okay.
then it starts getting to like, oh yeah, now they're going like quay with it, like they're doing it on a Tuesday now, just a normal Tuesday. I go Buckman, and he's just like gone, fam.
Okay.
At some point, you're gonna be like, yo, my boy, like you gotta chill out. This shit, like you know what I'm saying, this shit ain't like what it is. Like it says this on the tin, but like that shit ain't good for you like that, fam.
Okay.
Right? The first time. The second time, my bro, I keep trying to tell you, man, the shit ain't good for you like that, fam. The shit ain't, the shit won't work out. I've seen other people, they've gone down this road and blood is fucked. Third time, bro, I'm trying to tell you, I'm pleading with you, I'm telling you, fam. I'm telling you. Like the shit, it doesn't work like that, fam. You gotta let go of that shit. After that time, how do you, like, because at that point, it's either you're gonna spend the whole rest of your life trying to convince this nigga of like whatever truth it is that like you trying to like show them, or you gonna be like, damn, my nigga, I love you, but I gotta like do this for me.
You see, the only thing in the example that you gave, because you beautifully laid that out, by the way, like you beautifully laid that out. I'll just respond to that, and then I'll play this voice note. But you see the difference with that example. The way I would more so frame how I try to approach this shit is, if my friend's taking this drugs and shit, I might talk to him the one time and be like, "Yo, bro, whatever, it's not good for you, cool." If that's what he's on, I'm like, listen, you're my G no matter what, fam. Like, if you do that, I'm still gonna love you because you're my G in it. Like, I
Yeah,
I love you,
that's what I
bro.
mean.
Like, you're my G, but this ain't good for you in it, and I'll leave it. Now, if my G come to me telling me how he fucked up and he this and he that, I'm like, bro, it's this thing, fam. Like, this is what it is, fam. Like, this is the thing that's fucking you up, bro. Now, if
Yeah,
my G attacks me
that's
because
the
of that,
third time that you like, ah, boom.
whichever,
Again,
like whichever,
okay,
I'm just saying.
this is an alchemy problem here, yeah, because we talking about how to turn negative outward influences going in into positive, like the like it's something benign that you can deal with. I'm telling the easiest way to do that shit and to remove the sting of people like telling you, oh, you make me feel like this, or you did it. It's like that's a nigga with their own perspective, and they can only like just like me, they can only ever perceive whatever they perceive. They have the ideas that they have. They can't have other ideas that they don't have before they have them.
Yeah, yeah,
It's just
yeah,
a nigga.
yeah, yeah, yeah. No,
And
I hear
man,
that. I hear that. I hear that.
you can like really waste a lot of that energy that you have to do, let's say, the thing that you love. Like we know it's music. Like you can waste a lot of that creative energy on going back and forth in your head, like, oh, how can I make this person like really understand? I'm trying to like tell them like, oh, it's this, oh, it's that,
But
ah, this, no,
Will,
it's that.
again, you're getting away
Or
from
like
it.
this,
You
but
were on it,
no,
but you're getting
again,
away from it, fam.
no, because this person keep telling you like, oh no, I'm fucked up and this and that, and you trying to be like, oh, it's this or it's that, or it's this or it's that, and they just not hearing you like that, fam. At some point, you just gotta be like, damn, that's crazy, dog. That's because you have to protect you, fam. There's still you to think about, fam. Yes, there's other people to think about,
So
but
okay,
there's
so
you to
what
think about, fam.
the summary of what I'm getting from what you're saying, and I'm not trying to simplify it. Just the summary is just don't talk to certain people about certain shit. Just don't have certain conversations with certain people.
Yes, absolutely, fam. Don't have certain conversations with certain people, fam. If you know that this
Fair enough.
person can't
Fair
really
enough,
handle
man.
this
Fair
conversation
enough, man.
and like it can go away and then like it can be mad, like don't have that convo with that person. Just let it be. Even if
Again,
they
I
say
think
something that might
maybe
even
it's
like
my own
tickle you a
perspective in it.
little bit.
Maybe it's my
That's
own
what I'm saying.
perspective in it. Like, I think I
That's
just
why I'm
give
saying
people
that.
the respect of we can
Yeah,
agree or
that's why I'm
disagree,
saying
and we don't
that's
whatever. Do you
what
know what I
I'm
mean?
saying. Even if it tickles you or that thingy, because you like they don't have that. Always remember they don't have what you have. They don't
Yeah,
have that
yeah,
thing of like, oh,
yeah.
this is respect or this. Like to them, respect is something else. Perspective.
Yeah, but if it's
You get me?
people that claim
So
that they
like,
love you, though, if it's people that claim that they're for you and
yeah,
shit, because I
but
don't care about this
again,
with
it
strangers, bro.
it's still it's
Like,
still
it's
it's
one of
still
those
it's
ones where it's
still
just at the end of the day,
but it's still.
my ultimate point, and I'm gonna let you go. My ultimate point is this: yeah, I don't like when people try to attack me out of their own whatever, because ultimately my words hurt more. If we're gonna
Mm-hmm.
really do that, my words hurt a lot more. And if I wanted to, bro, I could be very cruel with them, bro. And I can have niggas standing in the mirror staring at themselves for hours. But I don't do that out of love. Even when people deal with me a certain way, I don't give people the energy back they give to me. And I just feel like shit like that should be at least appreciated more. It doesn't have to be, and I understand it may not be, but it's just I don't like sometimes how people that claim are for me feel a weird freedom to be able to just attack me and not have to be accountable for it. Because if I
Okay.
attacked you, bro,
Did you
you'll
hear
never
that
be the same,
Did you
fam.
hear
Like
that
it's
sentence that you just said? Did you hear that sentence that you just said?
which one?
I don't like when people attack me and try and make me feel like or seem like. It's like, bro, this is what I'm telling you. Nobody can make you feel like or seem like anything. You are what you are, fam. How they
Well,
perceive you
if I have
is
a
the certain, fam.
if you're saying all this shit to me right now, yeah, and I say shut up, blood, you're a cunt. Like that's an attack. It's not
Yes,
about
it's an
perspective.
attack,
That's an
right?
attack,
It's an
bro.
attack, right? It's an
And
attack,
if you
but
don't
like,
deserve
in,
that, and I'm supposed to be
but in,
somebody that loves you, there should
but
be some form of
if I'm,
accountability for me where I say, you know what, bro, I fucking attacked you and that was wrong. Regardless of where it is, I
I bet,
attacked you and I shouldn't
I
have done
bet.
that.
Okay, fine.
And
What if
people
I
don't
don't?
have to do that. People don't have to
What
do
if I,
that. But I'm saying, like, I
what,
don't like.
okay, Drizz,
Go
what
on.
would I do if you didn't apologize for like being egregious? What I'm gonna do?
I don't know.
I'm gonna turn up
I
to your
don't know.
house and be like, yo, why are you being egregious? That's crazy. I ain't gonna do that. You know what I mean?
But
It's like,
again, I
bro,
don't do that though. I don't
I'm
do that.
saying,
You know what I mean? Like,
that's what I mean. I'm saying to you, lots of people operate in ways in their daily life, yeah, where like that's just what it is for them, fam. That's how they speak to people. That's how they do things. That's how they go about things. How they think about things. How they talk, bro. Like when you meeting somebody, you meeting a perspective. You're not meeting a person. You're not meeting like a fucking identity. You're meeting a perspective. You're meeting another like entity that is just like you that can only ever see through their own two eyes. I've not met a nigga yet that can see through their fingertips, fam. Not to this day, fam. I ain't seen a nigga yet that be like, oh yeah, let me just like, pee out of my knee real quick. Like dog, like this, like
You see
There's
why
a
I value
reason
your
why
friendship, yeah? You see why I value your friendship, yeah? Like, and why I try to make this abundantly clear in like every aspect that I deal with you is you and I have had many disagreements. We've not seen eye to eye about things.
Oh,
That's
you know, we
happened
ain't
plenty
man
of
shit.
times.
It is what
But
it is.
what I appreciate about you, yeah, is that you extend the same love to me that I feel like I try to extend to you. Meaning, even in a disagreement, man, just be like, you know what, bro? It's calm in it. Just allow it. Whatever. It's cool in it. Like, I've never again been attacked by you, and I understand it's something that people can do. I'm not saying that no one should ever like. I get it's a thing that can happen, but I'm saying I appreciate the accountability that you have in your behavior towards myself. Meaning, what no matter how burst man is, or this or that, or whatever's going on, I'm not gonna deal with man a certain way because this is a don that I love and have respect for. Like, there's a consideration that goes into that consideration I
Yeah.
try to give to like all the people that as they claim are for me and I'm for them. I understand that not everyone thinks the same, not everyone's at the same place. Like I have no issue with that. I've tried to grow into a place like I'm never gonna try and force nothing on nobody that don't want it, bro. Like you're right. My mother used to always say, "Fam, you care for take her ass to water and force it to drink. You can't do, fam. Don't work that way." You're right, bro. My thing is, I'm saying is like, if I'm always dealing with, and I deal with people the level of
Remove
consideration, I don't
yourself.
expect nothing
The
back. You get what I
easiest
mean?
thing, so that you don't ever have to deal with that shit. Remove yourself. Don't deal with that shit. Because you don't have to. Life is short as a motherfucker, bro.
Now you're
You
right.
don't have to
Now you're
subject
right.
yourself to bullshit. You don't. You really don't have to subject yourself to anything that you feel like is bullshit in this life, fam. If you feel like your bosses at work is bullshitting, leave that job, bro. Yes, I know it's a mad decision. No, yeah, how you gonna pay? You'll be fine. I'm telling you, you'll be just fine. Fuck out. Listen, fuck out of here with that shit, fam. About like, yo, man, yeah, nah.
I guess the only
I've
thing,
been
yeah.
trying to tell everybody about this shit, fam. I've been trying to tell every motherfucking body about this shit, fam. Motherfucking Rachel came round. Motherfucking Sam came round. Fucking even when Mags and Terrence were here, I'm telling these niggas like, yo, fam, you guys don't understand. There's something that I'm starting to learn now, yeah. And it's like, man, you don't always have to be in everybody's good graces all the time.
Nah, you're right.
And
Nah,
you
you're right.
don't
You're right.
have to teach everybody all the time. Some people just don't want to hear what you're saying, and that's fine. You don't have to like force them to hear what you're saying. You don't have to like armbar them until they submit and be like, "Oh, you're correct." No, some people just don't fuck with that shit. That's fine. That's for them. That's just for them to not enjoy what life really is. If I'm telling you a real life truth and you battling me, I'm just gonna be like, okay, no, you're right. It's the thing that you taught me this. You taught me this at the top of the year, fam. Nah, you right. Nah, you absolutely right, my nigga. Nah, you right. Yeah, nah, you
But
right.
see, bro,
Cause
like
I ain't
that's
trying to
not even the
argue with
part
niggas
I'm
like that,
wrestling
fam.
with. Do you get what I mean? I'm saying, imagine hypothetically, man that are supposed to be my G's attack me, call me all kinds of cunts and shit, and I say, bro, I love you, fam. Like, cool. Like, I'm on that. What you're saying,
Well,
I'm on that.
okay.
Do you get what I mean?
So,
I'm just saying,
do you really believe what you said?
me,
Bro. I love you. Do you really believe that shit?
yeah, fam. Because
So then it is what
if
it
I
is.
didn't, fam,
But
because if
okay,
I
yeah,
didn't, I
yeah,
could
yeah,
break
yeah, yeah.
souls. Like, of course, bro. Like,
But then that's what I mean. Like because you do mean what you say, you should just let it be. Because if you love something, you're not going to try and make it be something. You're just gonna try and let it be what it is. And
I
again, like I
understand that,
said,
but I
there's
just have a more
certain
holistic understanding of love, though. Like,
there's certain perspectives and conversations that you can't go into with certain people. I've got lots of people, like my cousin, right? One of my, like, in fact, my cousin, the one that owns the crib I live in now, yeah, she, uh, she like be listening to Alan Watson shit, you know what I'm saying? One time she came up to me and she was like, "Oh, you heard of this like Ray Dalio guy?" But it's like, blood. I've I've been listening to Alan Watson, fucking Bob Proctor, and all them man for years, bro. And I used to come around with the ideas like, nah, you know, you more than that, you this, that, yeah. Da, 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 da. Years later, yeah, she gonna tell me, oh, I've been listening to Bob Proctor and all these man, and like it's really like changed my life and whoop de whoop. It's like there's nothing that you can do. Do you know what I mean? They don't get there by themselves, fam. The only
Will,
thing that you can do is get out of the way, fam.
Will, if we this is the interaction we're having, yeah, and you've come to me, you've told me all this, Alan, watch it, and da 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 da, and I again, bro, nah, you a cunt, bro. You this, you that, you did it, and I do that. As somebody who's supposed to have love for you, and you have love for me, and we're supposed to maintain like some sort of a relationship, yeah. Like you would at least hope that there would be some level of accountability from me to be like, you know what, bro, I came at you like this, and this ain't right, fam. Because even when I came at you like that,
You know
bro, like
what?
you showed me love. Do
I
you get what I
know,
mean? If I,
bro. I in one thing in my
cool.
dealings with people that I've realized is that like you can't expect anything. You can only be how you are, and usually people will be how you are with them.
Well,
Usually,
this is what I'm
right?
not finding though.
But then
Like I'm showing love and
when
people are not showing
right,
love back,
but
bro.
then
Like they can be
when
how I
those
am at
people are
home, my nigga.
not being how you're being, when those people are not being how you're being, that's how you know that okay, fine. Like, all right, you should start to analyze. Like, okay, what did we like talk about that took us to this place where like it got gross? Because it's like it's not just gross for you; it's gross for them too. Because they in this, but they don't realize that it's gross for them. They just think like, oh, I'm defending my position or whatever. But it's like it's gross for you too. It's disgusting for you because now you are here. You're not even really hearing what man's saying. You're just trying to like say something back to try and make them feel like, ah, and you're trying to like convince them of like this thing. You know, it's like, no, you're not even really trying to understand each other. You're just trying to like submit each other. And man, understanding, understand, like as soon, like, a motherfucker that understands, they're gonna deal with people with a way of understanding, of knowing that, like, okay, I I know all this stuff. I know like a bunch of stuff about like let's say how magic works. I will like try and like bring it to people and be like, hey, check it out. Did you know that like words is actually magic and like you know when you blah 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 and you know if they ask some questions, I'll be like, all right, check it out. So when you go to school, what's the first thing that happens? Ah, blah blah. Like I'm taking them through like the whole thing. But if I bring it up and then they immediately start being like, "Oh, magic isn't real," because that's bullshit. Then I know, like, I'll leave you alone with that shit, fam. I ain't gotta teach you that shit. You
But
ain't ready
then,
for
what
that
if
shit
they
right now,
keep
like that,
speaking
fam.
to you about magic after that, though? What if they then keep speaking to you about it?
Blood, you ain't ready for that shit right now, fam. I can't tell you what it really is, fam. Because you're
Fair
gonna be
enough.
fucked up if I tell
Fair
you what it
enough.
really is.
Fair enough. Nah, you know what, Will? You know
So
what?
yeah, we'll
You've
just
you've
divert
answered
and
me.
say,
Fair
talk
enough.
about
Fair
something
enough.
else.
Fair enough.
Because you're
Fair
not
enough.
ready for this, fam. You're not ready to hear how this magic will burst your world, fam. You know,
But
like
Will, the
that.
only
You're
thing
not
I would
ready
say,
for that,
yeah,
fam.
is when I try and say that to people, they say that I'm speaking down to
Yeah,
them
but
and
you can't
trying to
say
use my
that to them
words.
like that, fam. You can't say it to them like that. You a word master, fam. Just steer the thing and talk about something else. Football or
Ah.
fucking, I don't know, racing or something, UFC, blood. Just steer it into a, because you don't need to do that, fam. This is what I'm realizing now, fam. It's like you don't need to advise everybody and tell everybody because, like, some people they want to hear that shit, and those people that want to hear that shit, you should tell them. If you know some shit, you should tell them. But the people that don't want to hear that shit, bro, all you can ever do is
Nah, he disconnected again. You know, let me just play these voice notes while he's singing. It's Bear from Ultra. I go to this one.
Greetings, Wagwan. Hope you lot are good. The OnlyMans podcast. Oh, it's on YouTube. Oh, I'm gonna go and subscribe. How you both doing? And the listener, Ultra Medellin. Hope everyone's well.
Love that, love that, love that. Round of applause for that. Love that. Thank you very much, Natural. Yeah, subscribe, man. We're trying to get this thing off the ground. You know what I mean? We're trying to move properly. So appreciate that. Follow myself and follow Will. You know what I mean? And we, as you can see, we just talk about a whole bunch of different things. So thank you very much, Natural Mystique. Probably gonna give you a follow as well. So yeah, man. Let me tap it with Ultra.
And forgive me, Drizz, if I haven't spoken directly to the point or the overall point.
In fact, hold on. Let me go back to this one.
Big up my brothers. You already know what the time is. Just tuned in and locked in. But one quick question. So have you changed the date of the show? Because I thought it was on a Monday. You get me? You saying the show now is taking place on a Tuesday from now on, yeah?
To answer that, Ultra, and I know you asked that time ago, but nah, we still trying to lock in with the Mondays. If not when Mondays, it's usually Wednesdays. But this week it just it fell a bit better this week. But yeah, man, we try to just get shit a bit more organized. So again, if you got any of the socials and that, you can follow the Twitter or the Instagram, subscribe to the YouTube. We try and put updates and shit on there. But we still trying to stick to the Mondays. If not Monday, then Wednesday. But this week it just went that way, innit?
Big Drizz, my brother. If I can offer you some brotherly advice, it would be this. You, my brother, have to become a lot better at identifying those who are genuine and who are genuine in their thirst for knowledge, thirst for understanding that you, my dear brother, can provide. You have to become better at identifying those who aren't going to act as a succubus and suck and take and deplete your energy. I think the buck stops with you, King. You have to become better.
Nah, I hear that. I 100% hear that. I 100, and that's again. I have these conversations because I always, that was my question to Will in it. It was like, yo, do you think there's anything that I can maybe do better? And so yeah, maybe it's just identifying that certain people aren't ready for certain conversations. I think the thing that fucks with me is the point Will was making before. I don't even know where Will's going, to be fair, but the point he was making before is like, yo, you can't advise everybody in it. And I'm cool with that. I don't mind that. But the thing I don't like is when people come to me for advice and come to me with certain things. Like, I'm just going to tell you it as I know it. I'm going to tell you kind of what it is, sort of thing. And you don't have to take that and run with that and have that as fact. But it's just like, I find that, again, people who are supposed to be for me, I find that there's this weird defensive thing that happens where they feel like they're combating me or they're fighting against me in these sort of things. And people end up like saying fucked up shit to me because of it. And it's like, yo, like, it's not even all of that. Do you get what I mean? So I don't mind not having conversations, but when people bring conversations to me and then get offended by it, but it's like, but you brought this shit to me, you know what I mean? But now, Ultra, you right. Again, ultimately, all I can do is try to be accountable for the role that I play and maybe just try to better identify where to have them convos, like Will said as well. So nah, like, I asked you, man, because I know you, man, would give me like some proper thing in it. So yeah.
And forgive me, Drizz, if I haven't spoken directly to the point or the overall point that it is that you're trying to make. I've been in and out. I've had a little rugrats there running up and down, so I've been in and out, listening in and coming out, dipping in and out, you get me? So forgive me if my brotherly advice isn't directed in a direction that it needs to be in, you hear me?
Nah, listen, Ultra, man, always appreciate you tapping in, man. Like, that's why we always make the effort to big you up, because you come in, you tune in, you know what I mean, you always give like real substance to the shit. I man appreciate that each time, do you get me? So nah, to be fair, it's the same sort of point that Will was making. It's the same sort of thing. Like, I think I'm just realizing or need to take more accountability in just not everybody is ready to hear everything. For me, I have this problem, yeah. I have this problem where, like, I have integrity. And what I mean by that is, if you come and ask me for truth, I'm going to give you the truth as I can give it. I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you. I'm not going to use it to belittle you and stuff, but this is what it is. Because to me, I try to show people the respect of, I'm going to respect you with the truth and respect your emotional maturity to process that. And even if you disagree with it, we can have discourse about it. Again, one thing you'll never get from me, I'll never start attacking people, even in like having debates or stuff like that. I won't attack somebody. I won't just say fucked up shit to people, because it's not about that for me. It's not about winning or losing, or it's not about that. It's literally just about, if we're gonna have a conversation, let's deal with the truth of the matter. Let's deal with the actual thing that it is. So even say hypothetically a conversation like racism, or a conversation like sexism or stuff like that, to me it's like, I've always said, I would love to have a conversation with just a genuine racist person, someone who isn't fucking have a big white hood on their head or bald head with fucking neo-Nazi tattoos, screaming nigger at me like some old hillbilly, like someone who's just like, nah, I got a wife and kids, you know what I mean, I got my job, you know what I mean, do this on the weekend, but I fucking just hate niggers and brownies. I just can't stand them. I would love to have a conversation with that person, because to me, I like to try and understand different perspectives in it. I'd like to try and understand, like, it's not just, oh, well, fuck you, man, fuck you. It's not just that. It's like, explain it, like, make it make sense to me. Like, why? Because I can't think of any reasonable reason why I can't think of any reasonable thing that a person would be like, yeah, this is why I don't like this race of people. Apart from maybe white people. And even with that, man, like, one thing that really fucks me up sometimes is, because I've got like white brethrens and stuff like that, and you know, you get into some of these conversations and shit. And one thing I have realized about this thing called white is, how can I explain it? No, let me play the voice notes actually, because I'm gonna.
Oh, sorry. This is so forward of me. Ultramelanin, can I just say, I love your voice. I don't know why you sound familiar, but yeah, you've got a really nice speaking tone. I hope you're on the podcast as well, because I like all of your voices, because I could actually listen to you for quite some time. But Ultramelanin so far, yeah, I'm kind of feeling that voice.
Big up Ultra still. I listen, Ultra, man, you gotta give the people what they want, dog. You gotta give the people what they want, dog. Like, nah, it would be really dope to get Ultra on some of these, man. Like, because again, he always show love. Like, he's super supportive dude, man. So we fuck with Ultra heavy, man.
Yeah, so just to add something actually valuable to the conversation, fire needs like 3 things, doesn't it? It needs a fuel, oxygen, and an accelerant. You know, so if you take one of those things away, there won't be a fire. So that's how I kind of look at life. I can either add and make the situation worse, or I can take one of those things away and actually extinguish that fire.
Nah, I hear that, man. I do hear that. And again, like, Will was obviously saying like a similar point earlier. I think the thing for me to use that example is like, you know, these are the things needed to start a fire. Cool. Now, not everybody wants to have a fire. That's understandable. That's fine. But when people come to you and ask you to help them start a fire, and then you explain that it needs the oxygen and the accelerant and all these things, and for whatever reason they get offended by that and they attack you on the basis of the help they've come to seek from you, that's the thing that kind of fucks me up a little bit. And again, if it was just from people you don't know and stuff, like, it's cool, innit? Like, whatever. But when it's people who are supposed to be for you and they come to you because they know that you're someone who gets into that sort of shit, like, and then they're attacking you out of some weird defense mechanism, it's like, we're supposed to have a love for each other where anything I'm saying to you, you know that I'm never trying to do you wrong or malice you. Like, I feel like I try to give that enough to the people who I'm for, like, who I love and shit, where it should never be that. You know what I mean? So I think the thing for me is just I don't know, it's that old saying of we always hurt the people we love the most, so we hurt the people closest to us and shit. Like, I think it's just a thing of maybe accepting that when people, again, feel like their, you know, identity maybe, or, you know, their view of the world or perspective is being attacked or having holes poked in it, the ego goes into defense mode, you know, because if you know, trap an animal in a corner, it's gonna, you know what I mean, it's gonna attack you. So yeah, I think, again, what I'm taking from what everyone's saying, and that is just, maybe it's just picking and choosing, you know, and understanding the people that maybe are and aren't ready to talk them things there, you see me?
And even being you, sorry, I know I've left a few messages already, but even just walking in on this conversation and kind of hearing the back end of what was going on, it's now, I appreciate you, Drizz, for saying that Will was saying the same thing to you that Ultramelin was saying, but Ultramelin's just said it in a different way, so you received it different. Do you see where I'm coming from? So sometimes you have to kind of not look at who's bringing you the message, but pay more attention to the message that the person's bringing you. Do you see where I'm coming from again? All right, so sometimes we shoot the messenger, but it's the message itself that was more important, not the person who brought the message.
Nah, you're right. Nah, you're right, Natural. Like, nah, I like the input, man. Like, please leave as many voice notes as possible. I know we don't always get to them straight away, but, like, nah, please do, man. Because, yeah, like, even, like, us doing this podcast and, like, the conversations we have on here and stuff, like, I do feel like we draw like minds a lot of the time. Like, even Ultra, like, he's got his little ones he looks after and stuff. He's a big man, got things to do, but the fact that he, you know, came here one day and heard the level of substance of conversation we'd have, and he was like, you know what, like, I fuck with this energy, like, I like these, man, I like what they're trying to do, I like the kind of message they're trying to bring in, to think, like, that's why, again, every time he comes there, we always big him up, because it's like, yo, you could be doing anything in the world, but you here giving this time and this energy, and that's appreciated. Again, that's the level of consideration I try to just have with anybody who shows, like, genuine love. For me, again, I said I have this problem, and it's called integrity. It's like, if you show me love and you show me, like, good energy, you give that to me, I'm going to give that back to you in as much abundance as I can. Do you get what I mean? So I know it may seem redundant where man are like, oh, big up Ultra, but I do that because my man's here every week, and he could be doing a million things. He's his own man with his own life, doing whatever, and the fact that he makes the time to come and check in with us, like, it's appreciated. Do you know what I mean? It's appreciated, and we always try to give that love back. Even you, Natural, like, just the fact that you've come in and you know what I mean, the poignant takes that you've had on it and stuff, and just how you're able to add to the conversation, and that's appreciated. You could be doing all sorts of things. There's all sorts of people talking about all sorts of shit on stereo, and the fact that you've made the effort to involve in this, like, it's appreciated, man. Like, thank you. Do you get what I mean? And that's the thing with me. Like, I try to never lead with the ego. I try to. We have people that leave voice notes on here, and they'll be like, "Oh, you lot are dumb," and, like, I try to never lead with the ego, because there's no point. It's just, if I'm telling you something, not to sound like that, but, like, if you ask me a question, I'm gonna give you the answer the best that I know it. Now, you can disagree with my answer, in it, that's fine. But if you can't provide a better answer to that, you can't then tell me my shit's wrong if you can't tell me why it's wrong. Because the same way that you don't have to agree with it, I don't have to agree with you. But that's fine. I would never attack somebody out of that. But then I don't know, I've just been finding recently that people, again, who are supposed to be for me, like, we'll get into these sort of conversations and they'll get defensive, and I'll get, like, verbally attacked, and it's like, wait, like, how did this get here? You know what I mean? Oh, shit.
One last quick point, Drizz, yeah? And I think after listening to you guys for the period of time in which I've been listening, I think I'm qualified in saying what I'm about to say. When you have knowledge of self, Drizz, yeah, you start to view things in a completely different way. Not everybody has that ability. You can't judge others based upon your own moral system. Because you act a certain way, or you believe in a particular way of doing things, you can't expect other people to have that same perception or that same understanding, because as man's been saying throughout the duration, you can take a horse to the thing but you can't force the horse to drink. Everybody comes to their understanding or their enlightenment at any given time. You know, like that, Drizz.
Nah, for real, man. For real, man. For real, man. And again, it's this. This is why I like this sort of shit, man. Because it's people of a kindred kind of mindset. And it's not about everyone agreeing and shit. It's just, you see how you guys are offering this feedback. I'm not going to be like, yeah, but what about this or what? It's like I like to be open to receiving that shit. Do you get what I mean? And like, if I disagree now, if I have, okay, that's a good point, but how about this or that? I'll do that. But like, yeah, man, are right. Like, it's a awareness of self, and you know what I mean. It's just understanding that the self is reflected through all people, but not all people are at the same level of self in it. So, I guess the same, maybe love or tenderness. The word is escaping me right now, but essentially the way that you'd maybe want to be handled if you were the person in the other situation where you were just, you know, lost in your own ego and shit, then whatever. But hold on.
Let a nigga in now. Goddamn, come on now. I'm waiting. My phone died. I'm sorry, dog.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna let you in, bro. I'm just gonna literally get through all of these and then I'm gonna drop you
Yeah,
back
that's
in.
what I'm saying, man. That ego, man. That shit ain't, man. That shit is real, fam. Cause that's how you see the world, fam. That's how you be like part of the whole like thingy and shit, and like be part of the whole co-creation and shit. If you didn't have an ego, you ain't got no identification. You ain't got no desires and shit. You ain't got no like drive or motivation to like build no house for your wife and no kids and shit. You just sitting out there somewhere.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna get you back in this thing. Give me a sec.
I've been in there for what, like 10, 15 minutes, innit? And I've literally listened to you talking and speaking and expressing. And the way you articulate yourself, you've obviously read a book or two. You know, you use words with a few syllables. I'm not saying that you know, more people don't do that. But I don't even know how old you are. I know you're not nowhere near my age, but if you're a youngish man in your 20s and that, you are actually just simply changing the narrative just purely through having this conversation. Do you see what I'm saying? And having people listen to it and it being available for future generations and future ears, because there's this narrative and this stereotype, and I'm kind of fed up of hearing about it because it's not what I experience. So salute to you all, literally, you know, regardless of your age, for just being the sort of men that I feel are what is the world needs to see, hear, and experience. Thank you. Much love to you all, man. For real.
Nah, come on. No, thank you. Like, thank you. Honestly, like, thank you. Like, I won't even get to a long speech and nothing like that. But yeah, it's that's what we're trying to do. You know, we're trying to just have conversations that I guess are important. And although there's a lot of pushback on a lot of those conversations at times, like, I'm at least grateful again for my guy Will, for Ultra, and that even yourself. Like, I'm grateful that even if this exchange of energy that we're having here, where people can just come, be of kindred mind and spirit, and just have discourse and just open, you know, different perspectives and views, like, that's what it's all about. And thank you for your words, man. Like, it's so uplifting, that's so encouraging, it puts that fire in you to be like, yeah, shit, man, like, we're doing something, you know what I mean? So thank you so much. Like, I'm definitely gonna have to follow you now, Natural, you know what I mean? Thank you, man. And yeah, follow myself, follow Will. As I was saying earlier, you know, we do try and do this every Monday and Wednesday. So yeah, just follow us, man. We got the YouTube and the Twitter and all that, and yeah, big up to yourself. Will, I'm gonna play your voice notes and I'm gonna let you back in here.
Yo, dog, I'm out in the cold, my boy. It's freezing out here, boy.
I'm gonna let you back in. Just give me a second, bro.
Big up yourself, sis. If I wasn't such a deeply melanated individual, I'd definitely be blushing right now. So, appreciate the kind words. And yeah, big up yourself again.
Ultra, you a G, man. You a G. Like, this has been such a great convo, man. Like, Yeah, we get Will back in here. He's gonna cuss me out for leaving him out for so long. But it's his fault, fam. He should have charged his phone, innit? He should have charged his phone. But nah, like again, I kind of brought this conversation to get the different perspectives and stuff and to get all of that. So
Finally! Hey, yo, real quick. Natural, I think I'm in love with you. I don't know. Like, I think like my spirit just like you. I don't know what you look like or what you be like and shit. Like, my spirit just like you. I don't know what it is. I'm fucking with you the longest way, fam. I like that. I like that. That's that shit that I'll be fucking with in the female. You know what I'm saying? I don't
nah,
give a fuck
legit,
about no,
man.
like, it's cool, like, if you look nice and shit, you know what I'm saying? But, like, man, can you, like, help me? Can you stimulate me? Can you grow me? The same
Listen,
way that I'm pouring into you, can you pour into me? Cause I'm a nigga that knows some shit. Like in my own head, I'm a nigga that knows some shit. So like when I'm like trying to tell you or trying to advise you or whatever, like you know what I'm saying, it's not like, oh yeah, this nigga just like out here winging it and shit. Like I've been knowing some shit, but if you can do that shit for me, oh my goodness, well, like nah, we good. Not
nah.
Trail, where you live at? Where you live at? Where you live at? In fact, we the DM messages now, right? I'm a guy you. I'm a guy you. Oh my goodness, you
Listen,
stole my heart, lady. I don't know who you are. You have stole my heart, lady. I don't know who
listen.
you are.
I'll say this,
Jesus
natural.
Christ,
We appreciate you, man. We appreciate you. You know what I
my
mean? And
goodness.
it's like Will said,
I
bro.
hope.
Like, you know what I mean? It's like he said, like just
Mm,
the poignance that you speak with, like the how you were. Again, you spoke about articulation and that, but not even to try and sound like bigoted or anything like that. But unfortunately, you know, what I mean, a lot of times, a lot of the galley out here, like they're not really on that type of time, mind wise. They're not
no, they
really,
don't. They
they're
don't
not
fuck
on
with
that.
that shit.
I mean,
They're
like
not
they're
trying to
not.
help a nigga grow and shit. They just want a nigga fully grown already, fam. How does that
Yeah,
work? How does that work? You just want a fully grown tree. You just want to find a tree grown fully. My nigga. No,
I will
no,
wait,
no,
bro. I
no,
will
no.
hold on.
Okay, Secret Life of Will. Maybe I need
Oh,
to discover what your secret is. But I consider myself
yes.
to be a
No.
sapiosexual or sapiosexual, depending
Uh-huh.
on how you want to enunciate or pronounce it. But yeah, stimulate my mind and my body will follow.
Okay,
The
talk to
Only
me,
Man's
love. Talk to
podcast.
me, love. Oh my goodness, talk to me, love. Cause that's my kind of shit. Cause man, I've been like into having like deeper conversations. I don't like it's cool. Like you know, I can like take you on dates or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Get you flowers and all that shit. But it's like, man, like what is you into? Like what makes you tick? What makes you be like that's my? Cause I say like this. My thing. Every time I see, let's say the other day, I'll say it like this. The other day, I was like flicking through the shorts, you know, as we all do. We were flicking through the YouTube shorts and shit. And I saw this video of like this lady. She was out with her kids or whatever. But like she couldn't really afford to like pay for everybody to like have everything. But then it was this, like one of her kids' birthday. Right, so she like she like, trying to explain to the waiter like, oh dog, like we ain't got peas like that. You know what I'm saying? Like what's cracking for that little like you know what I'm saying for that little piece of cake or whatever. And some white lady just like hopped up from somewhere. She said, "Hey, excuse me, black lady, let me take you somewhere. Let me talk to you for a minute." She said, "Hey man, I seen you out here, you chilling, you know, you trying to do your thing with your kids and shit, and everything's fucked up. I can see you not like you fucked up, and like something about that just hit, man. In my, in my deep inside, fam. It's like you don't have to do that. You white lady, it's fine. The fucked up thing is like the fucked up thing is like when I'm talking about it, I'm describing these people and I'm being like, oh, it's a white lady. But I'm just saying like it was a white lady helping a black lady out. If it was the other way, because I've seen other videos where it's like a white guy or like a black guy helping a white guy out, or like a black lady helping a white lady out. I seen that shit. I seen that shit with my own eyes. I seen that shit because of YouTube Shorts, fam. And it's like, man, there is beauty left still in the world, fam.
Yeah, no,
There
for real.
is so much that we do not even understand. And there's so much things that we think, oh yeah, it's just like a thing that happens in life and it's a beautiful thing. Oh yeah, great. Oh yeah, that's cool. But now, Trell, swear down, fam. You spoke to my spirit, fam. I'm not even gonna lie to you, fam. You like inside in my chest, I'm like, oh my goodness, who this lady, who she is, where she at? I need to like take her somewhere and like do something for her, cause goddamn, oh my goodness,
You know what it
my
is, yeah.
goodness.
You know what it is. There's something so powerful about like divine female energy, like divine feminine. There's something like
Mm-hmm.
so powerful where
Mm.
it speaks to your soul in it. There's something transcendent about, and I don't know your ethnicity. I don't know natural, but I'm just gonna say like
I'm pretty
a
sure she
woman,
black. I bet she
a
goddamn
woman of
beautiful,
the
man. I bet
earth.
she
Like,
look like goddamn chocolate. I want to goddamn. From
but
just
it's like
hearing that talk, I want, Now, hey, man, chill out,
but
now, chill
there's
out,
something
now.
just so powerful about that, and because again we live in a time where unfortunately like that's not really the thing that's pushed. Like the girl them are taught to push a whole different type of chat and a whole different type of mindset. So when a young lady, a young woman's able to come and not only listen, this thing's called the OnlyMans podcast. It's me, you, Ultra in here, all met, and a woman that's able to just come into that sort of space and
Oh, my
like
goodness.
impart wisdom and knowledge and perspective. And there's something just amazing about that. You know what I mean? So we want to appreciate you, natural. You know what I mean? Like. And yeah, clearly, you know what I mean, between Ultra and Will, like you know what I mean, they're gonna
Natural, girl, I ain't playing with you. Where you at? Where you at?
you know what I
Holla
mean?
at
They're
me.
gonna make sure that you know what I mean.
Damn.
That you know that you appreciate it and that you get me. But nah, like to the
Yeah, because I
conversation.
be selfish like that, you know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to, you know what I'm saying? You saying you fucking with me, you ain't trying to hear no, they're like, oh yeah, you just talking to Ultra or no. Yeah, nah, hell no. Be like, yeah, nah, I'm that, like, yeah, nah,
Listen,
man, you
yeah.
got me fucked up. You got me fucked
We
up.
have to say, for the record, we have to say, any discourse you all have is nothing to do with the Only Man's podcast. There will be no
No, it's
legal
everything to
liability.
do with the
You know what I
Only Man's
mean? Like,
podcast, fam. My nigga, because when you at the wedding and shit, and you're like, damn, I remember when
man
they
said
had
the
met
word,
and shit, and we
man
was
said the
talking and
whole
shit,
way.
and it was my nigga. Listen, man, fuck you talking about? Oh yeah, shit ain't connect. Well, I ain't connected to the
Uh,
Only Man's podcast. I am, fam. I'm part
hey,
of that
listen,
shit.
man. Hey,
Yeah,
listen.
and just like the same way I'll be part of that shit. Yeah, you want to be part of that shit? You want it? Yeah, listen, that's
Listen.
for you, B.
For the
That's
sake of
for
the recording,
you.
we have to say this is all for entertainment for the court's sake.
For
This is all for
you, for
entertainment.
you. Yes, for you. But hey, listen, Natural. My goodness, you spoke to my spirit, B. I know, but I'm not even gonna lie to you, fam. Like blood, like I've met a lot of girls and I've been with a lot of girls and like I like them for a lot lesser reasons. Do you know what I mean? But like nah, you spoke to my shit. Where you at? Where you at though?
listen, y'all do this in the DM or certain it, like, because Will use the whole rest of this podcast to just speak to Natural. You know, if I let him, he'll use the whole rest of this,
Hey
man. Like,
fam,
fuck,
I ain't even
fuck
gonna lie
all the
to you, fam.
conversation, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
nah, fuck
I
them conversations. Listen, yeah, nah, Natural got the realest, fam. I want to know what she's saying, fam.
one sec.
I want to know what she talking about, fam. I'm trying to really hear what she talking about, fam.
Hold on, hold on,
That shit
hold on, hold
had
on.
me fucked up
Gosh,
for a
it's really
second.
weird, right? So I was sitting here listening to Drizz and sort of have his speech before he let Will back on, right? And I'm not a mum. I lost my child many, many years ago due to ill health. And I just kind of sat there thinking, if I had sons, I'd kind of want them to be like you three. It sounds really weird. So, Will, I know you kind of want to meet up and, you know, start a life. But yeah, I kind of do business mentorship. I do volunteering with the younger peoples, them boys and girls. And I really just appreciate the energy that you all fill me with and how much life you kind of give me to kind of keep going, keep trying, keep pushing.
Yeah, I got
And
all that
my
for
philosophy
you,
is
my
each
love.
one, reach one, teach one. If I get up, I'm going to pull you up with me. Do you know what I mean? You can crawl over my back to get there to a
Oh
certain
my
extent, but we're
goodness.
going to make it together.
Stop it, fam. She's
That's amazing.
killing me. No, she's really killing me. I ain't bother. No, I
That's
ain't bother.
amazing.
She's killing me.
That's amazing.
I'm dying here on the other side of the slime, bro. Right now, as I'm doing this buzzing out, I'm literally dying right now. My goodness, my chest. I can't hold it, bro. This is too much for me, fam.
Listen, just while
You better
you do
like
that,
bring up football
just
or something, fam. Like bring up football or something, bro. Because that is like, man, this is hey, listen, hey.
there's one more voice note I'm gonna play from Natural in it, but I'll just say
Oh
quickly,
please,
like
no,
I'll just
play that shit. Play that shit,
now
bro.
hold
Play that
just
shit.
one sec. I'll just say like again, you know, this is all jovial, like it's good energy, all that is beautiful in it. But
Yeah,
again,
we lit,
even I
fam.
just
We
want to
lit.
say like even the fact that you would share obviously the experience with the child that you had and stuff like I won't speak for Will. He's clearly speaking for himself. But thank you for even
No,
feeling comfortable enough to even just share that, and it's good to know that the kind of energy and the conversation stuff that we're having is pushing this kind of energy out. Like that's kind of the whole purpose of what we're trying to do. So it's amazing that you, in your own life, where you are, of all the things you could be doing right now, the universe only works one way, and it drew you here. And the fact that you're able to get good like energy and stuff from that's amazing. And just again, thank you so much for your kind words. I'm gonna definitely let Will get
man.
back at you, but I just wanted to just
I
impart that,
even,
say thank
I
you.
nah
Let me play the voice
like
note, bro, before you go. Let me just play the voice
Nah,
note, fam.
wait, before you speak, before you play the voice note, the more she speak, yeah, this like man, she she getting me, fam. She really like speak into man's spirit, fam. Like she leaving these voice notes like in real time or whatever, and it's like we moving on with the conversation and shit. But it's like blood, like fam, listen, I need that. Where you at, Natural? Where are you, Natural? Come on, B.
Will,
Don't leave me out here
breathe,
in the
my nigga,
cold. It's
breathe.
freezing out here.
My
It's
nigga, breathe,
freezing,
fam. It's
man.
alright, bro. We here, fam. Breathe, my nigga.
It's
It's
cold
alright.
out here.
We here, bro. It's alright.
Is I'm slightly older. I'm in my mid to late 40s. I don't look it. I carry myself well. I've looked after myself. I've been through some stuff, got life experience and all that, yeah. But what I have learned to do is actually really listen, actively listen to when men, particularly men, are talking.
You're killing
Women just
me.
chat and gossip.
Yeah,
Men, they actually really talk sometimes. You look and have your stupid chat
man,
and your
you're
little,
killing me.
bro
My
talk, but
goodness.
when you don't really get into it, that's when I really listen. I prefer male energy. I've learnt so much more in life from being around you all. So, yeah, I appreciate this conversation. I don't want to take it over though. So, what do you men normally talk about when the girls aren't around or when the girls aren't here? And by the way, I'm an
We are
engineer,
talking
so I'm in
about
a
you.
male-dominated industry, but I definitely know how to tap into my feminine side and know when to shut up. Do you know what I mean? You learn that later in life.
No,
Oh,
that
that's
killed
amazing.
me.
That's amazing.
I've
Yeah.
died. I died. That whole video it was killing me. I was just pacing up and down my kitchen, just passing out everywhere. Oh, there's a wall there, pass out. Oh my goodness, she said, pass out. Oh, shit.
I got some more
Man,
pass out.
cause you know
What
what it
team do you
is?
lot support? Oh
Oh,
my gosh. I used
oh,
to be a steward, so I've
don't
worked
say
at all the
Arsenal. Please
stadiums.
don't say
So I have a
Arsenal. Please
natural
don't
love
say
of football. I've
Arsenal.
been to FA Cup
Mm-hmm.
finals. I've met the England
Yeah, please
team
don't
back
say
in the day
Arsenal.
and all of that sort of
You're
stuff. But
killing
yeah, I
me.
like basketball. I generally like all sport. I want to
Mm-hmm.
learn how to play
Oh,
golf,
yeah,
and I
you're
want to go
killing
car
me.
racing. I've got a
Ah,
thing about cars and bikes, and I
ah,
eventually want to learn how to drive a lorry. But yeah, I do kind of occasionally put on makeup and do like the hair and nails thing if I have to, if I really, really have to. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, I'd like to have fun. I want to do a
where are
parachute
you?
jump. I want to kind of do some abseiling, maybe up a building, down a building, a mountain climb. I don't know, I'm just random. I've got to that age where I'm in my naughty 40s. So yeah, life just begun for
Ew,
me and I'm living
Natural,
it to
where
the
are
fullest.
you? Ew, Natural, where are you, fam? Listen, like all this talking is long, fam. We like here right now, but we could really be like talking to each other for real. You know what I'm saying? We out here like on the internet and shit. You know what I'm saying? Swap the messages and shit. That's cool and shit. But like, I'm trying to like, where you at, fam? I'm trying to
This is
like,
bro.
you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to like really like. And not no like, oh yeah, I'm trying to like do you or nothing like that. Like, nah, I want to sit down with you. I want to hear what you got to say because this shit is killing me, fam. This shit, this shit is touching my spirit in a different way. It's not like, no, like, oh God, I want to like have sex with her. Like, I mean, maybe I might. I don't know what you look like. Maybe I might. I'll be like, oh my goodness, I want to like goddamn do her crazy. But like my mind right now, like what you said, oh my goodness. Listen, you got me. Listen, put you got me. If you want somebody to like do the whole like, oh yeah, domestic husband and who, I'm here. Holler at me, you know what I'm saying? Holler at me. Cause I mean, but then the fucked up thing, but then the great thing about that is, I was about to say the fucked up thing about that is, the great thing about that is, I'm like, I'm
Oh,
me, fam. I like to do what I do, and I like what I do. Yeah, I have. Yeah, nah, we lit, fam. Like
let me
anything
let
that
me get through
happens
these voice
around
notes.
me,
Let me get through the voice notes. As you
uh
can tell,
huh.
natural. You
No,
put a battery
okay.
in his back in it. Like
Yeah,
as you
no,
can
I
Oh
tell.
yeah,
did, I
sorry.
did, I did, I did.
Yeah, you
Michelle,
can tell I'm older
you
than a lot of
fucking me
stuff.
up.
So I've written 2 books, and like I said, I've got a business
Mm,
side
That's
hustle.
dope.
I'm
That's
very
dope.
creative. I make stuff. I do poetry, spoken word. But just a great person overall. I don't want to toot my own
oh
horn,
my
toot toot,
goodness.
but
Fuck out
I've
of
been
here,
there.
B.
I've done it, and I see what it is to
Mm-hmm.
help others and to make other people smile. And I just want to leave the best possible impression and the best possible energy anywhere I go with anybody who I meet. Because life is short, quite frankly, and you never know when you go. So say thank you for today, and if you're blessed to see tomorrow, say thank you again.
Amazing, amazing, amazing,
Okay,
amazing.
okay, okay. Can I just say one thing? Can I just say one thing? Okay. What's really great about this stereo app here is that they've introduced that whole like, oh, you can just like reach out to a motherfucker and just be like, ah, hey, yo, I like what you're saying or whatever. Alright, I'm a guy you be. Don't worry about that, fam. I'm a guy you. Yeah, nah, you like, cause you think I'm playing, fam. You got me fucked up out here, fam. I'm out here. I'm sitting in the chair in my kitchen, thinking about, goodness me, this lady is speaking to my soul, fam. Nah,
You
nah,
can
you
hear
got
it
me.
in it.
You got it.
You
You
can
got it.
hear it
You
in
got it.
man's
You
voice
got
in
it.
it. Like
You got it. You got
what's
it. I
it?
don't know what you look like, but nah, you got it. You got it. Sheesh. Nah, you fucked me up, B. I ain't even gonna lie to you like that. Hey.
One sec,
Um,
bro. One sec. One sec. One sec.
Let me start off by saying my condolences to you, my sister. As a father of 5, I can only imagine what that pain must have been like. So again, kudos to yourself, big up to yourself. Your kind words know no bounds this evening. If you had children, as you were saying, you'd like us three to resemble. Again, thank you for those kind words, sis, but there's a little piece of me that says, yo, I ain't no pick-me, you know.
Boy, Natural, what
That's
have
so
you started
scary.
on this podcast? What have you started?
My natural. You got me fucked up out here because I'm like, oh yeah, shit. Like,
Oh,
kind of, Ultra's
man.
kind of right, but then like, goodness me, like, though, like you don't meet people that speak to your spirit like that.
Nah, I hear that, man. I
You
hear
know
that,
what I
man.
mean? And
That, man.
like, dog, like, Ultra, you my nigga, fam. You a real one, fam. You really a real one, fam. But I don't know where this lady came from. I don't know what she was doing beforehand, but she started trying to started breaking down like how you got me fucked up because I got lots of questions. Not even
Listen,
like just on the like, oh, I want to like, because that's also happening as well. Like in my head, I'm like, oh, I bet this bitch fine is. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh
she,
my goodness. Like all that is happening, but it's like you speaking to us. It's how you talk. Like, nah, you got me fucked up. In fact, Miss Mystic. Oh my goodness, Miss Mystic, you got me fucked up. I ain't even gonna lie. Oh my goodness. Where
well,
where the, where the,
Natural.
where the, where they make them like you at? Where they make them like you at from? That's my question.
Well, Natural, thank you very much for hijacking our broadcast today. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But you know what, bro? To what you're saying, yeah, it's the same thing in it. There's, like I said, fam, there's just something amazing about a powerful, divine, feminine voice, energy, spirit. Like when it speaks, it does something to your soul. Like, again, I don't want to assume race or nothing, but bro, like just a
Yeah, no,
powerful black
definitely a black
woman
lady.
voice,
I
fam.
know.
It's a
I
beautiful
know.
thing, man.
I
You know
know.
what I mean?
I can
It's a
tell.
beautiful
I
thing,
can
and you
tell.
could, like I said, look how much you've activated my guy. Like my guy's activated,
No,
bro. There's
no, you
something
got
in
me
his
fucked up,
soul that's activated
Miss
because you
M.
spoke to
I'm
his
gonna call you
spirit.
Miss M because I don't feel like I'm gonna call you Miss M. Miss M, you really got me fucked up. I ain't even gonna lie to you because, like, my goodness, like it's like you, like if I know for a fact, yeah, that like if we in each other's space or whatever, like I am gonna be me, yeah, because I'm like a fucking lover nigga, you know what I'm saying? I'm a goddamn hopeless romantic out of this bitch, you know what I'm saying? And it keeps fucking me up because I be with these bitches that I ain't never had no like romance and the shit, and they think like romance is like some movie shit. It's like, nah, okay, I really am here doing romance for you, but you think that you sound like
I
not
will,
not not
will.
not like in a bad way, yeah, or in like a oh yeah way, but you'd appreciate the time that I'm spending and the time that I'm putting into something. Like if I be like to you, Miss M, come to my house, yeah, come to dinner at my house. Like we're not we're not like
Will
having no small
do
talk at dinner,
this.
fam.
Y'all do this in the DM. Y'all do this in the DM,
No,
bro.
my fault, dog. My fault, dog. My fault. Hey,
Yo,
man, she like I said, she got me fucked up out here, fam. I forgot
I
where I was,
understand,
fam.
bro. I
We on the
understand.
pod, right? This is
You
the
blushing
podcast,
right now,
right?
fam. Collect yourself, my brother. Like
I'm trying,
you
bro. I'm
blushing right
trying.
now, fam.
You know what? Hey, I'm collected now. I'm collected. I'm collected. We good. But my
Boy,
goodness, lady, don't speak like that unless you're trying to like, you know what I'm saying? You're trying to like like, man,
Will,
cause you got
Will,
niggas fucked up
collect
out here,
yourself, my
man.
brother. Collect
Huh?
yourself, my brother.
I'm trying, bro. I'm trying, fam.
Listen, you know when they get injured in football, yeah, and they just got to do a jog on the sideline. Just run up and down the sideline for a second, fam. Just
I'm
take a
trying,
breather, bro.
fam. But
Get
you know
some
what it
water,
is?
fam. Just take a
But you know
breather.
what it is? Society doesn't respect that little jog run on the side to be like, oh, I'm ready, fam. Warm up the muscles, quick sprint on the line, fam. Society doesn't respect that shit, bro.
Nah, I hear that, fam. Which is I'm saying, like, go, like, listen, y'all talk directly in the thing in it, like, y'all, so you can have a
Oh
real
no,
conversation.
we
Like,
gonna
don't
talk.
do that.
Hey, we gonna talk.
Nah. To be fair, man,
Miss Natural. Oh my goodness, I don't know where you from or like whatever, but like I'm pretty sure
Will
at some point
collect
we
yourself,
gonna
bro.
meet. No, listen, I'm saying this right now so that I can be collected. I'm saying this right now so I can
Hey,
just like, put a lid on
go.
the chimney. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
go, fam.
saying?
Go.
But Miss Nutrell, my goodness, I don't know where you at, where you been at, where you been with people like got me. Yeah, cause I wanna. I got some questions for you. Some like proper questions. Some like real life, like oh nah, real life questions. I got some questions.
Alright, I'm gonna
Um,
I'm gonna
And then
play this
I'll
for
do it like this. I'll make Drizz feel very comfortable, and we'll flip back to whatever we were talking about. So what was he talking about before this? All this.
Oh man. Nah, Will, you taking the pod to the next level, bro. I appreciate you, fam. But y'all do this in the DM. I'm gonna
Come
play
on, man.
one
Come
more
on,
voice
man.
note from Natrell, yeah, and I need you to contain yourself, bro. I
Nah,
need you to
nah, nah,
contain yourself.
nah.
Yeah?
Oh, okay. I'm
I'm gonna
contained.
put.
I'm contained.
I need you to just
Wait.
breathe,
Let me
bro.
get
Just
composed real
breathe. Yeah?
quick. Let me get composed real quick. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm composed. You can play the shit.
You
You can
ready?
play the
Yeah.
shit.
All right.
Yeah. I'm
This
too
is going to be
composed.
my last message, right? Ultra melanin, manners, respect, 5 children. I love the fact that, yeah, I just hope you get to see them and spend as much time with them as humanly possible. Yeah, lead by example. Be the man I know you are. Be the king I know you are. Be the god, the emperor that I know you are. Drizz, you're going to be a great father, husband. I'm not sure if you're into women. I'm just putting it out there. But, yeah, whoever you choose in life, yeah, they know they
Oh,
got
I
a
love
special
that.
one.
Thank you.
Will,
Thank you. Thank you.
not sure. No, I'm only kidding. Nah,
Chai.
you're a great energy. I'm sure our paths will cross. I'm following you all, so yeah, I'll get a little notification when you're back on here, and I promise I will never,
No,
ever, ever
that,
hijack the OnlyMans podcast. I'll definitely be a
no.
listener
Hijack
and
as
use
much
my
as you
active
want,
listening
B.
skills. It's
Hijack as
been a
much
great
as you
evening. I've got
want,
work in
B.
the morning, so I'm going to get some shut eye. Peace, love, blessings, love and light.
Amazing.
Oh, that's fucked up. Hey, listen, hijack as much as you want, B. Anytime you want to come up here and say something, it's a minor. Like, I'm here to hear that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm here to
Oh,
listen to all that. Because, like, I'm here to learn. Like, man, come on, man. Don't fuck me up, girl. Don't do that to me. Because I got down. I know
I'll de-
it's like, man,
I'll definitely
man.
say, yeah, I'll definitely say this. This has been really great. This has been really great. Like, and please do like continue to tune in and stuff because my guy's gushing over you right now. But if and it probably would have come across, but if it hasn't, again, his insight and intellect on just matters of life it's very amazing to listen to him speak in it. So I wouldn't want you to get a one-dimensional view of my guy. He's just gushing over you right now. He's a
No,
big
love,
heart, man. My guy got
listen,
a big heart, man. And when
listen,
his spirit
yeah.
reacts to something, it just, you know what I mean? My guy do what he do, man.
It's
So
not. It's
big
just my
energy, love.
spirit. It's not even
Yeah.
me. I'm not. I'm like yo, chill out. But like my spirit is just like, nah, we gotta say this shit, bro. We gotta tell that lady like, goodness me, like, nah, yeah, holler me anytime, holler me. Call me, call me, got me.
Jeez, we will want to do a spin-off podcast.
Because
The only
my thing
mystic
is
podcast.
because my thing is like, all right, I I understand that people got like lots of things that they like, dealing with or whatever, and they might like need, like, just say, hey, that's enough for me. You don't gotta be like, hey, I'm so and so and blah blah blah, and I do this and hey, that's enough of a signal for me to be like, oh yeah, nah, shit, yeah, I bet we lit them.
Yeah, and again, you can do the same thing as well in it. You can just send the
Cause I
hey
fuck
to
with the right people. I fuck with the
yeah,
right people from.
yeah, man.
Like
Nah, you're definitely
I don't usually like really gel with people that are not like cool.
nah, for real, man. But nah, like
But now,
you know,
Miss M,
all
I don't
of
know where you
Will's
be
blushing
at and
aside,
shit,
yeah.
dog. You got me fucked
All
up,
of
man.
Will's blushing aside and stuff, like honestly, like just thank you for the contribution to like even like the conversation and stuff we're having. Like thank you for the insight, like the kind words. Like it's again that's so amazing just for someone to even go out of their way to say stuff like that. Like it
For
just fills you
real,
with
fam. Cause
such
we've been doing this
an
for like a
uplifting
year.
feeling. Like I just want you to
Yeah,
know that myself, Will, like we appreciate the energy, the words, we appreciate the insight.
yeah.
Queen, make sure you keep speaking that divinity. You know what I mean? Like look at the battery you put in my guy's back, fam. Like he's gonna have energy for the rest of the night now. You know what I mean?
I'm
Like he's gonna go and
for the
create some
night,
amazing stuff now.
nigga.
You
For
know?
the rest of the week, I'm gonna be lit, dog. What you
Do you
talking
know what
about?
I mean?
B,
So now,
I hope you come. I hope you come back next week and you say something because I need like this. What I'm feeling right now. Nah, I need this. I need this. Man. I
nah,
need
for
like
real.
to left like that. I know some shit.
Nah,
You know
legit,
what I
man.
mean? And that's the fucking thing with most of these other motherfucking people and shit. I won't even be like, oh yeah, like for these most of these girls and shit. Just most of these other motherfucking people in general, they don't get it. It's like, bro, you don't understand. Like, okay, you see how things, you see things how you see things. You see your perspective. That's all you ever have is your like how you see things. You're never gonna see how I see things, because you're always gonna look at my shit. Like, let's say a millionaire, right? Every other motherfucker gonna look at that millionaire like, ah, damn, look at that motherfucker. He driving around a hurricane, and he got like the finest girls around him all the time and shit. But the motherfuckers don't understand that, like, ah, yeah, he got the finest girls around him, but all them girls just wanna like eat his peas. Oh yeah, he got like the nicest, comfortablest life, but he can't even relax at night. Oh yeah, he got nice cars and all that, but when every time he drive that shit out in the town, people looking at man, and you're not used to that. People looking at you like that. I'm telling you, man, there's so many levels to this shit, bro. And like the more up you go, the more like levels you see. Do you know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
if you like 100 billionaire, every single thing that you ever thought, oh yeah, that'll be exciting, I'll do that. You've done it already. You've probably done it like 5 times, 10 times, 100 times. Because you're a fucking billionaire, bro. Perspective, right? It's like a billionaire's perspective is not the same as like you and me perspective.
Mm.
Cause like we got like a little extra thousand and shit, and we thinking like, dog, I could like get like some nice shoes, or like I could put that into like my business or whatever. Cool, cool, cool. You get a little extra thousand, you put that into your business. I bet it does what it does. It's not the same as being like, oh my gosh, look at my account. It's 96 million. I need to like do something about that. Otherwise, those people are gonna like come over here and take 45 million. Right? So immediately you're forced. It's not even like you want to do all the shit. You're forced to do all the shit that you ever always wanted to do. Skydiving, fucking buying art, fucking, I don't know, whatever. You go to a fucking fashion show in Paris or whatever. Like all these things that cost so much peas that we as normal people look at and be like, Ross, how do people like pay for that and enjoy that? It's like blood for them. It's like, alright, I made 45 mil this year, fam. And I ain't really feeling like giving up like a fucking like a good 40, 50 mil. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put it over here in this like business. Like I'm put like a little 25 mil in this business and I'm put like another like 10 mil in this business. So it looks like I got a little 50 and 10 mil or whatever. And I'm be like, oh yeah, expenses. Oh yeah, expenses, because you know the business is getting bigger and it's expanding, and who, all that shit. It's like all these things that these people buy. It's not about the thing that they buy. It's about like I've got lots of this thingy that people say is very valuable. If I take lots of this thingy that's very valuable, as people say, and swap it for an art piece, and I hang it up on my wall for like 15 years, in 20 years' time, when my kids come to sell that art piece, they're not going to pay taxes on that, like, wealth increase. The same as they would if I left them the same amounts worth of stock. You get me? It's like these people. I keep trying to say to you, fam. These people, they doing a different thing, fam. They playing a different game, fam. They not like us. They not like us where they gotta go like to go work and like make their shit happen and like, oh yeah, the bills gotta get paid. They're not like that. Like all their shit is already done, fam. All the shit that they ever do in their life is because they want to do that shit. And I've experienced that shit in these last few months, and I'm not even gonna lie to you, fam. That's like the freest that you could ever be.
Right.
That's the freest that you could ever be. Because every single day belongs to you.
Right.
But you know what's fucked up is because every single day belongs to you. Every single day that you waste, you're like, oh man, I wasted that. Oh man, I could have. Oh man, I could have. Oh shit, I should have. Ah, I should have. They ain't got that. They don't have that. Because like, they shit ain't gonna run out from no matter how much spending or like how many bad decisions they make, their shit ain't gonna run out for them. They're just there. Oh yeah, no, I bought like a 200 million yacht last week, but like it's one of those. I ain't even been on it once since.
Yeah. 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 It's
Motherfuckers be like, oh yeah, I bought a boat last summer. Oh, you did? What did you do with it last summer? Oh, nothing. It's still like waiting for me to take it out now. Oh God, what do you mean? It's been like a full year of you like owning this boat slash whatever. Yeah, but there's no time for that shit. And like, it's a boat. And I thought, yeah, fuck it, why not buy a boat? forgot. We live in a thingy. We live in this like constructed thing where there's there's lots of different lives happening all at the same time. So there's like a poor motherfucker that really likes to eat rich shit, and that's the reason why they poor all the time. So rich motherfucker that like to eat poor shit, because I don't know, maybe they came from that, and that's like just their thing. And so now, like, that's how they keep their money. This reality is riddled with inconsistencies and all kinds of bullshit. And like, sometimes you're faced with that shit, and you saying it in yourself are bullshit. But because the reality is what it is, you can't call bullshit on that shit because it's reality, fam. And it's somebody's reality. Because you can never be like, oh yeah, nah, there's no poor people out in the world. Even though really there isn't any poor people out in the world. It's just this noise that made them think like they ain't got nothing, but they do. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, legit. You're on mute, by the way, if you didn't mean to put yourself on mute.
Oh no, hold on, dog. I'm just, yeah, I just, cause it's me and you, and I thought like you might want to say something nice. Like
Nah,
I'm gonna run to the toilet real quick because you know what I'm saying. Nigga might say some shit.
it's cool. It's cool. That again, like I won't sort of reiterate what you've said because you've sort of thinged. You know what I mean? Like it's ultimately a thing of it's ultimately a thing of money can't buy happiness at the end of the day. Like no matter how much of these
No,
things we may acquire, it doesn't equate to that. You
there's
can
no.
use it as a vehicle to do things that maybe make you happy, but it's never the end all and be all. So it's just important, as Will said, whatever kind of situation you're in financially, and even like Mystic was saying before, it's a thing of just the fact that we have the ability
Trail.
to wake up and see another day. You know what I mean? It's a blessing in itself, and we have to try to see the beauty in that, man.
For
What I
real.
don't want us to do, what I don't want us to do is do what we usually do and continue to like just repeat ourselves and reiterate in it. Like the
Oh
good thing about
no, we
it
ain't.
now is
We
that
ain't
they're
about
gonna
to
go on
reiterate.
YouTube.
I was gonna like. I was just about to say something real quick because you have said something real quick, and you have said, something, 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 natural. And then I was just like, oh yeah, nah. Listen, however the sun, you got me fucked up, B. That's my like what with that you got me fucked up. I'm out here thinking about like, damn, like for real, like I could be this or that, or like I'm already like my mind is gone already. We're like yeah, my fault. Pod, my fault. I don't mean to be like this. I don't know what's happening to me right now. That
Listen,
lady
man,
said some things and it just like, nah, it's yeah, hey, man,
with
it just
with all of
spoke to
that
my
said,
spirit
yeah.
like that, like that.
With all of that said, let's get into final thoughts and let's wrap this shit up. Would you like me to go first, or would you like to go first?
Uh, you know what? I'll go first
Can
for once, cause I never gone first. I don't think I ever gone first.
no, go ahead, man.
But like I always say every week, man, like everything that we're talking about, it's all to do with the people that really press the buttons, the ones that own the money printers, the ones that own the systems that make the money be the money. Like everything that we ever talk about is them. Like if we ever get into like this divide or that divide, women, men, black, white, Hispanic, man, like this, that's all them, because they know that like they couldn't contain you human being. They can't contain you. So the best thing to do is to contain your mind, human being, because as much as you think that you're smarter than all the other people that you ever bumped into, you're just as dumb as they are, fam. You just as retarded as they are, fam, because you're in the same shit. You are thinking you're smarter than everybody and shit. My nigga, wake up. You still gotta pay the rent, and you still gotta pay for bills, and you still gotta pay for. Wake your ass up. It's the people, fam. It's the people that, in the end, will decide. Like, nah, do you know? Like, I don't really feel like paying fucking £200 for gas and electricity like that, fam. Nah, you man saying you got it and you've been supplying it, but I don't feel like it's £200 worth, fam. Because I washed one set of clothes and washed and cooked one meal, fam. Fuck you talking about? It's £800. No, you better behave yourself. Like I said, it's the people. It's you and I individually. Because we make the collective unconscious. We make collectively everything okay. Because, like, if one person walks away from somebody being, let's say, like, violated in the streets, right? And, like, it's like open for everybody to see, like, somebody, like, another human body is being violated by another human body. A lot of the times, people will leave because they'll be like, that's not my issue. Sometimes people be like, damn, somebody should do something about that. I'm called the goddamn, the authorities or whatever. But sometimes there'll be somebody that be like, oh, yo, that woman is doing something to that man, or like that man is doing something to that woman. I'm gonna go and like do something about this right away. You guys call the whoever people. And I feel like on this pod here, we only ever meet people that will do something and then be like, oh yeah, nah, call them people. Call them people. Cause like this motherfucker needs some help. I'ma like do what I can right now. I'ma like CPR or like press the wound or like whatever. But like somebody gotta call somebody and do something. Cause like we here right now and I'm here right now. This motherfucker is like not gonna make it if we don't do something.
Yeah.
And we live in a world where like most of the time niggas won't do something. Because they're scared. Look, you know what they're scared of? My gosh, if I like stand up to these people, attackers, it might like turn into a thing where like, oh yeah, you against like these people or like whatever. That's like, okay, if you see somebody being attacked, the very first thing that you think, yeah, as a human being, as a human animal, is not, oh gosh, somebody should do something about that. It's, oh my gosh, somebody's being violated over there. I can hear it, I can see it. I should do something about that. We live in a beautiful world, ladies and gentlemen. We live in a world where the people and the media and all the other facets of control try to tell us that like everything's shit and everything's like horrendous and there's just like people dying everywhere every 2 seconds and shit. But it's like at the same time of that message that they try to perpetrate to you, it's like there's beautiful things happening all day, every day, fam. There's a fucking nice middle class lady fucking helping out some homeless lady right now, fam. There's some like black girl that went on holiday to Ghana, and she was like, Ross, I can't leave this kid here in the market. Just, you know what I mean? Look at him, fam. He fucked up. I need to like do something. She'll take him. In fact, it's a white lady that went to Nigeria. I'm pretty sure. I think it was on holiday. I can't remember like because I read like the thing and shit, and like she had like gone over there for something or whatever. Because you know, so you're not gonna go someplace for nothing. So she had gone over there. I think it was like some conservation type of shit.
Final thoughts, bro.
Yeah, and she saw these kids that were just like they're just fucked up, and it's like we every day in our lives walk around in this reality that see kids that are just fucked up like that, and that lady was like, you know what, I'm gonna adopt that kid, but most of us in our reality as we going through, we're so concerned with like what's happening with us and our shit. Like blood. Oh yeah, that's a fucked up kid. But dog, I'm fucked up too. Fuck you talking about? Come join the queue, my nigga. It's cold out here. And I'm saying to you guys as my final thoughts, you choose what this life and this world is like. It can be beautiful for you. It really can. Because all it is a beauty. But then there's this other noise, this, yeah, I gotta do this, I gotta do that, I gotta, oh yeah, man, people gonna feel like this, and people gonna think I do this, and when I do this, and people gonna think like, nah. And before you know it, the real you is dead. Because you're just trying to listen to and appease all this noise. Yeah, but like if you were really cool, you'd have like some 97s, and you know, if you're really cool, you'd like me driving a Lamborghini Huracan or like oh god, give yourself a break now. Don't you think like all that shit is already happening for you outside of you? You think that you need to keep doing that shit for you? In fact, you think that if you keep doing that shit for you, the shit gonna be alright? And that's going to keep getting worse and worse and worse. And then you gonna be around your peoples and shit, being like, oh man, I understand why my shit keep getting worse every time I get in a position and get fucked up. And it's because of the mind that you have. It's the mind that you keep yourself in. Love yourself, and in turn, you will love thy neighbor. Be kind to yourself, and in turn, you will be kind to thy neighbor. Be peaceful with thyself, and I promise you on my life, you won't want to get into no noise with your neighbors, fam. Because you like the peace that you have in you. You like it. Okay, guys, there's something that's deep in us. There's something that is further than what we can perceive and be like, oh yeah, you know, this is people. It's like the thing that makes uh, a homeless guy help like a drunk bitch out on a night out.
Final thoughts, bro.
Yeah, no, we find the thoughts in. I'm saying it's the thing that makes a homeless person help a drunk girl or guy out on a night out. They've got fuck all, bruv, but they'll help you. Yeah, final thoughts. Yeah, like I said, be kind to yourself, be peaceful, be loving to yourself, and fucking hell, you'll be like, oh shit, I didn't even know I was being loving and kind and peaceful to the or these other people. And then all you know is these people are coming to you and telling you like how much you fucking were kind and peaceful to them and helpful to them. But you chose that same day, today, like today, that's today, now, right now, choose today, right now, you can choose. Is it a good life or a shit life? Oh, that's it. Is it a good life or a shit life? And
Nah,
that's my final thoughts then, fam.
for real,
I
for real,
can't
for
think
real.
no more than that, fam.
Nah,
I'm
I hear
out
that,
here
man.
brained out, fam. Because like the other percentage of my brain is thinking about Miss Latrell. Where you at, B? Come on now.
Bro,
You have me
bro,
fucked
bro,
up.
bro. Listen, listen. My final thoughts. I'll keep it brief, man. Again, one thing I've sort of taken from the conversation today is just being aware of, I guess, self and aware of those around you, and just maybe the level at which they're at, and being empathetic to that, and trying to just understand that, what I mean, and not everything is for everyone. Like Will said, again, ultimately, man, like the freedom that we can achieve from just trying to unplug from this, I like the demonic parasite kind of analogy. I think that's quite cool. And yeah, man, just again, thank you to everybody that's been listening. Thank you to everybody that's tuned in. Ultra Melanin, man, we appreciate
Ultra,
you.
my G.
You know what I mean? Natural, thank you so much for the energy
Oh,
that you brought.
nah. Wait. Reefer, shut up, fam. We forgot Reefer.
Reefer as well, yeah, big up Reefer as well. Thank you for tuning in as well, bro. Thank you for everyone that's jumped on, that's followed, that's subscribed. Like, we appreciate that for real. Yeah, man, we're gonna try and be back. Like I said, it's
Wait,
Mondays and Wednesdays usually, but I mean, sometimes it does fluctuate. But if you
What I
follow
gotta
us,
do is for you fellas.
oh my
Entertainers will
goodness,
never
dog.
be equal to
What's happening here?
Jesus. Because
What's that? What's
what happened, bro?
my fault, dog? I don't know what happened, dog. I was like trying to look at the little analytics and shit, and then all of a sudden, like voice notes were playing, and I was like, hold on, dog, wait a minute, I ain't trying to hear all that.
Yeah, it's because there was some from earlier in it.
Big up
Nah,
yourself, my brothers. You already know the show's lit as usual. And there's not a time whereby I don't listen, catch two joke, and find out something new at the same time. So again, big up yourselves.
exactly.
But let me just give my quick final thought of the evening. And this is addressed to Mr. Will. Well, let me say this to you very simply. There was never a competition between us. Never a competition.
I play the next one. I want to hear what he gonna say from. I want to hear what he gonna say from.
Nah, it
Because
was just that
I
one.
won't get this opportunity afterwards. Is that the only one?
Yeah, nah, it was just that one, man. It was just that one. Listen, man, this has been such a great
Nah,
episode.
wait, but like it seemed like there's a couple of the messages there, like a couple like three of the
There's
messages
some from
or whatever.
like 7 o'clock. Like, you want me to just run through 'em?
Go on then, because it makes it feel like, oh, do you know, if you like contribute, you're not gonna be heard.
Yeah,
You know
nah,
what I
you're
mean?
right. You're right.
so any rapper or any entertainer that wears a crown of thorns equal themselves to Jesus Christ, the Savior, because there's only
Yeah,
one Savior. But if
yeah.
any entertainer or rapper equal themselves to Jesus Christ, is blasphemous. Is idolizing and worship.
I
Is
get that,
idolizing
but
and to
then
worship these entertainers is
I
idolatry.
get that, I get that,
You
I
know,
get it.
and that's why some of these rappers or entertainers die a horrible death because
Nah, because
they
these niggas be
liken
dying
themselves unto the
seriously.
Savior.
Nah. We better get into some other
Blasphemous.
shit. Yeah,
Yeah, and
we
so like now
yeah.
you could imagine this if Kanye were to want to sell out or collaborate with like other tech companies. I'd say his best move would be to move with those who have like that new, hi-fi quality lossless audio, because that will give you one of the best quality streams for those instrumentals. He could probably team up with Tidal, or it'll probably end up going Apple, honestly, because they got better money. But yeah, I mean, it's like a whole endless opportunity with that. Oh, bro, those are like classic moments, right? With Soulja Boy and whatnot. Like AI can never do that. Like the personality that these artists bring to their fans is something that will forever live, right? Somebody who does this really well today is Doja Cat. Like the way she interacts with her fans when she does lives and things like that, I hear like she's really good at that. So that's another thing that AI can't combat, right? A way in which I would see AI trying to replicate this is only through virtual means. Sort of like how we're doing so now. Who knows if AI would be able to do that, right? They could launch like 100 virtual machines at a time, try to interact with fans this way. And a band which was kind of ahead of the time with this was Gorillaz, right? Because if you think about it, all of their artists are real people, but they could be replaced with anybody except for like the main singer. I forget what his name is, but that was a
Damien Albarn. Damien Albarn. That's the name that he looking for. Damien Albarn.
Nah, it's all very, very good points, man. And again, we thank each and every one of y'all for tuning in, man. Like, for real, we still trying to build this thing up. So as much as you can touch base with us, fuck with us, man. Leave your voice notes, like, add to the conversation, follow the socials and that. Like, we just trying to get this to a bigger and better space. Do you get what I mean? So again, make sure you follow myself. Make sure you follow Secret Life of Will. Follow Ultra Melon as well, man. We need to get Ultra on one of these pods, man. Fuck.
Natural. Follow
We
me,
need
B. What you talking
yeah.
about?
You know what I mean? Follow the Twitter, the Instagram, subscribe to the YouTube page, man. We here. But we gonna fucking wrap this before my guy starts blushing again, yeah. This is the
Nah,
only man
that's done. Nah,
podcast.
the blushing is over from. Like, if we're gonna get into something, we're gonna get into some serious shit now, fam. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, the distraction is gone. She said she was going to bed, you know what I'm saying? So, like, it's done now, fam. We are undistracted now.
Listen, we appreciate all of y'all, man. Fuck with us, bro. This is the Only Man's Podcast, episode 63 in this bitch.
Hey, fam, listen, we hope you had a great time and we'll be back next week. Just like every other week. You know what I'm saying?
My brother, thank you for your energy
Aye.
today. Thank you, bro.
Nah,
Stay safe,
love
stay
my bro.
dangerous, yeah?
Like, all that, fam. Every time, fam. Stay
Every
safe, stay
single time.
dangerous. Love, peace, blessings, all that, fam.
All of
Every
that,
time,
bro.
fam.
All of
All
that.
the time, fam.
Love, man. Ultra, big up yourself, my brother. And make sure
Trust
everybody
me.
be tuned in with us next
Can you
week,
do
man.
buttons for him? I can't do buttons
Yeah.
because I'm in my kitchen. Yeah, please. Please. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks.
fuck with the boys,
Thanks.
man. This is the Only Man's Podcast, episode 63, and we out. My brother,
We out of
peace.
here,
Love,
dog.
blessings, dog. Peace.
Peace and love and blessings, my brother. Peace, 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 peace.